Chapter 1479. Fortunately, the problem was not serious and Yang Kai spent half a month dealing with it. The next thing he needed to do was naturally take stock of his harvest from the Emperor Garden. Considering all this, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and wiped his space ring. With a flash of light, a pile of herbs appeared in front of him. These herbs were naturally collected together with the people from Ice Heart Valley in that hidden mountain valley. At that time, Yang Kai did not have time to deal with them, so he had simply placed them in his space ring. Now that he had some free time, he naturally had to organize them, otherwise, the medicinal efficacies would definitely be lost. As an alchemist, Yang Kai naturally knew how to properly preserve spirit grasses and spirit medicines. Taking out boxes made of different materials from his space ring, he carefully stored them according to their characteristics. Those that were suitable for preservation in jade were placed in jade boxes while those that were suitable for preservation in wood were placed in wooden boxes. There were many ways to preserve herbs, but this was not a problem for Yang Kai. After busying himself for a while, Yang Kai quickly put away these boxes with a smile on his face. These were several hundred spirit medicines of high medicinal age, and although their grades varied, each one was extremely valuable. After all, these spirit grasses and spirit medicines had existed in that hidden mountain valley for tens of thousands of years and could all be considered 10,000-year-old spirit medicines. Pills refined from such spirit grasses and spirit medicines were far more efficacious than those refined from ordinary spirit grasses and would be of great help to Yang Kai in refining his alchemy skills. Combined with the herbs he had collected from the floating continent when he first entered the Star Territory, Yang Kai felt that before he broke through to the Origin King Grade Alchemist realm, he would definitely not lack materials. Even after breaking through to the Origin King realm, he would have many Origin King Grade materials to practice with. The next thing Yang Kai took out was an alchemy furnace, one that he had also found in that hidden mountain valley. This was the alchemy furnace used by the mountain valley's owner when he was alive. It was an Origin King Grade alchemy furnace and was extremely rare in this world. Yang Kai already had two furnaces. One was the Origin King Grade artifact refining furnace where the Firebird artifact spirit resided, and the other was the alchemy furnace in front of him, but neither was something that could be seen casually. If an artifact refiner or alchemist had a good furnace, they would be able to save a lot of time when performing artifact refining and alchemy, allowing them to refine better artifacts and pills. There was a saying that a craftsman must first sharpen his tools if he wanted to do a good job. This was the truth. Unfortunately, artifact refining furnaces and alchemy furnaces were much more difficult to refine than ordinary artifacts, so they were much rarer and more valuable. The third-order origin returning realm young woman from Ice Heart Valley also knew the value of this pill furnace, but because of her many thoughts and concerns, she still gave it to Yang Kai in exchange for more pills to be distributed. This choice wasn't a loss for her, but for Kai Yang, it was a profit. When it came to pills, Yang Kai could refine them himself in the future. Even if he wanted to refine pills, it wouldn't be difficult for him to refine them, but an Origin King Grade alchemy furnace was extremely difficult to find. This alchemy furnace was about half the height of a person and had a simple texture. It was purple in color and gave off a desolate aura. At the top of the furnace, there were two large characters. At the time, Yang Kai hadn't examined them carefully, but now that he looked at them carefully, he realized that they were actually Purple Origin. This was obviously the name of this alchemy furnace. Purple Origin Furnace, a good name. With the assistance of this alchemy furnace, refining pills in the future would become easier and of higher quality. Alchemy furnaces were different from artifacts in that they didn't require a lot of time to refine. All one needed to do was leave their mark on the alchemy furnace. However, because this Purple Origin furnace had a previous owner, Yang Kai had to erase the previous owner's mark before he could leave his mark on it. This wasn't a difficult task. The owner of this hidden mountain valley had died tens of thousands of years ago, so the mark he left behind was extremely weak. Yang Kai easily erased it and spent a few days to leave his mark on it, successfully taking possession of this Purple Origin furnace. After happily playing with it for a while, Yang Kai put it away. Now was not the time to perform alchemy, so there was no need to use it. Immediately, Yang Kai took out another item. It was a pill. This was not the pill that Yang Kai and the young woman from Ice Heart Valley had shared, but rather one that Yang Kai had fished out of the Purple Origin furnace. When he found this Purple Origin furnace, Yang Kai had swept its interior with his divine sense and noticed that there was a pill inside. According to the posture of the skeleton before its death, this should be the last pill that the owner of this mountain valley had tried his best to refine before his death. Fortunately, he had succeeded. However, before Yang Kai had time to examine it carefully, the young woman from Ice Heart Valley had chased him into the cave, so Yang Kai quickly put away this pill, not knowing whether it could still be used. If it was an ordinary pill, no matter what its quality was, after 10,000 years of the flowing time Great Emperor, its medicinal efficacies would have long since dissipated and could no longer be used. It would simply be a useless pill. Only a spirit pill that had formed pill veins could maintain its medicinal efficacies. Pill veins were like shackles that bound a pill's medicinal properties. At that time, the spirit pills that Yang Kai and the young woman from Ice Heart Valley had all formed pill veins and were extremely rare, while all the other useless pills had been discarded. As for whether the pill in the Purple Origin furnace had pill veins or not, Yang Kai was not sure, but this did not prevent him from looking forward to it. After all, it was a pill that the alchemy grandmaster had refined at the cost of his last drop of vitality. But at this moment, when Yang Kai looked at the pill in his hand, his face could not help changing, immediately revealing a look of horror and ecstasy as he cried out, "Pill clouds?" He never expected that the pill he had fished out of the Purple Origin furnace would actually form pill clouds. On the surface of this pill, there was a layer of mist, as if a seven-colored cloud had shrunk and wrapped around it, giving it a magnificent appearance. There was no doubt that this was indeed pill clouds. Yang Kai was stunned for a long time before confirming that his eyes were not playing tricks on him. Pills that formed pill clouds were not something Yang Kai had never seen before. He had taken one and had even refined one himself. The pill he had taken had allowed his 5-colored soul-warming lotus to evolve into a 6-colored one and had greatly improved his strength. The pill he had refined was the burning flame pill that had been used to save Shuiyu. The pill he had taken had been found in the ancient ruins on the seabed of Tongxian realm, while the pill he had refined had occurred on Rainfall Star. Yang Kai knew better than anyone how difficult it was to form pill clouds. This was simply not something that could be achieved by a human. The pills that he refined now had a very high probability of forming pill veins, around 20 to 30%. But after so many years, only a single burning flame pill had formed pill clouds. That one had been refined after breaking through one's own limits and nearly dying from exhaustion. From the pills he obtained in the cave, Yang Kai knew that the owner of that cave must have been a great alchemy grandmaster when he was alive, otherwise, he would not have been able to refine so many pills with pill veins. Yang Kai originally thought that the pill this person had refined with his last bit of vitality should also form pill veins, but the truth of the matter was far more shocking than he had expected. This was actually a spirit pill that had formed pill clouds. And judging from the medicinal efficacies and energy fluctuations radiating from it, this was an Origin King grade pill. That person was actually so amazing. Yang Kai was secretly stunned. Just an Origin King grade pill was already extremely valuable, let alone an Origin King grade pill that had formed pill clouds. What's more, this was an existence that had existed for tens of thousands of years. Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air. The value of such a spirit pill could no longer be judged by ordinary standards. Yang Kai, who had always been calm, suddenly found his face twitching and his hands trembling slightly. As everyone knew, once a spirit pill formed pill veins, it would become indestructible and its medicinal efficacies would double. If a spirit pill formed pill clouds, not only would its medicinal efficacies double, but as time passed, the pill clouds would automatically absorb world energy to nourish the spirit pill, allowing its medicinal efficacies to become stronger and stronger. The longer this process lasted, the greater the medicinal efficacies would become. The reason why the pill Yang Kai had taken in the past could allow his 5-colored soul-warming lotus to evolve was because it had undergone thousands of years of accumulation and precipitation, allowing its medicinal efficacies to become so terrifying. At that time, when Yang Kai had taken it, his body had almost exploded. Fortunately, the soul-warming lotus had absorbed most of the medicinal efficacies. However, compared to the one in front of him, there was simply no comparison. Not to mention that there was a world of difference between the two, just the accumulation and accumulation over time made the one in front of him far inferior to the one in front of him. What kind of concept was tens of thousands of years? Yang Kai suddenly felt that his mind was unable to process all of this. He had actually been lucky enough to obtain such a heaven-defying treasure. His luck was simply too good. Everything he had obtained from that hidden mountain valley paled in comparison to this Origin King Grade Spirit Pill. After recovering from his shock and excitement, Yang Kai smiled bitterly again. What kind of astonishing medicinal efficacies did this Spirit Pill contain? Regardless of what use it had, it was impossible for him to take it with his current cultivation. If he swallowed it rashly, there would only be one result: his body would explode. If an Origin King Grade Master were to take it, they might not be able to withstand the medicinal efficacies of this Spirit Pill. Considering all this, Yang Kai's excitement gradually calmed down. The most important thing right now was to figure out what this pill was used for. At the very least, he had to figure out what it was. Squinting his eyes and looking into the Spirit Pill, Yang Kai found that its insides were crystal clear and seemed to be flowing with some kind of translucent substance. Inside this translucent substance, there was also a gossamer-like substance that seemed to have a life of its own. No way, Yang Kai was stunned. This Spirit Pill was actually on the verge of gaining sentience. That gossamer-like substance was obviously the result of the accumulation and precipitation of the flowing time Great Emperor. As long as this Spirit Pill was given some more time, perhaps it would really gain sentience and become a completely different kind of existence. Pills gaining sentience was just a theory, not even a legend. Yang Kai had never expected that he would one day be able to verify the validity of this theory. Unfortunately, since this Spirit Pill had fallen into his hands, it would one day play a role and there would be no possibility of it gaining sentience. Chapter 1480. Half an hour later, Yang Kai sighed helplessly with a distressed look on his face. Even with his attainments and knowledge in alchemy, he was unable to identify the type of Spirit Pill. He could only vaguely tell from its medicinal fragrance that it was used for cultivation and was not harmful. Could it be a lost Spirit Pill from ancient times? Yang Kai frowned as he secretly guessed. If this was the case, it was understandable that he couldn't recognize it. After all, a Spirit Pill refined by a cultivator tens of thousands of years ago would definitely be somewhat different from one now. Even though he couldn't identify it, Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry. For the time being, he carefully put away this Origin King Grade Spirit Pill, waiting for an opportunity to confirm it later. In any case, he wouldn't use this Spirit Pill carelessly, so he would eventually figure it out. Considering all this, Yang Kai took out another object and began studying it. It was a finger bone. Speaking of which, Yang Kai's harvest from this trip to the Emperor Garden alone was enormous. He had obtained several 110,000-year-old spirit medicines, several dozen pills with pill veins, an Origin King Grade artifact refining furnace, and an Origin King Grade pill that had formed pill clouds, each of which was extremely valuable. This finger bone was also obtained from the hidden mountain valley. It was the only bone left behind by the owner of this mountain valley after his death. Yang Kai simply respected that alchemy grandmaster and wanted to bury him in peace, but when he was burying his remains, he had inadvertently discovered this finger bone that had not been weathered into dust. It could be said that good deeds were rewarded with good deeds. What secrets were hidden in this finger bone? Yang Kai didn't know, so he could only begin studying it now. Holding this finger bone in his hand, Kai Yang carefully observed it. He found that although it had been here for tens of thousands of years, this bone was still as smooth as jade, pure and flawless, as if it had been refined by its owner using some kind of special secret technique. Thinking so, Yang Kai suddenly became excited. He had never seen a cultivator refine a part of their body like an artifact, but since the other party had done so, there must be some profound meaning behind it. Perhaps this finger bone really did hide some great secret. Pushing his Saint Chi, Yang Kai tried to pour his own Saint Chi into the phalanx, but to his great disappointment, the Saint Chi in the phalanx disappeared. This finger bone did not accept his Saint Chi at all. There were no changes either. After a while, Yang Kai withdrew his Saint Chi. Since the finger bone did not accept him, there was no point in continuing to probe. It did not respond to the infusion of Saint Chi. What about divine sense? Yang Kai thought. He immediately urged his divine sense power. In an instant, a vast sea of divine sense appeared like a mist-like existence, wrapping around the finger bone. Divine will manifestation. Only when one's spiritual power reached a certain level. Only the invisible power of the divine sense could undergo such a miraculous transformation, turning into something that could be captured with the naked eye. Yang Kai's knowledge sea was nourished by the seven-colored soul-warming lotus, so even if he did not deliberately cultivate, his divine sense was constantly growing, so although his cultivation was only at the first-order origin returning realm, the strength of his divine sense had barely reached the standard of divine will manifestation. This was something even ordinary origin kings could not achieve, something he could be proud of. Moreover, Yang Kai's divine sense was a variant conflagrated knowledge sea with great destructive power, so even the mist-like existence appeared fiery red. This time, Yang Kai guessed right. This finger bone did not accept Saint Chi, but it reacted very sensitively to divine sense. When the fiery red divine sense wrapped around it, a dazzling white light suddenly burst out from the finger bone. Immediately, an incomparably huge suction force emerged from the finger bone, instantly sucking in Yang Kai's divine sense. Yang Kai did not panic. Although he did not know what would happen next, this kind of suction force was not too dangerous, and if he wanted to resist, he could take back his divine sense. Thinking of this, he didn't resist. Instead, he followed the pulling force and allowed his divine sense to enter his finger bone. In an instant, Yang Kai seemed to have arrived in another world. Under the probing of his divine telekinesis, his surroundings were gray and hazy. There was nothing but mysterious runes that swam around like fish in the water. This. Yang Kai looked stunned. He actually felt the fluctuations of divine sense from these mysterious runes. These runes were actually also produced by divine sense. Needless to say, this was obviously the divine sense of the alchemy grandmaster. Yang Kai hadn't expected that this person not only had such high attainments in the alchemic Tao, but also had such a high cultivation. To be able to manifest such a clear manifestation of one's divine sense, one had to be at least a third-order origin king. After perceiving the arrival of Yang Kai's divine sense, these mysterious runes seemed to have been activated and rushed towards Yang Kai, instantly merging with his divine sense. Yang Kai's body shook and his eyes flashed as he allowed these runes to merge with his divine sense and began to carefully comprehend the mysteries hidden in them. At first, Yang Kai was confused, but as time passed and more runes merged with his divine sense, he gradually figured out what mysteries were contained in this finger bone. After these runes were rearranged and combined, what was left to Yang Kai was actually an ancient alchemy book. The True Alchemy Enlightenment Scripture. Yang Kai had read a lot of alchemy books, and it was from the true alchemic way he obtained from Medicine King's Valley that he began to embark on the path of alchemy. However, there was no alchemy book that could be compared to this True Alchemy Enlightenment Scripture. The various knowledge and alchemy techniques contained in the true alchemic way, as well as the spirit arrays used in alchemy, were like child's play in front of this True Alchemy Enlightenment Scripture. This alchemy book was not created by the Mountain Valley's master and was instead inadvertently obtained from a ruin. It was with this True Alchemy Enlightenment Scripture that the Mountain Valley's master was able to reach the pinnacle of his alchemy skills and become the most famous alchemy grandmaster of tens of thousands of years ago. However, when his time came, the Mountain Valley's master could not bear to let this peerless book be buried with his death. He was also afraid that such a wondrous book would fall into the hands of a junior and bring shame to its name, so he spent a great deal of effort to transform the information contained in this wondrous book into his own divine sense and leave it in his finger bone. He then used a secret technique to refine his finger bone, turning it into an artifact so that it would not be eroded by the flowing time great emperor. In this way, even if he died, the true alchemy enlightenment scripture would be passed down through this special method. If it was really a junior who found his skeleton, they would definitely ignore it, which would only result in him missing the opportunity to obtain the true alchemy enlightenment scripture. Fortunately, Yang Kai had the idea of burying it, so he was able to obtain the finger bone by chance and obtain the true alchemy enlightenment scripture. This information was also left behind by the alchemy grandmaster. After Yang Kai learned about it, he was very surprised and felt that his luck was really good. But soon, he put these distracting thoughts behind him and concentrated on swimming in the sea of alchemy knowledge. Although the true alchemy enlightenment scripture came from ancient times, far before the Mountain Valley's master lived, what Yang Kai obtained today was not entirely the orthodox true alchemy enlightenment scripture. It also contained the unique understanding of the Mountain Valley's master and his own alchemy experience, making it much more valuable than the pure true alchemy enlightenment scripture. It could be said that the Mountain Valley's master had integrated his entire life's worth of alchemy experience into the true alchemy enlightenment scripture. Yang Kai was fascinated by it. For a long time, many of the questions he had encountered in alchemy could be answered here. In terms of alchemy, although Yang Kai had a unique advantage, in the end, he was still groping his way forward. There were very few people in this territory who could guide him. When he was in Tongxian realm, Yang Kai would occasionally consult the highly respected the Old Man of Heaven's Keep, Li Rui, but since coming to Tongxian territory, he had to rely on himself. What's more, Yang Kai did not dare to casually expose his proficiency in alchemy. So, as his strength improved, Yang Kai had faintly realized that his alchemy skills and understanding of alchemy had reached a limit. This limit was not his personal limit. As long as he worked hard, he would eventually be able to break through. It was just that this breakthrough could take 10 years, 20 years, or even longer. But now, things were different. With this true alchemy enlightenment scripture, Yang Kai had a master who could teach him alchemy, and he could consult with him at any time and place. In just a moment, Yang Kai felt that his understanding of the alchemic Tao had become more thorough. Yang Kai became more and more fond of this true alchemy enlightenment scripture, completely unaware of the passage of time as he continued to absorb knowledge from it greedily. After half a month, Yang Kai slowly exhaled and withdrew his divine sense from the finger bone, a tired look on his face. Continuously releasing his divine sense for half a month had consumed a lot of his spiritual energy. However, his eyes were shining brightly, looking extremely excited. Half a month was naturally not enough for Yang Kai to fully comprehend the true alchemy enlightenment scripture. He had only roughly browsed through it, but even so, the harvest he had gained was huge. It was hard to imagine what kind of sublimation his alchemy skills would achieve once he fully comprehended the true alchemy enlightenment scripture. A pill can only be called a spirit pill if it has a spirit? Yang Kai muttered to himself while stroking his chin, a thoughtful look on his face. There were many alternative ideas in the true alchemy enlightenment scripture that had inspired Yang Kai greatly. Just the idea of pills having a spirit could allow his alchemy skills to soar qualitatively. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai slowly shook his head and stopped thinking about it. The true alchemy enlightenment scripture could be studied in the future, there was no need to rush, but Yang Kai had a rough idea of what that Origin King grade spirit pill with pill clouds was. The true alchemy enlightenment scripture not only contained all kinds of magical ideas, but also the life experiences of the Mountain Valley's owner as well as many long-lost pill recipes. Each of these recipes was extremely precious and many of them had already gone extinct. Through these pill recipes and descriptions, Yang Kai vaguely understood the type and purpose of that spirit pill. Yang Kai took out the Origin King Grade Spirit Pill again and observed it in the palm of his hand, a smile appearing on his face after a long time. There's no mistaking it. Judging from the color, size, fragrance, and various traces inside this spirit pill, it should be a Dragon Flame Purple Marrow Pill. Chapter 1481. It turned out to be a precious Dragon Flame Purple Marrow Pill. Yang Kai could not help feeling shocked. The Dragon Flame Purple Marrow Pill was an Origin King Grade low-rank spirit pill, and the materials needed to refine it were extremely complex, with as many as 50 to 60 of them. Its role was also very simple for a cultivator. To improve one's strength. Once a cultivator broke through to the Origin King realm, their cultivation would become very difficult. The world energy produced by ordinary earth veins and even high-rank saint crystals could not meet the cultivation requirements of an Origin King realm master, so in ancient times, the Dragon Flame Purple Marrow Pill was another way for Origin Kings to improve their strength. Absorbing the medicinal efficacies contained in this pill was also helpful to a cultivator's growth, but this method had both advantages and disadvantages compared to ordinary meditation. On the one hand, as long as there were enough pills, one's strength would increase very quickly, far from being comparable to meditation. On the other hand, the strength improved by this method may be somewhat unstable, and if one took too many spirit pills, it would cause a certain burden on the cultivator's body. Therefore, no cultivator's growth depended entirely on the medicinal efficacies of spirit pills. Even if they took pills to cultivate, they would only do so occasionally and in a very restrained manner. Yang Kai, on the other hand, had basically not taken any pills to cultivate, so his foundation was extremely solid and his Saint Chi was pure and vigorous. Understanding the purpose of this Origin King Grade Spirit Pill, Yang Kai suddenly felt a little excited. This was a spirit pill that could increase the strength of an Origin King Realm Master. After being refined by the Mountain Valley's owner, it had formed pill clouds, and after tens of thousands of years of flowing time Great Emperor's accumulation, Yang Kai was unable to determine just how amazing the medicinal efficacies contained inside it were. He could only vaguely guess that if he had the ability to take this pill now and safely refine it, his strength would most likely reach the Origin King realm, saving him many years of bitter cultivation. This was a terrifying increase. However, all of this was just a guess. Yang Kai had some self-awareness and knew that such a spirit pill was not something he could covet right now. Reluctantly putting away the Dragon Flame Purple Marrow Pill again, Yang Kai dispelled the restlessness in his heart and calmed his mind before taking out two other things from his space ring. One was as red as blood and was only the size of a heart. The other was completely black and rolling. Two strange stones. One was the blood essence stone he had accidentally obtained in the Emperor Garden, while the other was the stone mongoose embryo that Yang Kai had stored for many years. There were a total of 2 stone mongoose embryos, both of which were brought over from Tongxian realm. When Yang Kai first arrived on Shadowed Star, one of the embryos had fused with a blood essence stone, giving birth to a stone mongoose, which Yang Inflammation named Xiao Xiao. As for the other stone embryo, although it was on the verge of maturity, because it didn't have a blood essence stone as its heart, it couldn't break out of its shell. It wasn't until this trip to the Emperor Garden that Yang Kai finally got what he wanted. Yang Inflammation had always envied Yang Kai for having a stone mongoose, so Yang Kai had always wanted to hatch this second stone mongoose and give it to her. Yang Kai didn't know if Yang Inflammation still wanted it, but when he thought about Yang Inflammation's current situation, Yang Kai couldn't help smiling bitterly. Regardless of whether she wanted it or not, letting the blood essence stone and the stone embryo fuse together was the right thing to do. Thinking so, Yang Kai put the 2 strange stones together. Strangely enough, the moment the stone embryo, which had been resting peacefully in the black book space, touched the blood essence stone, countless black threads burst out from inside it and wrapped around it. In the blink of an eye, the 2 were tightly linked together, as if they had become one, but it would probably take a long time for them to fully fuse. This scene made Yang Kai a little surprised, and after thinking about it for a moment, he silently called out a few times with his divine sense. A moment later, the stone mongoose appeared in front of him like a small whirlwind, staring at Yang Kai with a pair of clear and innocent eyes. "I'll leave this to you, is that okay?" Yang Kai pointed to the black and red fusion of strange stones in front of him and asked. Although the stone mongoose's IQ wasn't high, it could still understand Yang Kai's orders and looked in the direction Yang Kai was pointing. After seeing what was in front of it, the stone mongoose's eyes bulged with joy and excitement. It could feel that inside this fusion of black and red stones, a companion was being born. The stone mongoose nodded repeatedly, a look of desire filling its face. "Good, take it away, remember to report to me at any time." Yang Kai ordered faintly, and the stone mongoose immediately picked up the fusion of the two strange stones before disappearing. Yang Kai estimated that it wouldn't be long before a second stone mongoose was born, something Yang Kai was secretly looking forward to. The next thing Yang Kai needed to check was the space ring of the beautiful temple master of Demon Blood Temple. This woman and Jianxia had both fallen on the Emperor Garden's ice path, and Jianxia's space ring had been banished into the void by Yang Kai with his space blade, never to be recovered, leaving only the ring of Demon Blood Temple's temple master. As a temple master, her wealth was naturally extremely rich. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and wiped her space ring before pouring out everything inside. There were countless saint crystals, at least several tens of millions, various artifacts of different grades, hundreds of jade bottles filled with pills, and some materials for alchemy and artifact refining. The dazzling lineup was too much for the eyes to take in. Yang Kai raised his brow. Although most of the things here were no longer of interest to him, they were still a considerable amount of wealth. Patiently sorting them out, Yang Kai kept what was useful for himself and put the rest aside to replenish High Heaven Sect's storehouse. Although there weren't many people in the sect right now, because High Heaven Sect had sealed off its entrance and had no communication with the outside world, it had to be self-sufficient in terms of cultivation resources. These things that Yang Kai didn't care about were treasures to the disciples. After sorting them out, Yang Kai quickly finished. This is... Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up as he picked up an animal skin book with a look of amazement on his face. This animal skin book was also placed inside the space ring of Demon Blood Temple's temple master. At first, Yang Kai hadn't noticed it, but it wasn't until he was almost done counting that he discovered it. This animal skin book wasn't big, but its pages were red, as if they had been soaked in blood. Through these pages, Yang Kai could smell a strong bloody smell. This shouldn't be. Yang Kai's heart suddenly jumped and he quickly flipped to the first page, but what he saw stunned him for a moment before he burst into laughter. It was truly a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search only to find it by chance. What was recorded on this animal skin book was the complete set of the Demon Blood Thread secret techniques. Since obtaining the Demon Blood Thread secret techniques from Demon Blood Temple's disciple Deng Ning, Yang Kai had been cultivating them. Moreover, this secret technique had helped him a lot, repeatedly performing miraculous feats in battle, making Yang Kai rely heavily on it. Although the Demon Blood Thread secret techniques had various restrictions for Demon Blood Temple's disciples to cultivate, this secret technique seemed to be tailor-made for Yang Kai. Yang Kai had more capital and backing than any other Demon Blood Temple disciple, and that was his endless supply of golden blood. Unfortunately, Yang Kai only obtained the first half of this secret technique from Deng Ning. After cultivating the Golden Blood Thread secret technique, Yang Kai faintly felt that this secret technique should also have some transformations, and after meeting Demon Blood Temple's temple master, this guess was confirmed. Unfortunately, he couldn't obtain the second half of the Demon Blood Thread secret technique. However, after killing Demon Blood Temple's temple master, Yang Kai found it in her space ring. Thinking about it, this wasn't surprising. Demon Blood Temple was filled with endless internal disputes and revered personal strength. Since this beautiful woman was Demon Blood Temple's temple master, she would naturally carry this kind of treasure with her, so after her death, it had fallen into Yang Kai's hands. Yang Kai was ecstatic and carefully studied this secret technique, confirming that it was indeed the demon blood thread secret technique. Not only did it include the first half of what he had cultivated, but it also explained the second half of the demon blood thread secret technique. There was also the method to refine the blood condensing pill. The blood condensing pill was a unique pill created by Demon Blood Temple that could increase a cultivator's vitality. Every disciple who cultivated the demon blood thread secret technique was eager to obtain this pill because increasing one's vitality would increase the power of their demon blood thread secret technique. Deng Ning had performed meritorious deeds in Lu Yan's desert and was rewarded with the first half of the demon blood thread secret technique as well as a blood condensing pill. Yang Kai felt like he had obtained a priceless treasure. After all, in Demon Blood Temple, only the elders and temple masters were eligible to take blood condensing pills. The disciples below had no way to obtain them other than as a reward. Yang Kai carefully studied the refining method of the blood condensing pill, but after understanding how to refine it, he immediately lost interest in this pill. This could not be helped though, as refining this kind of evil pill required him to collect a lot of fresh blood, preferably human blood. If Yang Kai wanted to increase his vitality, it was very simple. All he had to do was take some life-revitalizing jade cream. During his trip to the Emperor Garden, Yang Kai had obtained a large amount of the purest life-revitalizing jade cream, so how could he put this blood-condensing pill in his eyes? However, the second half of the demon blood thread secret technique was something Yang Kai greatly desired. After all, his golden blood thread's transformations were too simple when used in battle. If he could master the second half of the secret technique, his golden blood thread would be able to play a greater role in the future. Since he was not in a hurry to cultivate, Yang Kai still had one last harvest he had yet to examine. It was the stone tablet that had flown out from the stone tablet containing the artifact refining Dao during his battle with Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce. When she saw this stone tablet at that time, Shuayu's face changed greatly and she even begged Yang Kai to hand it over. Originally, Yang Kai had intended to do so. After all, he did not know what value this stone tablet had, but before he could reach an agreement with Shuayu, the Emperor Garden had suddenly closed and teleported him to the Endless Sea. Yang Kai guessed that Shuayu was probably hopping mad right now. To be honest, Yang Kai was quite curious about this stone tablet that Shuayu attached so much importance to. Now that he had taken it out, he naturally intended to study it. The stone tablet was not very big, only about the size of a palm. Yang Kai did not know why it had been hidden inside the stone tablet, but if the battle had not been so fierce and the stone tablet had not been destroyed, the stone tablet would likely have never seen the light of day again. All of this could only be said to be a coincidence. What was even more coincidental was that this stone tablet had actually flown to him, allowing him to obtain it. No matter what this stone tablet was, Yang Kai could tell at a glance. Shuayu had said that it had no use for an origin-returning realm cultivator and was only useful for origin kings, so he was quite curious about it. Chapter 1482. Half a month later, the door of First Heavenly Palace opened with a bang and Yang Kai stepped out with a calm expression. After half a month of research, he finally figured out what secrets were hidden in this stone tablet. Star refining art. This was not a martial skill, but a secret technique that taught a cultivator how to refine the star sources of stars. When he figured it out, Yang Kai was taken aback, never having expected that the stone tablet would record such an incredible thing. Refining the star sources of stars was extremely difficult, and only Origin King Realm Masters were qualified to do so. Once a cultivator refined the star source of a certain star, that Origin King Realm Master would become the ruler of that star, the Star Master of that particular star. The power of a Star Master was something Yang Kai had already understood when he first entered the territory of a star. The entire territory of a star was vast and boundless, but there were still very few existences who could become a Star Master. The biggest reason for this was that to become a Star Master, not only did one need to possess extraordinary cultivation, but there were also great risks associated with it. A star source was the essence of a star, and refining it was destined to be a magnificent feat with both risks and benefits. If it was successful, it would naturally allow the refiner to obtain unimaginable benefits, but if it was a failure, it would result in the complete annihilation of one's soul. Since ancient times, countless masters had tried to conquer a certain star and refine its star source. These masters were all famous existences, and it could be said that each of them was a genius among geniuses, a master among masters. However, those who succeeded in refining a star's star source and became a star master were still extremely rare. It was unknown how many geniuses had fallen in the process of conquering a star. The situation of Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce, which Yang Kai was familiar with, was similar. Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce had 7 or 8 stars under its jurisdiction and more than a dozen origin kings, but there was only one star master. No one else dared to try to refine a star's star source. After all, this was dancing on the tip of a blade. If they succeeded, they would gain glory and the admiration of the entire star territory, but if they made the slightest mistake, they would be consigned to eternal damnation. None of these origin king realm masters dared to take their lives lightly. No wonder Shuiyu said that this stone tablet was useless to origin returning realm cultivators and was only useful to origin kings. Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce was a major force in star territory and had a star master as its leader, so it naturally had a method to refine stars' star essence, but compared with the star refining art recorded in the stone tablet, the method it had was far inferior. The star refining art could be said to be the most advanced secret technique, the most perfect way to refine the origin of stars. Shuiyu's trip to the Emperor Garden this time was also for this star refining art. Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce's president Aio's Cultivation had been stuck at the second-order origin king realm for many years, unable to make any further progress, but if he could refine a star's star source, he would be able to break through to the peak of the third order. Shuiyu did not know where Shuiyu had obtained news that there was an extremely powerful secret technique in the Emperor Garden, so she had personally led a group of elites to explore it. Otherwise, with Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce's financial resources, how could Shuiyu risk her life? However, when the star refining art appeared, she missed it by a hair's breadth. Yang Kai did not recognize the 3 ancient characters on the stone tablet, but Shuiyu did, which was why she had acted so eagerly at that time. The role of the star refining art was still too distant for Yang Kai. Not to mention that his cultivation was not high enough. Even if it was high enough, he would not dare to refine a star's star source without full assurance. As such, after studying it for a while, Yang Kai put it away. After leaving First Heavenly Palace, Yang Kai had only taken a few steps when he met a few people from High Heaven sect. After seeing that it was Yang Kai, these people quickly bowed and greeted, "Greetings, sect master." Is everything all right in the sect?" Yang Kai asked casually. "Reporting to sect master, there has been no change in the sect since you entered retreat. Everyone is working diligently, except for Great Elder who has returned from the 6th layer." "Oh? She's back?" Yang Kai was a little surprised, but after thinking about it carefully, he realized it wasn't a big deal. Yang Yun was still in a deep sleep and would not wake up for at least a dozen years, so there was no use for her to remain there, so she would naturally return to High Heaven sect. After all, she had been instructed by Yang Yun to assist Yang Kai with all her strength, so how could she remain in the 6th layer? It would be inconvenient for everyone to communicate and meet. "Good." Yang Kai nodded lightly before ordering, "Tell Huang Wan to take Lin Yun, to see me at Great Elder's residence." "Yes." Although the others didn't know why Yang Kai wanted to see Huang Wan and Lin Yun, they didn't ask and quickly left. 100 Flowers Peak, where Yang Yun and Yi Shiyun used to live. Although there were still hundreds of flowers blooming and competing with one another, Yi Shiyun was now the only one left in 100 Flowers Peak. When Yang Kai arrived, he found her resting in the stone pavilion, seemingly deep in thought, not even noticing his arrival. It wasn't until Yang Kai lightly coughed that Yi Shiyun suddenly woke up, raised her eyes, and said lightly, "So it is sect master, subordinate greets sect master." Saying so, she got up gracefully. There's no need to be polite. Yang Kai waved his hand and sat down across from her, pouring himself a cup of tea and taking a sip before asking indifferently, "Is Yang Yun all right?" Master is fine, she will just continue to sleep for a while, sect master doesn't need to worry." "That's good," Yang Kai nodded lightly before suddenly asking, "What does Great Elder plan to do in the future?" Yi Shiyun glanced at him suspiciously before stroking her hair and asking, "What is sect master referring to? Why does Great Elder ask a question you already know the answer to? You staying here is only for the sake of the great emperors. I don't know why you are so obsessed with the great emperors, but do you plan to stay here until she wakes up?" Yi Shiyun gently nodded. "Is there a problem?" "There is no problem." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "It's just that Great Elder is willing to waste the flowing time Great Emperor like this, not wanting to advance further in the origin returning realm." "Advance further?" Yi Shiyun's beautiful eyes shrank as a strange light flashed across them. "If sect master has something to say, just say it directly, why bother speaking in riddles with this subordinate? You're my senior, so don't call yourself a subordinate, it's making me feel uncomfortable." Yang Kai's mouth twitched. It's like this. Now that High Heaven sect no longer needs to worry about being invaded, the defenses around it are impregnable, and as long as we don't go out, we won't be harmed at all. We also don't lack supplies, so I want to leave this place." "Leave this place?" Yi Shiyun frowned slightly, not understanding what Yang Kai was talking about. "A voyage, a departure from Shadowed Star." Yang Kai stared at her. Yi Shiyun couldn't help feeling moved. "Sect master means, I just want to ask if you want to leave with me." Yang Kai grinned. "You should have reached the limit of the origin returning realm, right? The reason why you haven't been able to break through should be because of the suppression of the world principles here. If you can escape this shackle, I think with your aptitude and strength, there is a good chance you can break through to the origin king realm. And we now have the conditions to do so. What do you think?" "Leave." Yi Shiyun's beautiful eyes filled with expectation, but she quickly regained her calm as she turned to Yang Kai and asked, "Will sect master come back?" Naturally, Yang Kai nodded. "Of course," Yang Kai nodded. "I won't lie to you, I want to leave here just to find some people. After I find them, I will return. Although Star's territory is vast, it is not easy to find a place to settle down. Of course, I won't give up on High Heaven sect." "Good." Yi Shiyun also relaxed. "Although sect master's intentions are good, please forgive this subordinate for boldly refusing. Give me a reason." Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. "Master is still asleep, so I can't leave. Besides, if sect master and I leave at the same time, once something happens in the sect, no one will be able to take charge of the overall situation." "Sure enough." Yang Kai nodded lightly, as if he knew she would say this. Yi Shiyun's eyes flashed as she asked in amazement, "Sect master actually just wanted to tell me about this, he didn't really want me to follow, right?" "Heh." Yang Kai chuckled lightly. "The choice is in your hands, whether you want to go or not is up to you." "I didn't say anything, but," Yang Kai's expression changed and he said seriously, "Thank you." Being able to resist breaking through to the origin king realm and still insisting on staying in High Heaven sect to guard the door for Yang Kai, Yi Shiyun deserved his sincere thanks. Both of them were well aware of this, so Yi Shiyun did not try to deny it and simply nodded lightly. Suddenly, she raised her head to look outside and asked softly, "Did the sect master call these two people here?" Yang Kai released his divine sense to investigate and nodded. The people who came were naturally Huang Wan and Lin Yun. The little girl was led by Huang Wan as they strolled over from that side. However, upon seeing such a large scale of beautiful flowers, Lin Yun rushed into the flower bed like a wild horse that had escaped its reins. Huang Wan was shocked and quickly ran over, caught Lin Yun and dragged her over to the stone pavilion. Lin Yun's face was filled with unwillingness as she pouted. "Greetings sect master, greetings great elder," Huang Wan bowed respectfully to Yi Shiyun. Huang Wan bowed while quietly sizing up Yi Shiyun. She had been in High Heaven sect for some time now, so she naturally knew that there was a powerful great elder in the sect, but unfortunately, she had never had the chance to meet her. Now that she had been summoned by Yang Kai, she was fortunate enough to see Yi Shiyun. Sit. Yang Kai gestured before beckoning to Lin Yun. The little girl rolled her eyes at him before hiding in Huang Wan's arms, glancing vigilantly at Yang Kai from the corner of her eyes, leaving Yang Kai speechless. Have you gotten used to living here? Yang Kai turned to Huang Wan and asked. Thanks to sect master's blessings, subordinate and Yun are doing well here. Good, if you need anything, go find Wu Yi, she will take care of everything. You are not outsiders, so there's no need to be polite. Many thanks for sect master's kindness, Huang Wan said gratefully. Right, this is an origin condensing pill. Take it and enter retreat for a while, you should be able to break through to the origin returning realm. Remember to go to Rising Dragon Palace when you need to break through, there is a 10,000-year incense and a 9-branched jade crystal tree there. These two things can help you expel your heart demons and comprehend the heavenly way and martial Tao, greatly increasing your chances of breaking through. Chapter 1483. Yes. Huang Wan nodded as she took the origin condensing pill from Yang Kai's hand and carefully stored it away, her heart filled with emotion. 2 months ago, she was still struggling to make a living and couldn't even afford 100 spirits pill, but now, not only was she living in the beautiful High Heaven sect with rich world energy, but she also didn't have to worry about cultivation resources. She even had heaven-defying treasures like the 10,000-year incense and 9-branched jade crystal tree to help her break through her shackles. The difference was like heaven and earth. Huang Wan couldn't believe she could live such a life every day, and the gratitude she felt towards Yang Kai in her heart grew stronger and stronger. After all, if it weren't for Yang Kai bringing her back, what would have happened to her and Lin Yun in the future? She didn't even dare imagine. Sect Master, what instructions do you have for summoning this subordinate this time? Huang Wan looked at Yang Kai respectfully. Yang Kai smiled lightly but didn't answer, instead turning his head to look at Yi Shiyun. Since Huang Wan brought Lin Yun here, Yi Shiyun had been observing the little girl, her powerful divine sense silently covering Lin Yun's body. Seemingly noticing something, a look of surprise flashed across Yi Shiyun's eyes. Great Elder, have you discovered something? After waiting for a while, Yang Kai asked. Yi Shiyun gently nodded and beckoned to Lin Yun. Little girl, come here. Strangely enough, although Yi Shiyun's demeanor was serious and her expression was meticulous, Lin Yun was not afraid of her. Hearing her call, she only hesitated for a moment before walking over obediently and standing in front of Yi Shiyun. Don't be afraid. Yi Shiyun flashed a smile as she stretched out her jade white hand and held Lin Yun's wrist, immediately pouring her Saint Qi into Lin Yun's body to carefully investigate. As time passed, the expression on Yi Shiyun's face became more and more strange. After a long time, she took a deep breath and let go of Lin Yun, a look of surprise flashing across her eyes. Huang Wan stood in place in fear as she stared nervously at Yi Shiyun, wondering if she had discovered anything. Ever since Yang Kai had told her about Lin Yun's strangeness, Huang Wan had also paid more attention to her. She discovered that it was indeed as Yang Kai had said. Lin Yun's small body actually contained a huge amount of strength that was completely different from her age and size. This kind of power was pure. Huang Wan didn't know if Lin Yun had contracted some strange illness. After coming to High Heaven sect, Yang Kai had asked several of the elders, but no one could give him a clear explanation. Now that Yi Shiyun seemed to be lost in thought, Yang Kai immediately pinned his hopes on her. After all, it was rumored that this great elder was once the leader of Star Emperor Mountain and was extremely knowledgeable, but for some unknown reason, he had left Star Emperor Mountain and lived a life of seclusion. For some unknown reason, he suddenly reappeared and joined High Heaven sect. Great Elder, Shi. Seeing Yi Shiyun not speaking for a long time, Huang Wan became even more nervous. Don't worry. Yi Shiyun comforted her lightly, there's nothing wrong with this little girl, it's just that her physique seems a bit strange. Special constitution? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain why the vitality in her body is so vigorous. It's just that I don't know what kind of physique she has, so I'll have to read some ancient books to find out. Yi Shiyun frowned slightly. Yang Kai gently nodded, this was in line with his own judgment. He had also guessed that Lin Yun's physique was special. Although special constitutions were extremely rare, that did not mean they did not exist in this world. Yang Kai had encountered some such cases. Little senior sister Xia Ning Chang's sacred spirit medicine body, beguiling demon queen Shan Qing Luo's poison widow constitution, and Shui Yu's dragon marrow phoenix body all belonged to the category of special constitutions. Special constitutions were innate and possessed all kinds of incredible magical effects. For example, Xia Ning Chang's sacred spirit medicine body allowed her to possess outstanding alchemy skills and standards. Alchemy was an instinct for her, so she didn't need to be taught by others and could improve her own cultivation with the help of alchemy. As for what kind of physique Lin Yun had, no one knew, but since her physique allowed her to possess such great strength, it should be related to her combat prowess. Yang Kai looked at her as if he was looking at a piece of unpolished jade. This little girl was so young and her body was so thin, yet she already possessed such strength. If she was allowed to grow up, in terms of pure strength, even the monster race, which had always been famous for their physique, would be left in the dust. Great Elder, since you have nothing better to do, why don't you accept a disciple and teach her? Not only will she relieve your loneliness, but she will also have someone to show filial piety to you in the future, killing two birds with one stone, Yang Kai suddenly said with a smile. Yi Shiyun glanced over at him and said lightly, so sect master called this little girl over because he had ideas about me. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, you also know the current situation in our sect. Besides you, no one else is worthy of teaching. This little girl has a special physique, so if anyone else were to teach her, they would only mislead her. It would be more reassuring to leave her with Great Elder. Hearing Yang Kai say this, Huang Wan's eyes lit up and she quickly pleaded. Although she couldn't bear to be separated from Lin Yun's, she was also clear about her own strength. Lin Yun's cultivation with her was naturally far inferior to Yi Shiyun's. For the sake of the little girl's future, Huang Wan naturally didn't mind a short separation. What's more, Great Elder had always lived in High Heaven sect, so it wasn't as if she and Lin Yun had never met before. Huang Wan and Yang Kai sang the same tune, causing Yi Shiyun to smile bitterly and gently rub her forehead. If I were to refuse, wouldn't I seem too unreasonable? Subordinate wouldn't dare. If Great Elder has some difficulties, subordinate wouldn't dare insist. Huang Wan was terrified. Yi Shiyun sighed, it's not that this queen doesn't want to accept her as a disciple, it's just that this little girl has a special physique. Before I figure out what kind of physique she has, the secret arts I have mastered may not be suitable for her. However, a little guidance should not be a problem. Huang Wan was overjoyed. However, that's up to her. Yi Shiyun smiled lightly, looked at Lin Yun kindly, and asked, Yun are you willing to cultivate with this queen? I'm willing. Unexpectedly, Lin Yun didn't even think about it and replied crisply. Yi Shiyun was startled and asked in amazement, why? Because you seem to be very powerful. Lin Yun tilted her head and said. Yang Kai and the other two couldn't help laughing. Although the child didn't know much about worldly affairs, she still had her own intuition and could tell at a glance which of the three had the highest cultivation. Yi Shiyun pretended to be dignified and quickly said, following this queen will be very difficult. If you don't cultivate well, this queen will beat you and scold you, do you understand? Yun will cultivate well and won't let you beat or scold me. Good, Yi Shiyun nodded with satisfaction, from today onwards, you will stay in 100 Flowers Peak. Seeing Yi Shiyun agree, Huang Wan was so excited that tears filled her eyes as she thanked her profusely. Yi Shiyun waved her hand and said, I'm just giving her some pointers in her cultivation, not accepting a disciple. I hope you and sect master will remember this. Subordinate will remember. Being able to receive great elders' guidance is her good fortune, it doesn't matter if she accepts a disciple or not. Good, if there's nothing else, there's no need to come to 100 Flowers Peak, I will let take the initiative to visit you. Yi Shiyun said before turning to Yang Kai, sect master, if there's nothing else, please return. She's asking him to leave again. Yang Kai wore a depressed look as he rubbed his nose and stood up, not waiting for Huang Wan, who was still tearfully advising Lin Yun, to leave alone. 5 days later, in the Space Array Palace belonging to High Heaven sect outside Lu Yan's desert, a light flashed and Yang Kai appeared. Without saying anything to the disciples guarding this place, he summoned his star shuttle and flew off into the horizon, soon disappearing. Now that High Heaven sect had settled down and there was nothing to worry about inside or outside the sect, Yang Kai had to prepare for a long voyage. It had been 20 to 30 years since he entered star territory, and everything about Tongxian realm had become a source of great concern for him. Now that High Heaven sect had an Origin King-grade starship, Yang Kai wanted to return to Tongxian realm. Of course, if possible, he also wanted to find Su Yan and Shan Qing Luo on the way. Many people were waiting for him, so he couldn't stay on Shadowed Star forever. However, before that, Yang Kai had to collect some cultivation resources. After all, this long voyage might not be a simple matter. High Heaven sect had no contact with the outside world, so it was impossible to provide all kinds of cultivation resources for itself. Before leaving, Yang Kai wanted to leave behind plenty of supplies for the disciples of the sect. There was no need to worry about Saint Crystals as there was a Saint Crystal lode in the second layer of Lu Yan's desert, enough to last him 1,000 years without worry. On the other hand, pills were relatively rare. Although Yang Kai was an alchemist, he couldn't refine too many spirit pills at once, so he could only buy some and store them. Based on this consideration, Yang Kai did not choose to use the space array along the way and instead entered every city he came across to purchase pills and the like. The direction he was heading towards was Shadow Moon Hall. Since he was going to embark on a long voyage, Yang Kai naturally wanted to invite Qian Tong and Fei Ji Tuesday. The two of them had expressed their intention to hitch a ride with him a long time ago, but Yang Kai hadn't decided at the time, so he hadn't given them a reply. Now that even Clear Sky sect had given him a spot, Yang Kai from Shadow Moon Hall naturally wouldn't be left out. After all, after arriving on Shadowed Star, Qian Tong had taken care of him a lot and Fei Ji too had a good relationship with him. If he left without saying goodbye to them, it would be too unreasonable. At the same time, on a vast plain to the east of Shadowed Star, a towering city stood, stretching for thousands of kilometers. At the center of this city, there were rows upon rows of exquisite palaces. This was the headquarters of Heaven Battling Union, Heaven Battling City. Inside one of the palaces in the city, two people were discussing important matters, one of them a white-haired old man and the other a burly middle-aged man. If Yang Kai were here, he would definitely recognize the old man as Heaven Battling Union's great elder, Mo Xiaosheng, who also cultivated space attribute secret techniques. However, at this moment, this famous great elder was facing this middle-aged man with a respectful attitude. The identity of this person was obvious, Heaven Battling Union's Union Master, Chu Zheng. Chapter 1484. Chu Zheng, like Mo Xiaosheng, was a master at the peak of the Third Order Origin Returning Realm, but over the years, he had been in retreat comprehending the mysteries of the Origin King realm and rarely showed himself, leaving all the affairs of the Union to Mo Xiaosheng. On Shadowed Star, this situation was very common. Because of the constraints of world principles, the limit a cultivator could reach was the Third Order Origin Returning Realm, but every master who reached this realm was not content with the status quo and wanted to go one step further to reach the legendary Origin King realm. No one had ever succeeded, but this did not hinder the determination and pace of these masters to explore the martial Tao and heavenly way. When the Emperor Garden opened, Chuzheng also went, but his gains were not great. At this time, the matter he was discussing with Mo Xiaosheng was related to the Emperor Garden. At that moment though, the sound of footsteps suddenly came from outside the hall, followed by a voice, reporting to Union Master, Great Elder, Thunder Typhoon Sect Senior Fang Peng requests an audience. Old Ghost Fang? Chuzheng frowned and said with displeasure, that old dog dares to come to my heaven-battling city? Does he not put this chew in his eyes at all? Mo Xiaosheng also showed a look of surprise. One had to know that Heaven-Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect were both giants of Shadowed Star, and although they couldn't be said to be like fire and water, they rarely had any contact with each other. On the contrary, there was often friction between them, with many battles breaking out every year, resulting in many casualties. In particular, going deep into the headquarters of the other party was a great taboo. Moreover, Fang Peng's identity was extraordinary as he was the sect master of Thunder Typhoon Sect, the same status as Chuzheng. With his transcendent status and sensitive identity, rashly coming to Heaven-Battling City was very likely to cause friction and disputes between the two giants, which could lead to a war between the two sides, so after hearing this report, Chuzheng immediately became angry. Union Master, please calm down. Although Mo Xiaosheng was also very confused, his consideration was much more thorough than Chuzheng's and he quickly said, Old Ghost Fang daring to come to Heaven-Battling City may mean he has something important to discuss with Union Master. We might as well see what he is here for first before making a decision. Hearing this, Chuzheng also felt that this was somewhat reasonable. Moreover, as the host, he wasn't afraid of a lone Fang Peng, so after pondering for a moment, he nodded lightly and said, since that's the case, we will do as Great Elder says. If he really came here to provoke my Heaven-Battling Union, this old master will let him know what it means to overestimate himself. As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of laughter came from outside the hall, followed by a hearty voice, Brother Chu's temper is still so fiery after so many years. At the same time as this voice sounded, a figure appeared outside the hall. The Heaven-Battling Union disciple was shocked and hurriedly tried to stop this newcomer, but he was kicked to the side and was unable to get up even after a long time. Immediately, the newcomer walked directly into the hall without the slightest trace of politeness, treating this place as if it were his own courtyard, a satisfied expression on his face. Chu Zheng's face was gloomy while Mo Xiaosheng frowned, a look of displeasure appearing on his face. The newcomer was naturally sect master Fang Peng of Thunder Typhoon Sect, but neither of them had expected that this guy's face would be so thick as to actually enter uninvited. After entering the hall, Fang Peng found a seat and sat down, squinting at Chu Zheng as he asked, Brother Chu, we're guests from afar, so why didn't you offer us a cup of tea? Is Heaven-Battling Union so stingy? If it were anyone else, this Chu would definitely welcome them, but as for you, there's no need for tea, Chu Zheng coldly snorted. Fang Peng spat disdainfully, not intending to delve too deeply into this irrelevant topic. Old Ghost Fang, why didn't you stay in Thunder Typhoon Sect and instead came all the way to my Heaven-Battling City? Chu Zheng didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. Chengpeng Xian has already fallen in the Emperor Garden. If you leave Thunder Typhoon Sect so rashly, aren't you afraid someone will take advantage of this opportunity to cause trouble? Who would dare? Hearing Chu Zheng mention Chengpeng Xian's fall, Fang Peng's face suddenly became gloomy and he coldly snorted, although Elder Cheng unfortunately fell, my Thunder Typhoon Sect is not some weakling. Who would dare bring about their own destruction? Your tone isn't small. Chu Zheng sneered, a dangerous light flashing across his eyes, if this old master were to kill you here, I think your Thunder Typhoon Sect would be nothing more than a bunch of chickens and dogs. Kill me? Fang Peng pointed at himself and said with a smile on his face, Brother Chu, don't boast so shamelessly. If you really have such confidence, you might as well try and see if you can really kill this Fong in Heaven Battling City. As soon as these words came out, the dangerous light in Chu Zheng's eyes became even stronger, as if he really intended to take action. After all, if Fong Peng was killed here, Thunder Typhoon sect would inevitably collapse, and only Heaven Battling Union would be left of Shadowed Star's two giants. However, Fong Peng's calm demeanor, as if he had something to rely on, made Chu Zheng somewhat uncertain and hesitant to make up his mind. Mo Xiaosheng also had a look of doubt on his face. Although Fong Peng's strength was good, since he had entered Heaven Battling City, it was not up to him to leave. This old dog wasn't so stupid as to take the initiative to deliver himself to him, right? Enough. After a moment of stalemate, Fong Peng waved his hand and said, "I'll tell you the truth, this Fong dared to infiltrate Heaven Battling Union alone this time because he was ordered to do so." Ordered? Chu Zheng and Mo Xiaosheng were both startled. What order, and whose order? Fong Peng was Thunder Typhoon sect master, so who could command him? Both of them felt their hearts jump as they vaguely guessed. What do you think? Fong Peng narrowed his eyes at them. Meeting his gaze, Chu Zheng and Mo Xiaosheng's expressions both became serious. After a while, Chu Zheng hesitated and asked, "It shouldn't be that side, right?" It should be that side. Besides that side, who else could make this Fong come here in person? Fong Peng grinned meaningfully. Otherwise, do you think this old master would come here to die? Although this old master is not young, he has not lived long enough, so how could he enter the tiger's den without something to rely on? Although these words were not pleasant to the ears, Chu Zheng and Mo Xiaosheng exchanged a glance and could only restrain the murderous intent in their hearts. Since the other party had come here on orders from that side, they could not act against him. Although Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect were the two giants of Shadowed Star, compared to that side, it was like comparing a small wizard to a great wizard. Several thousand years ago, there was an ancient Yang sect that was on par with Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect, but because it had offended that side, it was uprooted overnight. It was obvious how terrifying that side's forces were. However, that side had never cared about worldly affairs, so why had they sent Fong Peng to contact Heaven Battling Union this time? "Brother Fong, if you have something to say, just say it. You and I both know that the reason why Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect can dominate Shadowed Star is because of that side. Since this is a matter of that side, my Heaven Battling Union will not stand idly by." Chu Zheng took a deep breath, his attitude becoming much more amiable. Brother Chu really understands the situation. Fong Peng laughed before his expression became solemn. That little brat from High Heaven sect has left Lu Yen Sand Field. Chu Zheng was startled but quickly reacted. "You mean that guy called Yang Kai?" Fong Peng nodded lightly, and looking at his route, it seems he wants to go to the Shadow Moon Hall. Shadow Moon Hall? Chu Zheng frowned. What does that have to do with us? Why does Brother Chu need to play dumb? Fong Peng sneered. Although High Heaven sect isn't much, it is located inside the Flowing Flame Sand Field, so no one can attack it. Given time, when they grow stronger, will there still be a place for our two sects to stand on Shadowed Star? What Brother Fong means is that we should nip this danger in the bud. Fong Peng nodded seriously. If he had been hiding in the Lu Yen Sand Field, I'm afraid no one would have been able to do anything to him, but since he has decided to run out recklessly, his fate is no longer up to him. That being said, I heard that this little brat's strength is extraordinary. Ordinary people can't do anything to him, and it seems that he has many powerful external forces he can borrow. So what? Even if his strength is great, he has just broken through to the origin returning realm. Our two forces have countless masters. Do you think we can't do anything to him? Chu Zheng nodded lightly, also feeling that he was making a big fuss over nothing, but he still asked suspiciously, "But what does this have to do with them?" Naturally it has something to do with them. Fong Peng grinned meaningfully. High Heaven sect has an Origin King grade starship. Has Brother Chu never heard of it? This Chu has heard of it, but is it really an Origin King grade starship? Chu Zheng asked doubtfully. You might as well ask Elder Mo, he should have seen it with his own eyes. Chu Zheng quickly looked at Mo Xiaosheng, who nodded solemnly, it is indeed an Origin King grade starship, but I don't know where they obtained it. Perhaps they found it in some ancient ruin. No matter where they obtained it, the key is that as long as we can obtain this starship, we can leave Shadowed Star and go to another star to break through to the Origin King realm. As soon as this statement came out, both Mo Xiaosheng and Chu Zheng were shocked, their eyes flashing with excitement. The Origin King realm was a realm they dreamed of but had never been able to reach, but an Origin King grade starship could make it possible. Presumably, Brother Chu should understand, Yi Shiyun is also in High Heaven sect, and I heard she has taken on the position of Great Elder. Do you think they will let High Heaven sect off? Fang Peng sneered meaningfully. So that's how it is. Chu Zheng nodded lightly, finally understanding. Whether it was because of the Origin King grade starship or because of Yi Shiyun, it was impossible for High Heaven sect to sit back and watch High Heaven sect grow stronger. They would definitely find an opportunity to eradicate it. And their sect master Yang Kai's departure was such an opportunity. Is this only between our two forces? Chu Zheng asked. For the time being, but High Heaven sect will also send people. They're quite calculative, Chu Zheng snorted coldly. Chu Zheng coldly snorted. He could almost imagine that if High Heaven sect was really eradicated, the Origin King grade starship would definitely fall into their hands. As for Thunder Typhoon sect and Heaven Battling Union, they would only be able to drink the leftovers. Who told them to have bigger fists? Chu Zheng smiled helplessly. I've already passed on the message, but as for how we should cooperate, you and I will discuss it carefully. Because this matter is related to that starship and Yi Shiyun, it's not as simple as killing Yang Kai, but rather capturing him alive and using him as a bargaining chip to force High Heaven sect to willingly hand over the starship. Chapter 1485. Yang Kai naturally knew nothing about Chu Zheng and Fang Peng's conspiracy. At this moment, he was still flying in the direction of Shadow Moon Hall, entering every city he came across and purchasing any useful pills he found. The number of Saint Crystals in Yang Kai's space ring shrank at an extremely fast rate, but at the same time, he was also purchasing a variety of pills of different grades. The harvest was huge. 3 months later, Yang Kai stood mid-air, looking at a city not far away. Heavenly Fate City. Turning his gaze, Yang Kai saw a small mountain range 50 kilometers away from Heavenly Fate City. Dragon Cave Mountain. This was the first stop Yang Kai had made after arriving on Shadowed Star, and it was there that he had made many friends and enemies, allowing him to slowly grow. Unfortunately, this unique mountain range, which had been managed by Wu Yi, Yang Inflammation, and the others, had been destroyed in the Great War. Looking at the desolate Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Kai seemed to see his rapid growth in the past 10 years. After a while, Yang Kai slowly shook his head, collected his thoughts, and flew straight to Heavenly Fate City. Although it had taken Yang Kai 3 months to fly all the way from the Flowing Flame Sand Field to this place, he hadn't wasted any time on the road, so it was impossible for him to waste his time here. However, it wasn't a problem for Yang Kai to comprehend the various gains he obtained from the Emperor Garden. Yang Kai had completely comprehended the second half of the Demon Blood Thread secret technique, so as long as he was given enough time, he would be able to improve the transformations of his golden blood threads and increase their power in battle. From time to time, Yang Kai would take out the True Alchemy Enlightenment scripture and read it, gaining new insights every time. These past 3 months had been extremely enriching for Yang Kai. Inside the majestic City Lord's mansion, Yang Kai stepped forward, but as soon as he arrived, he was stopped by the cultivator guarding outside. The leader of the cultivators swept his eyes over Yang Kai before paling and cupping his fists in a dignified manner. Heavenly Fate City's Chen Qi greets Sect Master Yang. Oh? You recognize me? Yang Kai looked at the person who spoke with a smile, somewhat surprised. The cultivator named Xianxia scratched his head and said respectfully, "When Sect Master Yang caused havoc in Heavenly Fate City, this Chen saw Sect Master Yang from a distance, so that's how it is." Yang Kai gently nodded. Since someone knew him, things would be easier. Yang Kai's Sect Master Fei's residence, is he here? I have something to discuss with him. This time. As he said this, he walked straight in. Xianxia, however, stood in front of him with an awkward look on his face, reporting to Sect Master Yang, "Sir, City Lord is not in the city at the moment." "He's not?" Yang Kai's disciples Master Yang's mansion, Yang's master, Yang Kai's Yang Kai's was Yang was a heavenly Yang Kai's heaves Yang heavenly lords heaves as Yang of. Where did they go? Yang Kai was speechless. He had just returned from the Emperor Garden not long ago, but instead of checking his gains, these two had run off to somewhere else. Elder and the City Lord's master went to Fallen Emperor Mountain together, Xianxia replied quickly. Why did they go to Fallen Emperor Mountain? Yang Kai frowned. Xianxia asked curiously, has Sect Master Yang not heard about the changes in Fallen Emperor Mountain? What changes? Yang Kai suddenly became interested. Half an hour later, Yang Kai left Heavenly Fate City, summoned his star shuttle, and flew towards Fallen Emperor Mountain. From Xianxia, Yang Kai finally learned some things. A large number of ancient cultivator cave mansions had appeared in Fallen Emperor Mountain, and there were even rumors that there were sect ruins inside. This news was quite shocking, and after it spread, it immediately attracted a large number of Shadowed Stars cultivator to explore Fallen Emperor Mountain. Moreover, this was not a false rumor, it was actually true. Some people found heaven-defying secret techniques inside, some obtained a lot of treasures, and some even found top-quality artifacts. It was said that even Origin King-grade artifacts had appeared. Of course, this might be an exaggeration. Origin King-grade artifacts were rare treasures no matter which star one was on because there were too few artifact refiners who could refine such artifacts. However, it was undeniable that Fallen Emperor Mountain had now become the focus of all of Shadowed Star's attention. Yang Kai had been to Fallen Emperor Mountain once before. It was here that he had gone with Fei Zhi Tu and the others to rescue Qian Tong. The reason why this mountain range was called Fallen Emperor Mountain was because it was rumored that the great emperors of Star Field had fallen here. The emperor pressure that existed in Fallen Emperor Mountain all year round added infinite credibility to this rumor. The deeper one went, the stronger the emperor pressure became. Before the Emperor Garden appeared, after a cultivator broke through to the Origin Returning Realm, many of Shadowed Star's cultivators would enter Fallen Emperor Mountain to condense their share with the help of the emperor pressure. The deeper one went, the stronger the emperor pressure became. No cultivator could enter Fallen Emperor Mountain because no one could withstand the pressure of the emperor pressure. However, after the Emperor Garden appeared, the emperor pressure that had always shrouded Fallen Emperor Mountain disappeared. The reason for this was because of the Emperor Garden. The Emperor Garden originally existed several tens of thousands of meters below Fallen Emperor Mountain, which was why the emperor pressure had shrouded this mountain range, but now that the Emperor Garden had appeared, the emperor pressure it emitted was naturally unable to affect this mountain range. No one had ever been able to enter Fallen Emperor Mountain before, but now it could no longer stop cultivators' exploration. Originally, it was just a few cultivator who were curious about what was inside Fallen Emperor Mountain and decided to explore it together, but as a result, they discovered a hidden ancient cave mansion and obtained a lot of benefits from it. These cultivators were also very cunning and did not spread the news, instead choosing to hide it. If it weren't for the unequal distribution of resources leading to mutual slaughter, this news would not have leaked. Previously, all the cultivators on Shadowed Star had been paying attention to the Emperor Garden's movements, so the changes in Fallen Emperor Mountain and news about it had not been noticed by many. But now, after the world's attention shifted away from the Emperor Garden, Fallen Emperor Mountain immediately became a hot commodity. This was especially true after news spread that there were a large number of ancient cultivator secluded homes and sect ruins inside Fallen Emperor Mountain. All of Shadowed Star was in an uproar as countless cultivators rushed into Fallen Emperor Mountain in droves. This happened 3 or 4 months ago, when Yang Kai left High Heaven sect. Along the way, he had only bought a lot of pills and immersed himself in studying the true alchemy enlightenment scripture and the demon blood thread secret technique, so he had not paid much attention to the news circulating in the outside world. It was only natural that he did not know. It was not until now that he came to Heavenly Fate City that he learned about it. Of course, Yang Kai was very interested in the cave mansions and sect ruins of an ancient cultivator. If he had not heard about them, it would have been fine, but now that he knew about them, he did not mind taking a trip there. He could also find Xian Tong and Fei Ji too, saving him the trouble of waiting in Heavenly Fate City and wasting time. So, after learning a little about the situation, Yang Kai went straight to Fallen Emperor Mountain. Along the way, he found that many cultivators were also heading in the same direction as him towards Fallen Emperor Mountain. It seemed that the news was not groundless and was likely to be true, otherwise, it would not have attracted so many people. Yang Kai naturally remembered the location of Fallen Emperor Mountain, and it was not too far from Heavenly Fate City. 10 days later, a streak of light arrived outside Fallen Emperor Mountain. When the light dissipated, Yang Kai's figure was revealed. Looking down at the countless cultivators, Yang Kai frowned. He had not expected that the outskirts of Fallen Emperor Mountain would be so lively. With a rough count, there were actually several tens of thousands of martial artists lingering in the periphery. Moreover, the cultivation realms of these martial artists were uneven. Yuan Qi boundary, Immortal Ascension boundary, Transcendent realm, Saint realm, there were even cultivators at the separation and reunion boundary below Yuan Qi. What were they doing here? Yang Kai was shocked. With such strength and cultivation, rashly entering this dangerous place was tantamount to courting death. But after thinking about it carefully, Yang Kai felt relieved. Since they had chosen this path, naturally they were not afraid of taking risks. Yang Kai had also walked this path in the past, so he had a deep understanding of this. Often, the more dangerous a place was, the greater the benefits and the more it could help a cultivator grow. If these cultivators were lucky enough to find the cave mansion of an ancient cultivator, perhaps they would never have to worry about resources in the future. Moreover, there was no trace of Emperor pressure remaining in Fallen Emperor Mountain, so even ordinary people who had never experienced it would not have to worry about their own safety. Fallen Emperor Mountain was also different from other mountain ranges. Because it was shrouded in Emperor pressure all year round, there were no living creatures living inside Fallen Emperor Mountain, so the cultivator who entered did not have to worry about encountering a fierce or powerful monster beast. The only thing they needed to worry about was fellow cultivators. Killing people for treasures was a common occurrence here, but as long as they did not venture too deep and acted according to their strength, they would not necessarily die. With all kinds of thoughts flashing through his mind, Yang Kai soon understood why these cultivators with low strength had gathered here. Not only that, but some cultivators did not intend to venture deep into Fallen Emperor Mountain and were simply taking advantage of this opportunity to do some business. In the crowded area, countless stalls were placed casually on the ground, each of them selling a dazzling array of things. Some of the stalls seemed to be doing quite well, with many people gathered around and haggling with the stall owners, just like a lively market. Yang Kai laughed dumbly. He did not need to care too much about other people's affairs. Coming to Fallen Emperor Mountain this time was completely a coincidence. What he needed to do now was to see if he could find Xian Tong or Fei Ji Tuesday. If he could not find them, it would not hurt to explore this place. If he could find something, it would be great, but if he did not, it would not matter. Considering all this, Yang Kai flicked his sleeve and descended. Just as he put away his star shuttle, Yang Kai suddenly saw several cultivators rushing over, all of them wearing flattering smiles as they cupped their fists towards him from a distance. Kai Yang's brow wrinkled. He didn't know what these people wanted to do, but he didn't want to slap a smiling face, so he just stood there and looked at them indifferently. When they came closer, he asked, "Do you need something?" "Friends from Heaven's Absolute Sect," one of the cultivators who looked the most astute quickly said. The others also followed suit and reported their names. What was interesting was that all of these people were actually Saint King Realm cultivators. Chapter 1486. After listening to their self-introductions, Yang Kai raised his brow as he discovered that these people were not from the same force and seemed to be competing with each other. This made Yang Kai a little confused as he didn't know what they wanted to do. "It's like this, friend." The guy named Wuchang seemed to be a friendly person, and the smile on his face was also quite familiar, but it gave Yang Kai a fake feeling, which made him a little unhappy. "Seeing that you've come alone, do you want to explore Fallen Emperor Mountain and explore the cave mansion of an ancient cultivator?" "Indeed." Yang Kai gently nodded, "So what?" Wuchang chuckled, "Friend doesn't need to be so vigilant, this one has no malicious intentions, he just wanted to invite you to enter with this Wu." "With you?" Yang Kai raised his brow. "Indeed." Wuchang nodded quickly before pointing to the side. "Friend, you must have noticed that this Wu is just a second-order Saint King. Although this realm is not too low, it is not high either. The disciples of my sect's Heavenly Extreme sect are also there, and there is no origin returning realm master present. If you enter Fallen Emperor Mountain and encounter a powerful enemy," Wuchang didn't finish speaking, but Yang Kai vaguely understood why he had invited him. Looking in the direction Wuchang was pointing, Yang Kai found a group of cultivators wearing the same robes as Wuchang. There were about a dozen of them, but they were basically all Saint King Realm cultivators with no trace of origin returning realm masters. It seemed that the strength of this Heavenly Extreme sect wasn't very strong. "You want me to protect your safety?" Yang Kai asked. "It's easy to talk to smart people. Protection is fine, cooperation is also fine, it all depends on whether friend is willing or not," Wuchang nodded quickly. "Is there a difference?" Yang Kai was surprised. "Of course there is a difference." Wuchang saw that Yang Kai seemed to be somewhat moved and quickly struck while the iron was hot. "If you want to protect my Heaven Absolute sect, we can pay this friend a sum of money and guarantee you will be satisfied. However, no matter what we find inside Fallen Emperor Mountain, it will be my Heaven Absolute sect's harvest and has nothing to do with this friend. If we want to cooperate, you and I can discuss the details of our cooperation in detail, such as how to distribute the treasures we find. Of course, this Wu still hopes to cooperate with you." Yang Kai nodded lightly, finally understanding why the other party was so friendly. It turned out that the other party was lacking masters. Yang Kai had not concealed his cultivation, so as a Saint King Realm cultivator, he could naturally perceive that Yang Kai was an origin-returning realm master. "Are you guys the same?" Yang Kai looked at the others. The few cultivator hurriedly nodded and began to introduce their own clans or sections. "I understand." Yang Kai chuckled and asked meaningfully, "But aren't you afraid that I'll go back on my word and kill you all if I find something good?" Hearing this, Wuchang and the others all stiffened and wore uncomfortable expressions, but soon, Wuchang returned to normal and said bitterly, "Friend must be joking." "Whether I'm joking or not, since I have the ability to explore the interior of Fallen Emperor Mountain, why would I cooperate with you and allow you to share the benefits?" Yang Kai sneered. It wasn't that he had nothing better to do with these people, it was just that he had just arrived here and Wuchang and these people obviously had some understanding of the interior of Fallen Emperor Mountain, so he might be able to obtain some useful information from them. It's like this, friend. Each of the ancient cultivators' cave mansions in Fallen Emperor Mountain is extremely well hidden, many of which cannot even be discovered with one's divine sense. If there are more people, the chances of finding these cave mansions will naturally be much higher. Moreover, most of those cave mansions' restrictions cannot be broken through by a single person. They need to cooperate with others, so the cultivators who enter will generally find like-minded people. It can be said that there are very few who go in alone. That makes sense, Yang Kai nodded lightly. Wu Chang and the others were overjoyed and were about to say something when Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "But I just arrived and have no intention of going in for the time being. I'll look for you to cooperate when I have." Saying so, Yang Kai left directly. From beginning to end, he had never intended to cooperate with these people. Although Wu Chang and the others were a little unwilling, they could not continue to stop him and could only continue to pay attention to the situation around them to see if there were any origin returning realm masters who could be won over. After getting rid of these people, Yang Kai did not rush into Fallen Emperor Mountain and instead looked around the randomly placed stalls while taking out a communication artifact and pouring his divine sense into it. After waiting for a while, the communication artifact did not respond, so Yang Kai shook his head and put it away. It seemed that the Qian Tong was very far away from him, otherwise, he would have been able to contact it. He wasn't checking out these stalls to find any treasures. Although there were many different kinds of goods on display, there were almost none that caught Kai Yang's eye. After all, who would be willing to put out the truly good stuff? It was too late to cherish them. It could be said that the goods placed in these stalls were all common goods. Of course, there were also some people who did not know what was good and treated the good stuff as garbage, but such good things were very rare. Yang Kai continued to stay here because he wanted to inquire about information. At the very least, he could roughly understand the situation inside Fallen Emperor Mountain through the conversations of the surrounding cultivators. Needless to say, with so many people around, Yang Kai was able to obtain a lot of information. The ruins of the ancient sect actually existed. What's more, they were located in the innermost part of Fallen Emperor Mountain. Now, many masters had rushed there, but the sect defending array around the sect ruins was quite strong and would not be easy to break through, so for the time being, these masters were helpless and could only wait for more people to arrive so they could join forces. If only Yang Inflammation was here, with her ability, the so-called sect defending array would not be able to stop her, but unfortunately, she had merged with the great emperor's bodies and was still in a deep sleep. Thinking about Yang Inflammation, Yang Kai sighed again. This woman was the most important friend Yang Kai had made after coming to Shadowed Star. Not long after, the two arrived at a certain slope 10 kilometers away where 3 people were sitting cross-legged in meditation, seemingly adjusting their breathing. Yang Kai was surprised and swept these 3 people with his divine sense, quickly discovering that they were all second-order origin returning realm cultivators, similar in cultivation to the old man's surname Jiang. The 3 people were 2 men and 1 woman, one of whom looked similar to the old man's surname Jiang, around 50 to 60 years old, while the other man and woman looked much younger. The man had a wide mouth and a split nose, giving off a wild aura, while the woman was petite and exquisite with an exaggerated bust line, a pair of towering jade peaks, and a graceful waist. Chapter 1487. However, from the way this man and woman were sitting together in meditation, they seemed to be husband and wife, otherwise, they wouldn't be so intimate. Their appearance, however, gave off a strong sense of visual conflict, as if they were a combination of beauty and a beast. Noticing that someone had arrived, the 3 opened their eyes at the same time, and after seeing that it was Jiang Shan who had brought someone back, they all turned their eyes to Yang Kai, sizing him up. "Brother Jiang, why were you gone for so long?" This old man thought that something had happened. The old man who was meditating asked impatiently. It's nothing like that, it's just that it's difficult to find a suitable candidate." This old man had a hard time finding this little brother, Jiang Shan explained. It was indeed difficult to find a suitable candidate. What Jiang Shan was looking for was a cultivator who cultivated fire attribute Saint Qi, and their strength couldn't be too low. If they were too low, they wouldn't be able to meet the requirements, but they also couldn't be too high. If they were too high, no one would be able to control them, and it would be quite troublesome if someone had bad intentions towards them. Therefore, a first-order origin returning realm cultivator or a second-order cultivator was the best choice. What's more, most of the cultivators who had come to the periphery of Fallen Emperor Mountain were in groups, so it was naturally not easy to find a single cultivator. Jiang Shan wandered around for 2 or 3 days and asked a total of more than a dozen people before he found Yang Kai who met his requirements. Only a first-order origin returning realm cultivator? The brawny man coldly snorted, isn't his strength a bit too low? Since the barrier over there is so difficult to crack, can this person really do it? When the time comes, don't drag us down and waste our time. Although he was only a second-order cultivator, he was still higher than Yang Kai, so his tone was quite condescending. Yang Kai just smiled lightly and didn't take it seriously. The old man surnamed Jiang also hurriedly said, a first-order cultivator shouldn't be a problem. Although this little brother's cultivation is slightly lower, as long as he takes some pills to supplement his Saint Chi, he'll be fine. On top of that, cracking that spirit array isn't actually that difficult. As long as the number of people required to break it is a piece of cake, but if not, no matter how strong one is, they won't be able to break it. Since Elder Jiang said so, then there is no difference. The brawny man did not continue to dwell on this issue. Elder Jiang, since everyone is here now, shouldn't we set out? Although you said that place is very remote and unlikely to be discovered, more and more people are now pouring into Fallen Emperor Mountain, it's better to be safe than sorry. The sooner we leave, the sooner we arrive. The petite woman's voice was very pleasant, crisp and tender, mixed with a hint of a child's voice. Just by listening to her voice, it was difficult to connect her to an origin returning realm master. Mrs. E is right. Since everyone is here, let's go. The old man surnamed Jiang did not say anything and immediately summoned his star shuttle and flew into the depths of Fallen Emperor Mountain. The other 4 exchanged a glance before quickly following. Along the way, everyone introduced themselves to each other. After all, they were going to join forces, so it wasn't good to be too unfamiliar. However, there was no need to go into too much detail. Yang Kai only knew that the old man who had found him was surnamed Jiang, the other old man in grey robes was surnamed He, and as for the beast and beautiful woman, the man was surnamed Chen while the woman was surnamed Yi. This was exactly what Yang Kai wanted. After all, his current reputation on Shadowed Star was like the sun in the sky, so if he really reported his name, these people would definitely think of many things. Now that he had only reported his surname, it saved him a lot of trouble. The reason why old man Jiang wanted to gather 5 people to explore Fallen Emperor Mountain was because he accidentally discovered an ancient cultivator's cave mansion a few days ago. However, there was a mysterious spirit array guarding this cave mansion, and even after several days of hard work, he was unable to crack it. In desperation, he could only withdraw from Fallen Emperor Mountain and search for helpers. Fortunately, he had dabbled in the Tao of spirit arrays, so although he was unable to crack the spirit array after several days of hard work, he was finally able to see some clues. After carefully reading some ancient records, he finally determined that this was the long-lost 5-element scattering array. This spirit array was extremely mysterious and difficult to crack, but as long as 5 cultivator who cultivated metal, wood, water, fire, and earth Saint Chi worked together, there was a chance they could crack it. If this spirit array was at its peak, it would take 5 Origin King Realm Masters to break it effortlessly. However, tens of thousands of years had passed since that ancient cave mansion was discovered, so the power of the spirit array had greatly decreased, so as long as 5 Origin returning Realm Masters were gathered, it would be possible. After withdrawing from Fallen Emperor Mountain, Old Man Jiang finally found 3 suitable candidates after some effort, with Yang Kai being the last one. Yang Kai had heard from Old Man Jiang that there was an ancient cultivator's cave mansion, which was why he had decided to come with him. In any case, Yang Kai was going to explore the depths of Fallen Emperor Mountain anyway, so if he could obtain any harvest, it would be great, but if not, it didn't matter. Yang Kai's mentality was very calm, far less fanatical than the other 4. Let's get this straight first. After Old Man Jiang finished talking about the ancient cave mansion and the 5-element scattering array, his expression became solemn as he said, "After the barrier is broken, if we really find something inside the cave mansion, this old man will take 40% of the profits while the remaining 60% will be divided equally among the 5 of you." 40%? Hearing Old Man Jiang's words, Old Man he raised his brow and considered for a moment before nodding. "Brother Jiang's allocation is very fair, this old man has no objections." Old Man Chen and the beautiful woman called Madame E naturally had no objections. Even though the 5 of them were working together, the old man with the Jiang surname was the one who had discovered the ancient cave abode, and he was the one who had provided them with the method to break into the cave abode. As such, it wasn't unreasonable for the old man to demand 40% of the loot. Otherwise, we would have to cover our tracks, which would be too troublesome. The azure-robed man smiled lightly. The group of more than a dozen people stayed here for a moment before directly entering Fallen Emperor Mountain and disappearing. After they left, the tens of thousands of cultivators on the outskirts of Fallen Emperor Mountain gasped for breath. Heaven Battling Union's Union Master Chu Zheng and Thunder Typhoon Sect's Sect Master Fang Peng. When did they come together? Aren't these 2 sworn enemies? Someone exclaimed, apparently having recognized the identities of the 2 people from before. What's so strange about that? Fallen Emperor Mountain is now rich with opportunities and many benefits. It's not like this hasn't happened before. What this friend says makes sense, but since the masters of these 2 giants have come over, it seems that the ancient sect's mountain defending array is about to break. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry up and follow them. The expression of the person who spoke changed as he quickly put away his stall and followed the masters from Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect into Fallen Emperor Mountain. While others ate the meat, they could follow behind and drink the soup. Opportunity and risk always coexisted. As long as one was careful, they might be able to pick up some benefits. Chapter 1488. Inside Fallen Emperor Mountain, Yang Kai's group of 5, after 3 days of flying, finally came to a stop. This was already inside Fallen Emperor Mountain. Before the Emperor Garden appeared, no one could set foot in this place as the rich Emperor pressure here was enough to crush anyone who dared to provoke it. However, after the Emperor Garden appeared, the Emperor pressure of Fallen Emperor Mountain disappeared, leaving this place undefended. The group of 5 easily arrived without encountering any setbacks along the way. It's here? Old Man he turned his head and looked around, his brow furrowed deeply. The others also wore confused expressions. Although the world energy aura here was extraordinary, under the probing of their divine senses, none of them noticed any traces of spirit arrays, let alone the cave mansion of an ancient cultivator. Yes, it's here. Old Man Jiang said confidently with a smile, if it weren't for this old man coincidentally fighting someone here, I'm afraid he wouldn't have been able to discover the mysteries of this place. Being able to detect it was nothing more than pure luck. Old Man Jiang, don't keep us in suspense, where is this ancient cave mansion hidden? Chen Jian was the most impatient of the group and asked eagerly. Far away, but close at hand, Old Man Jiang smiled faintly. Brother Chen, why don't you attack that place at will and you'll be able to see some clues? Oh. The brawny man surnamed Chen raised his brow and looked in the direction the old man surnamed Jiang was pointing, only to discover that it was just a smooth rock face. Even with his second-order origin returning realm divine sense, he was unable to see anything out of the ordinary. However, since the other party had said so, they must have something they could rely on, so Chen Jian didn't hesitate and immediately sent out a punch. Pushing his Saint Chi, Yang Kai's fist was so condensed that it could be seen with the naked eye as a golden fist shadow flew out from his hand and blasted directly towards the rock wall. The Saint Chi in this man's body was of the metal surname. It was incredibly powerful. Yang Kai raised his brow and gently nodded. Although he didn't know which great force this Chen Jian came from, judging from the density of his Saint Chi, it seemed to be stronger than an ordinary second-order origin returning realm master. Madame E stood to the side with a smile. She was obviously very satisfied with her husband's strength and imposing manner. An unexpected scene occurred. Just as the fist shadow was about to hit the rock wall, a layer of ripples suddenly appeared in the air. It was as if there was an energy film that couldn't be seen with the naked eye blocking the front. The mighty fist shadow was like a clay ox entering the sea. It didn't cause any movement at all and just disappeared. In the next moment, an attack similar to the golden fist suddenly appeared from the space in front of the cultivator surnamed Chen. A sudden change occurred. The burly man let out a strange cry and hurriedly dodged. Boom! With a loud bang, the golden fist shadow shot out hundreds of meters away, sending the mountain rocks and trees in that direction flying like rain. It can actually reflect the attack back. The old man surnamed Chen was not surprised. Instead, he was overjoyed. And that's why this 5-element scattering array is so powerful that this old master couldn't do anything about it. Old man Jiang gently nodded. Although the brawny man surnamed Chen was in a rather sorry state just now, he did not show any signs of anger. He said from the side, "This spirit array is quite interesting. Elder Jiang, tell me, what do you want us to do to break it?" Old man Jiang chuckled. "This old man is untalented, but I have indeed developed a method to break this spirit array. As long as everyone works together, it will be fine. Please come over here first." Hearing his words, everyone hurriedly gathered around him. The look on old man Jiang's face became solemn as he immediately began explaining how everyone could work together to break this spirit array. Everyone present was an origin returning realm cultivator, and although they weren't top-level masters, after cultivating for so many years, they had naturally seen many kinds of spirit arrays. After listening to old man Jiang's explanation, everyone nodded lightly, indicating that they understood. Alright, since everyone has already understood this method, we will first recover for a while and adjust our condition to the best. No one had any objections and immediately sat down cross-legged, holding saint crystals in their hands to restore the saint chi they had consumed on the way here. About half a day later, everyone opened their eyes one after another, each of them brimming with energy and anticipation. By the way, little friend Yang, do you have any spirit pills that can quickly restore your saint chi? Old man Jiang asked worriedly. Although he vaguely guessed that Yang Kai's background was not poor, this matter was of great importance, so he didn't dare act carelessly. Yes, old man Jiang can rest assured, Yang Kai replied lightly. With the massive amount of saint chi stored in his body, there was no need for him to take any restorative spirit pills. Even if his saint chi was exhausted, he only needed to explode a drop of golden blood to instantly restore himself. Yang Kai had wandered the world for so many years, but he had rarely encountered a problem like running out of saint chi. That's good. Everyone, please place your restorative spirit pills where they can be easily obtained. Although the 5-element scattering array is not difficult to crack, it has high requirements for the continuous output of saint chi. If we want to enter the ancient cave mansion, we can't afford to be negligent. Naturally, we understand. Let's not waste any more time. Old man Jiang, let's get started, Chen urged. Good, everyone, take your positions. Let's follow the plan this old man just explained. Old man Jiang's expression became solemn as he immediately rushed off in a certain direction. The other 4 also rushed off to different positions, and in an instant, the 5 of them were arranged in a 5-cornered formation, the spacing between them exactly the same as if they had been measured with a ruler. Everyone, let's work together. Old man Jiang shouted as he poured his saint chi into the space in front of him. The others didn't hesitate either, and after seeing him take action, they also pushed their own saint chi and forced it out of their bodies. In an instant, 5 different types of energy fluctuations rippled out. Although they weren't very strong, they were continuous and continuous. Among them, Yang Kai's saint chi was naturally of the fire attribute. Although when he first began cultivating, the secret art he came into contact with was of the yang attribute. As his strength improved, the Saint Qi in his body began to change. Now, his demonic flames could be considered to be of the fire attribute. Of course, the nature of his demonic flames was unpredictable, capable of being cold or hot at will. The brawny man surnamed Chen, who had taken action before, had a metal attribute, I Ching had a water attribute, Jianghu had a wood attribute, and Chen Wu had an earth attribute. When the 5 elements gathered, the 5 different colored Saint Qis poured into the void, but strangely, they did not dissipate and instead gradually gathered towards the center, as if there was an invisible suction force there that was sucking in the Saint Qi of the 5 people. The 5 elements scattering array was both strong and weak, and it could reflect all attacks. At its peak, even an Origin King Realm Master would be helpless against it and would need to gather all 5 elements in order to break it. If one wanted to rely on brute force, one would need to be at least a 3rd Order Origin King, as well as a powerful artifact or secret technique. However, the 5 elements scattering array in front of them had existed for tens of thousands of years, so naturally, it was not at its peak. Even so, it was not something that could be broken with ordinary means. The 5 people poured their Saint Qi into the spirit array but did not encounter any backlash. Firstly, this was not an attack, and secondly, everyone was keeping an eye on Jiangshan and adjusting their own Saint Qi according to the amount of Saint Qi he was sending out. Not a single bit more or a single bit less was acceptable, as the balance of the 5 elements had to be maintained. Once this balance was broken, the spirit array would immediately reflect their Saint Qi. Everything was difficult at the beginning. Seeing that the other 4 had adjusted their Saint Qi quite well, Jianghu could not help breathing a sigh of relief and finally relaxed. After all, this was a 5-man operation, and any mistake made by any one of them would affect the others, so how could he not be on edge? Seeing that things were going smoothly, Jianghu also released his restraint on his Saint Qi step by step and increased the output. The others naturally followed suit, not daring to show the slightest neglect. Time passed slowly, and the vast area was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. As time passed, the Saint Qi overflowing from the 5 people gradually filled the central space. 5 different colors intertwined as the Saint Qi of the 5 different elements reinforced and restrained each other, gradually forming a clockwise cycle. As their Saint Qi flowed, a hole vaguely appeared on the originally smooth, mirror-like rock wall. The entrance to the ancient secluded mansion. All 5 people looked shocked as their eyes flashed with excitement. However, the entrance was still faintly discernible, as if it would disappear at any moment. Naturally, everyone knew that this was because the spirit array had not been broken yet, so they immediately took out spirit pills and stuffed them into their mouths, swallowing and refining them to supplement the Saint Qi they had consumed. Yang Kai was no exception. His current cultivation was only at the 1st Order Origin returning realm, so he didn't want to stand out too much, casually taking out a few spirit pills and swallowing them. In the blink of an eye, another 2 hours passed. All 5 people were sweating profusely. Maintaining the output of their Saint Qi for such a long time was not something any cultivator could bear. Even if they had spirit pills to supplement their Saint Qi, it would still be difficult to make ends meet. However, the entrance to the ancient secluded mansion was still not completely visible. Although it was much clearer than before, it was still a long way from breaking the spirit array. Realizing this, everyone's expressions became ugly. "Everyone, it doesn't seem good if things continue like this," Mistress E was the first to call out. "Boy, you have to hold on a little longer. If you fall now, Father here won't let you go." The big man surnamed Chen turned his head and shouted at Yang Kai. Seeing Yang Kai on the verge of collapse, he was worried that his Saint Qi would run out and he would fail. "No problem," Yang Kai said perfunctorily. Jiang Shan frowned as he glanced over at Yang Kai with some worry, secretly regretting that he had invited Yang Kai, a 1st Order Origin returning realm cultivator. At that time, he had misjudged the power of this 5-element scattering array and thought that as long as he gathered all 5 elements, he would be able to break it. How could he have known it would take so long? And from the looks of it, it would take at least a few more hours. After such a long time, even Jiang Shan felt a little apprehensive, let alone Yang Kai, whose strength was much lower than his. Jiang Shan was secretly anxious for Yang Kai, fearing that he would not be able to hold on until the moment the spirit array broke. Chapter 1489. But now that they were riding a tiger, it was difficult to dismount. The Saint Chi of the 5 masters had already gathered at the center of the formation and was extremely rich. Once they stopped, the consequences would be unimaginable. In particular, this spirit array had the ability to reflect attacks, so once such a huge amount of Saint Chi was reflected, none of them would be able to survive. Jiang Shan's brow furrowed deeply. You don't have to worry. Although this Yang's cultivation is slightly lower, in terms of Saint Chi storage, this Yang believes he is not inferior to anyone here, so all you need to do is take care of yourselves. Seeing all of them looking at him anxiously, how could Yang Kai not know what they were thinking, so he immediately spoke up. Shameless boasting. Chen Shan coldly snorted, but soon grinned again, but I appreciate it. It's good to hear you say that. The old man surnamed Jiang also relaxed, his eyes shining like diamonds as he grit his teeth and declared, since little brother Yang is so confident in himself, this old man will increase the output of his Saint Chi. Everyone, follow closely. Saying so, he let out a low roar and increased the amount of Saint Chi pouring out of his hands, obviously intending to finish this battle in one fell swoop. He had misjudged the strength of this 5-element scattering array before and hadn't expected it to take so long to break, so Xiao Zhu wanted to finish this battle as quickly as possible. The only way to do this was to increase the output of his Saint Chi so that the spirit array reached saturation in a short period of time. This way, the spirit array would break on its own. Seeing this situation, everyone naturally didn't dare to neglect and began pushing their Saint Chi to increase the speed and volume of their Saint Chi. The same was true for Yang Kai. In an instant, a large amount of 5-element Saint Chi poured into the void, gathered together, and intertwined at twice the speed of before. Seeing that Yang Kai hadn't exaggerated his strength and was actually able to keep up with everyone's pace, the other 4 masters couldn't help feeling relieved. Jiang Shan even showed a look of approval and nodded lightly. However, good things didn't last long. Even with the continuous influx of 5-element Saint Chi, the barrier in front of them still showed no signs of breaking. Everyone became anxious. After a while, Jiang Shan suddenly bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood mist, his originally pale face suddenly becoming much redder. He had already used some sort of secret technique to increase his own strength. The old man surnamed He, the brawny man surnamed Chen, and the beautiful woman surnamed Yi also used various methods to maintain the circulation of their Saint Chi, either taking spirit pills they normally kept or using powerful secret techniques that had side effects. Only Yang Kai remained the same, looking pale and on the verge of collapse, but the Saint Chi pouring out of his body did not weaken in the slightest. The 4 of them couldn't help but look at him in a new light. No one knew how much Saint Chi this young man from the First Order origin returning realm had. A tense and uneasy atmosphere gradually permeated through the air. Everyone was starting to regret coming here, and they were even more regretful that they had been too gullible in believing the elderly man's words. However, there was clearly no point in worrying about that now. Seeing that even if they consumed all of their Saint Chi, there was a great chance they would not be able to crack this spirit array, the old man surnamed Chen's eyes flashed fiercely as he suddenly shouted, "Everyone, it seems that with our strength, we won't be able to crack this 5-element scattering array. This old man has a wife at home, so he won't accompany you." Everyone's face changed drastically. The old man surnamed Jiang even shouted, "Brother He, what are you trying to do? Don't you dare." The brawny man surnamed Chen also shouted. The old man surnamed Chen, however, turned a deaf ear to these words and instead pushed his Saint Chi fiercely as his figure rapidly retreated, obviously intending to leave this place. If they continued to delay like this, they would only die. Instead of continuing this stalemate, it was better to give up now and still have a chance to survive. Of course, they also had to be on guard against the violent backlash of the spirit array after giving up. However, the first person to give up would always have more time and opportunity to escape. In order to save their lives, the others would naturally block many of the impacts for them. In this group of 5, except for the brawny man surnamed Chen and the beautiful woman surnamed Yi who were husband and wife and had a close relationship, the others were all strangers who had only temporarily joined forces to break this spirit array. There was no friendship between them at all. For the sake of his own life, how could the old man surnamed Chen care about the lives of others? Husband and wife were birds of the same forest, but when disaster struck, they would fly their separate ways, let alone 5 people who had just met. As soon as the old man surnamed Chen shouted this sentence, this small alliance was broken. The others were shocked and quickly understood the old man surnamed Chen's plan, quickly withdrawing their hands and preparing to evacuate. But in the next moment, everyone's complexion changed, including Yang Kai, who had been hiding his strength all this time. Because at this moment, no one could move. The strange force coming from the center of the spirit array had frozen everyone in place. Not only that, but the Saint Chi in their bodies was also being poured uncontrollably into the spirit array. The energy of the 5 elements seemed to be producing a huge suction force as it rotated, not only sucking in everyone's Saint Chi, but also constantly swallowing it. When everyone had taken the initiative to transfer their Saint Chi before, they hadn't noticed, but now that they wanted to withdraw, they immediately noticed. What's going on? The old man surnamed Chen paled in horror as he twisted his body a few times but was still unable to move, his face turning ashen as he felt the situation was far from good. Old Jiang, what is the meaning of this? The brawny man surnamed Chen was the most hot-tempered of them all, so the moment he noticed the situation, he turned his attention to the old man surnamed Jiang and shouted, apparently thinking the latter had set up some kind of trap. Not only did he think so, but Yang Kai also had the same thought, narrowing his eyes as he turned to look at the old man surnamed Jiang, only to see that the latter's face had also turned pale and he had a panicked look on his face. He was also caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. This old man didn't know. Are we just going to wait for death? The old man surnamed Chen's face was extremely pale. This old man has let everyone down. Zhang's face was filled with guilt. The old man surnamed Jiang said with a look of guilt. He had thought he had brought everyone here to search for treasure and had even discussed how to split the spoils, but in the end, all 5 of them had fallen into a dangerous situation. Not only were they unable to escape, but they could only wait for death. Is there really no way to solve this? Old man Jiang, you know the most about spirit arrays here, please think of a way, the beautiful woman surnamed Yi begged. The old man surnamed Jiang didn't even have the courage to look her in the eye, so he was obviously at his wit's end. He did have some knowledge of spirit arrays, but trying to crack the 2 spirit arrays in front of him at the same time was beyond his ability. Unless he had Yang Yan's knowledge of spirit arrays, he wouldn't be able to accomplish this seemingly impossible task. Yang Kai also wore a depressed look on his face. Although the reserve of Saint Chi in his body was enormous, as long as this spirit array was not removed, he could only be trapped here. Of course, he wasn't completely sure he could escape. Chapter 1490. The Tao of space he cultivated should be useful in this situation. As long as he could find the right opportunity to tear space, he might be able to escape unscathed. As such, compared to the other 4, Yang Kai was the calmest. However, there was also a great deal of risk involved. Once the torn space encountered too strong of an energy shock, it was very likely to become unstable or even collapse. Shuttling through an unstable void crack was something even Yang Kai could not guarantee his own safety. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Yang Kai would not do such a thing. The 5 of them had fallen into a dangerous situation together, but there was no way to solve it. All they could do was wait for death in place. This kind of despair shrouded everyone's hearts, causing them to panic. Right at this moment, the old man with the surname Chen suddenly cried out in alarm as if something unexpected had happened. Along with his exclamation, the flow of the 5 elements' energy in front of them suddenly accelerated and the entrance to the cave mansion on the rock wall became clear, as if it had stabilized and could be entered and exited by anyone. The 5 elements scattering array seemed to be on the verge of breaking. This discovery filled everyone with a sense of excitement, but in the next moment, all of them cried out in alarm. Along with the rotation of the void crack, an incredibly huge suction force appeared in front of them and the remaining strength in the bodies of the 4 began to pour out like a dam bursting through a dam. At a rate visible to the naked eye, all of their auras were drained and their faces turned as white as paper as they tottered on the verge of collapse. Even Yang Kai wasn't faring so well. At this moment, he felt the Saint Qi in his body suddenly disappear. This loss was almost equivalent to the total strength of a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. Yang Kai had a huge reserve of Saint Qi, so he did not need to worry about his life being in danger, but Jiang Shan and the other 3 were different. Not only was the remaining Saint Qi in their bodies instantly drained, even their vitality was stripped away. All 4 of them rolled their eyes as they breathed in more than they breathed out. Streams of crimson energy were drawn out from their bodies and merged into the void in front of them like swimming blood snakes. This energy was the vitality of the 4 of them, the foundation they relied on to survive. At a speed visible to the naked eye, their bodies were shriveling at a terrifying speed. Their eye sockets were sunken, and the skin on their faces was as dry as tree bark. It was as if hundreds or thousands of years had passed on their bodies in an instant. Even their hair had turned white, quickly becoming as white as snow. Silently, in just 10 breaths of time, the 4 second-order origin returning realm masters had lost their ability to survive, their auras completely gone. At this time, the 5 elements scattering array seemed to be almost full. It turned into a huge amount of energy and began to attack the entrance of the cave. However, without the help of the other 4, Yang Kai alone could not maintain the balance of the 5 elements. Once the balance was broken, with the nature of the 5 elements scattering array, all the energy was bound to be reflected. This was a powerful attack that contained the vitality and Saint Qi of 4 second-order origin returning realm masters. Even Yang Kai could not guarantee that he could survive such a backlash. Even if he did not die, he would be seriously injured. The biggest possibility was that he would die instantly. Was it all for naught? A look of unwillingness flashed across Yang Kai's eyes. The 5 of them had come together to hunt for treasure, yet the others had all died in front of him. Although they had only met by chance and there was no friendship between them, their deaths had become worthless if they failed so badly. Yang Kai did not feel any heartache for what had happened to them. A cultivator's cultivation was always like this, it was often accompanied by risks and inadvertent deaths, but he was not willing to give up just like this. It was impossible to maintain the balance of the 5 elements by himself. Was he really going to have to tear space and escape immediately? Just as this thought flashed through his mind, Yang Kai had already condensed his space force and was about to tear space, but in the next moment, his eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had thought of something, and he instantly suppressed his space force. Instead, he flipped his hand and summoned a 5-colored ball of light into his palm. 5 elements indestructible sword Qi. The 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art was a body tempering secret art, but the requirements for cultivating it were extremely harsh. Not only did it require a cultivator's physical strength, but it also required a powerful soul in order to withstand the pain of cultivating it. On top of that, it was necessary to find supreme treasures of the 5 elements and absorb their auras in order to cultivate it. Yang Kai had spent a lot of time and effort, intentionally or unintentionally, and finally managed to collect supreme treasures of the 5 elements and cultivate them for a period of time. The 5 elements indestructible sword Qi in his hand was the result of this cultivation, but because he had only been cultivating it for a short time, the power of this 5 elements indestructible sword qi was not strong enough to be used against powerful enemies. However, it might be of some help to the current situation. Sun's true essence, profound sunflower water, thunder wood, profound crystal, divine nullification sand, which one of these was not a heaven-defying treasure that could not be found on shadowed star? Using these materials to cultivate the 5 elements indestructible sword qi, even if it was weak, would not be weak. Moreover, this 5 elements indestructible sword qi was unique to Yang Kai, allowing him to circulate his saint qi as he wished. In particular, the 5 elements scattering array in front of him was on the verge of breaking, only one step away. Perhaps the 5 elements indestructible sword qi would be the straw that broke the camel's back. Thinking so, Yang Kai immediately waved his hand and split the 5-colored light mass in his hand into 5 small swords that shot out from the positions the 5 of them had just been standing and merged into the terrifying energy field. After doing all this, Yang Kai did not remain in place at all and immediately tore space and dove into the void crack. A loud bang and a huge impact seemed to ring out from behind him. The void crack was instantly destroyed, and at that moment, Yang Kai appeared 50 kilometers away, his face pale as he glanced back with some lingering fear. Yang Kai had not escaped too far. After all, he had done his best and could only leave the rest to the heavens. Whether he could succeed or not, Yang Kai had no idea. Yang Kai felt a burning pain on his back. Although he had run quickly just now, he had still been hit by the impact at the last moment. Sweeping his back with his divine sense, Yang Kai found that his back was covered in blood and bone. This kind of injury was not light, but fortunately, Yang Kai's physique was excellent and he had golden blood in his body, so it should not be difficult for him to recover. Circulating his saint qi slightly to stop the bleeding from his wound, Yang Kai flew directly 50 kilometers away. The movement just now had been very loud, so if there were people nearby, it was very likely they would have been attracted over. Yang Kai did not want to waste so much effort only to have someone else beat him to it. The distance of 50 kilometers was covered in a moment, and after returning to his original position, Yang Kai looked around and could not help raising his brow as a look of joy appeared on his face. He had actually succeeded. Even though the rock wall was a complete mess, and there were still traces left behind by the massive amount of energy that had wreaked havoc there, and even the corpses of the 4 old men had disappeared, there was still a hole in the rock wall that led deep into it. This was the cave mansion of an ancient cultivator. Without hesitation, Yang Kai's figure flickered as he dove in. Yang Kai did not relax his vigilance though, using his divine sense to investigate his surroundings, but there did not seem to be much danger inside this ancient cultivator's cave mansion, so Yang Kai was able to proceed without hindrance. Soon, Yang Kai appeared in front of a dozen or so exquisite stone rooms. Without hesitation, Yang Kai began inspecting the leftmost room. A moment later, Yang Kai walked out of the first stone room and rushed into the second, then the third. Along the way, Yang Kai inspected more than a dozen stone rooms, but his harvest was minimal. Besides a few bottles of pills that had long since lost their medicinal efficacies, there was nothing else. Will I return empty-handed? Yang Kai's mood became a little depressed. If this was really the case, then Jiangshan and the others would have died in vain, and his expectations would have been in vain. This was not impossible. After all, not every ancient cultivator's cave mansion had good things. Perhaps someone else had already taken them, or perhaps there was nothing here. There was only one room left, so Kai Yang took a deep breath and walked in. The next moment, Yang Kai's eyes lit up and he rushed over to a stone table, grinning widely. There were 2 things placed on this stone table, one of them an artifact that looked like a short arrow, but Yang Kai could not tell what kind of material it was refined from. The arrow was also inlaid with 2 white jade stones that Yang Kai could not recognize, one at the head and one at the tail, giving it a rather strange appearance. This artifact did not give off strong energy fluctuations, so Yang Kai reached out and picked it up, his brow furrowing slightly as he was unable to determine the grade of this artifact. Logically speaking, since the barriers in front of this ancient cultivator's cave mansion were so powerful, the owner of this place should not have been weak when he was alive, so how could he have such a strange artifact? Before he could examine it carefully though, Yang Kai suddenly raised his head and looked in a certain direction, his face immediately becoming gloomy. Although he had already guessed that such a huge movement would attract the attention of a nearby cultivator, he did not expect it to come so quickly. 200 kilometers away, the aura of a cultivator had already entered, and judging from the direction it was flying, it was heading towards this place. Perceiving this, Yang Kai naturally had no intention of staying here any longer. Stuffing the short arrow into his space ring, he quickly grabbed a jade box on the stone table and hurried away. After about the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, a group of 3 figures appeared in front of the ancient cave mansion. All 3 of them were origin-returning realm cultivators, and judging from their robes, they seemed to be from the same sect. Seeing the entrance, all 3's eyes lit up and they immediately rushed in. However, after entering and inspecting, all 3 of them could not help showing disappointment. There were only 2 things here, a short arrow and a jade box. After Yang Kai took them away, how could they possibly gain anything else? However, the 3 of them were obviously unwilling to give up and continued to search the stone rooms, but in the end, they still came up empty-handed. At this time, Yang Kai was already 1,000 kilometers away. In terms of speed, he was no worse than any origin-returning realm cultivator, especially after activating his wind and thunder wings, which greatly enhanced his speed. Inside a certain natural cave, Yang Kai sat cross-legged as he released his powerful divine sense. After confirming that there was no one else within 1,000 kilometers, he took out his previous harvest and prepared to see what it was. Chapter 1491. Yang Kai had already roughly examined this small arrow before, so he was naturally more curious about what was inside this jade box. Yang Kai didn't know what material this jade box was made of, but it was actually able to block the prying of his divine sense, so it was obviously of high grade. Taking it out of his space ring, Yang Kai flicked his finger and opened the lid. A burst of vigorous and pure energy suddenly rushed towards him, causing Yang Kai's eyes to light up and he couldn't help taking a deep breath, immediately feeling refreshed. Looking around, the jade box only contained 2 pure white, hexagonal crystals, each of which was only about the size of a fingernail, but under the investigation of Yang Kai's divine sense, the energy contained in these 2 crystals caused him to pale. What is this? Yang Kai muttered to himself as he reached out and picked up one of the crystals, placing it in front of his eyes to examine it carefully. This crystal looked a bit like a saint crystal, but its grade and quality were far superior. Even the saint crystal source condensed from the stone mongoose couldn't compare to the energy contained in this crystal. The 2 were simply not on the same level. The energy stored in this crystal seemed to be beyond the scope of saint crystals. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling shocked. Yang Kai had traveled far and wide for many years and had encountered many opportunities, so he had seen countless good things. Even if it was an Origin King grade artifact, he had several of them, so there were not many things that could interest him. The 2 fingernail-sized crystals in front of him were definitely one of them. Yang Kai stared at them for a long time but still couldn't figure out what they were. The only thing he could tell was that the energy stored in these 2 crystals was incredibly pure and could be directly absorbed into his body to supplement the saint chi consumed by his cultivator. Yang Kai only absorbed this energy for a moment before he felt that all the saint chi he had consumed before had been restored. However, the crystal in his hand didn't change at all, as if the energy stored inside it was inexhaustible. Of course, this was impossible. It could only be said that compared to the energy stored inside this crystal, the energy Yang Kai absorbed was just a drop in the bucket, so he couldn't detect any changes. In front of these 2 crystals, high-rank saint crystals and even saint crystal sources were suddenly overshadowed. Good stuff. The corners of Kai Yang's mouth drew back into a happy smile. Although he never worried about running out of saint chi, whether it was in battle or not, he didn't need to deliberately replenish his Saint Chi. These two crystals were undoubtedly helpful to him. At the very least, when breaking through in the future, he wouldn't need to deliberately search for a place with rich world energy. As long as he had these two energy crystals, he could safely break through anywhere without having to worry about a lack of world energy. However, Kai Yang was naturally reluctant to use this kind of treasure. Aside from replenishing his world chi when breaking through, it might have other uses. After inspecting them for a moment, Yang Kai solemnly placed the two crystals back into the jade box and carefully put them away. Then he began carefully inspecting the short arrow. This short arrow was clearly an artifact, but its shape was a bit strange. It was only half a foot long and had the words Feather Spirit engraved on it. Obviously, that was the name of this artifact. The head and tail of this heavenly spirit arrow were inlaid with an unknown piece of jade, giving it a pure white and flawless appearance. However, the artifact itself didn't give off the slightest energy fluctuation. This was very strange. Since it was an artifact, it must have a grade, and as long as it had a grade, it would emit energy fluctuations that would allow people to identify it. However, this heavenly spirit arrow seemed to have deviated from this common sense. It looked inconspicuous, and even when Yang Kai swept it with his divine sense, he couldn't detect anything suspicious about it, as if it was just an ordinary object. Being placed next to the two hexagonal crystals, it was naturally not an ordinary object, but Yang Kai couldn't identify it for a while. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai pushed his Saint Chi and poured it into the heavenly spirit arrow. Testing the power of an artifact was generally done this way. Smoothly, the heavenly spirit arrow absorbed Yang Kai's Saint Chi, and as his Saint Chi continued to pour in, the crystal clear jade inlaid at the front of the arrow also began to change color, gradually turning black. Upon closer inspection, Yang Kai found that this black color was mixed with a trace of fiery red that was extremely hot. The color of the demonic flame. Yang Kai brow furrowed as he continued to pour his Saint Chi into the heavenly spirit arrow while paying attention to the changes in the jade. Time passed by, and after a full hour, Yang Kai cut off the input of his Saint Chi with a dignified expression and stared blankly at the heavenly spirit arrow. At this moment, this arrow was no longer as ordinary as it had been before. Instead, it was giving off a shocking energy fluctuation, and from the looks of it, it was no worse than an origin grade high-rank artifact, perhaps even stronger. The energy fluctuations of this strange artifact were actually increasing as Yang Kai poured his Saint Chi into it. Moreover, origin grade high rank was far from being its limit. However, due to the limitations of Yang Kai's cultivation, the Saint Chi he poured into it was only enough to make it produce the energy fluctuations of an origin grade high rank artifact. The infusion of Saint Chi for a full hour was nothing short of sensational. If it were any other origin returning realm cultivator, they would not be able to achieve this in just an hour. Only Yang Kai, who had a massive reserve of Saint Chi, could crazily pour in his Saint Chi regardless of the consequences. Yang Kai secretly calculated that the amount of Saint Chi he poured into this heavenly spirit arrow was almost equivalent to the total amount of Saint Chi a third-order origin returning realm cultivator had. In other words, if any other origin returning realm cultivator were to obtain this heavenly spirit arrow, even if they were a third order, they would have to exhaust all of their Saint Chi to achieve this. If it were a first or second order cultivator, they may have to pour in a dozen or so times before it was saturated. Yang Kai secretly clicked his tongue. Soon, he turned his gaze to the piece of jade at the end of the heavenly spirit arrow. There were a total of 2 pieces of jade inlaid on the body of this artifact, both of which should be able to be poured in Saint Chi. Considering all this, Yang Kai continued to push his Saint Chi. After another hour, the jade at the end of the heavenly spirit arrow also reached a saturated state, confirming Yang Kai's guess. Taking a light breath, Yang Kai showed a look of joy on his face. Although he did not know what kind of grandmaster had refined this heavenly spirit arrow, it was undoubtedly an incredible artifact. If used well, it could play a decisive role in many battles. Moreover, even though Yang Kai hadn't refined it yet, it was still able to smoothly accept his Saint Chi, so it was obvious that this feather spirit arrow either had no master before or had been around for so long that the life brand left behind by its master had worn away and become an ownerless object again. Now, all Yang Kai needed to do was refine it slightly and he could take it for himself. Thinking of this, Yang Kai did not hesitate, holding the heavenly spirit arrow with both hands and beginning to pour his divine sense into it, trying to carve his life brand and spiritual energy into it. The sun set and the moon rose, and time passed by. Half a month later, Yang Kai stood up, and with a single thought, the heavenly spirit arrow turned into a stream of light that drilled into his body and disappeared. The refinement process went much smoother than expected. Yang Kai didn't know if it was because artifacts from ancient times were different from modern artifacts, but in any case, it only took him half a month to successfully refine the heavenly spirit arrow, much less time than refining other artifacts. After refining it, Yang Kai thoroughly understood the power and limitations of the heavenly spirit arrow. Strictly speaking, the power of the heavenly spirit arrow was enormous. The two pieces of unknown jade embedded in the front and back of the arrow could accept a large amount of Saint Chi and compress it into a powerful attack. When encountering a powerful enemy, all one needed to do was stimulate the spirit array inside the arrow to release this attack. Even a third-order origin returning realm master would suffer greatly if struck by such an attack. Despite its great power, there were also drawbacks. Because there were only two pieces of jade embedded in the heavenly spirit arrow, even if it was fully charged, it could only be used twice. After 2 uses, the energy inside the jade would be exhausted, and if one wanted to use it again, one would have to find an opportunity to recharge it. With Yang Kai's foundation, it would take him an hour to recharge a single piece of jade, so the heavenly spirit arrow could only be used twice in a battle. Although there was this limitation, it didn't diminish the power of the heavenly spirit arrow. At the very least, Yang Kai was quite satisfied with this artifact. There was no such thing as perfection in this world. The power of the heavenly spirit arrow was already terrifying enough, so how could one expect it to be used endlessly? He wanted to test the power of the heavenly spirit arrow, but there was no suitable target, so Yang Kai could only give up. After walking out of the natural cave, Yang Kai randomly chose a direction and flew off. Over the next few days, Yang Kai stayed in Fallen Emperor Mountain. Now that he knew that the cave mansions of the ancient cultivator were not groundless rumors and that he had made some gains, Yang Kai naturally hoped to continue his efforts. After all, no one would complain about having too many good things. Unfortunately, Yang Kai didn't know if it was because there were too many cultivators pouring into this place, but even if he found anything in the next few days, he didn't gain anything. Those secluded caves had already been taken by others and their contents had been swept clean. Often, people would be killed to steal treasures, so sneak attacks and counterattacks were commonplace here. On this day, Yang Kai took out his communication artifact as usual and poured his divine sense into it. Although he didn't gain anything from his treasure hunt in Fallen Emperor Mountain, he didn't forget his original purpose for coming here, so from time to time, he would take out his communication artifact and try to contact Qian Tong. However, he didn't know where Qian Tong and Fei Ji too had gone, so Yang Kai hadn't been able to get what he wanted. But this time, it seemed to be different. After pouring his divine sense into the communication artifact, Yang Kai soon felt another divine sense coming from it. Raising his brow, he quickly checked it. A moment later, he put away the communication artifact, identified the direction, and flew straight towards a certain location. Somewhere 100,000 kilometers away, countless origin returning realm masters had gathered, staring at the pavilions hidden in the mountain range ahead. The ruins of an ancient sect. Although many cultivator enthusiastically searched for the cave mansions of ancient cultivators in the hope of gaining something, the great forces that were well informed had sent most of their masters here. After all, the temptation of the ruins of an ancient sect was too great. Who wouldn't want to go in and find some good things? At this moment, the great forces and masters gathered here were extremely luxurious. The scene this time was even more terrifying than the last time the Emperor Garden opened. Chapter 1492. The last time the Emperor Garden opened, because of the restriction of the Emperor Jades, the number of cultivator who could enter was also limited, but this time was different. There was no danger inside Fallen Emperor Mountain and anyone could enter, so basically, any cultivator who received news of the Emperor Garden's ruins had come. Of course, those gathered around the ancient sect ruins were not limited to just the great sects and great forces. Many cultivator from small families and sects were also here, hoping to follow behind these masters and drink some soup. However, none of them dared to get too close, for fear of attracting unwanted attention. After all, they were not qualified to sit on equal footing with the masters of these sects. At this moment, there were at least several hundred origin returning realm masters from various great forces bombarding the sect defending array in front of them. The power of various secret techniques and artifacts intertwined, causing multicolored light to flicker and ripple in the air from time to time. However, the sect defending array in front of the ancient sect ruins was extremely strong, and even though these people had been attacking it for 10 or 20 days, it still stood firm, not allowing anyone to enter. However, the masters of Shadowed Star were not without any gains. After such a long time, the sect defending array in front of them was already on the verge of collapse, and it would not be long before it was broken. Most people were desperately attacking the spirit array while some masters formed teams to drive back and forth the cultivator who had rushed here after hearing the news. The masters in these teams were all cultivator from different sects. In order to ensure the interests and gains of their respective sects, they certainly would not allow irrelevant people to fish in troubled waters before the spirit array was broken. After all, they had spent so much time and energy trying to break it. However, anyone who resisted would be killed without mercy. Many people who did not know the inside story had already died tragically at the hands of these people. Learning from their mistakes, the cultivator who had rushed here after hearing the news took the initiative to stop at the periphery after seeing the corpses of these people, not daring to rashly enter. Although the ancient sect ruins were here, one needed to be alive to explore them. Those cultivator who did not have high status or high strength could only stand 10 kilometers away, looking forward eagerly. It would be a lie to say that they were not envious. They also wanted to participate, but unfortunately, their status in their sects was not high enough, and their strength was not enough, so they were not qualified. TSK, almost all the famous sects on Shadowed Star are here. This is truly a grand occasion. In the crowd of onlookers, a bald man shook his head and said. Although he was praising, anyone could hear the slight jealousy in his tone. Idiot who has never seen the world. After hearing this, another old man in linen robes standing not far from him coldly snorted, "Do you think my Shadowed Star only has so few masters? At most, only less than half of the large sects and powers have come here. The news hasn't spread completely yet. Otherwise, there would be even more experts. You old fogey, are you deliberately looking for trouble? I can say whatever I want. It's none of your business." The bald man was already upset because he had been stopped outside. Now that he was being refuted by someone just because he had casually said something, he immediately became angry. The old man in sackcloth only glanced at him indifferently with a look of ridicule on his face. He had no intention of bickering with him. How could he have known that this contemptuous look would only make the bald man even angrier? His expression becoming fierce, he was about to attack the old man in sackcloth when a young man suddenly appeared in front of him. This young man had a tall stature and wore a light blue robe, giving him an extremely capable appearance. The bald man was stunned as he stared at this young man's back, a look of doubt flashing across his eyes. He vaguely felt that this young man was familiar, but could not remember where he had seen him before. So many people? The young man looked forward and suddenly shouted in surprise. The bald man casually replied, "Of course there are many people. They are all hoping to go in and find some good things. Friend, where did you come from?" When the young man heard this question, he turned around and smiled. I just came in from outside. I heard the news not long ago. I'll take my leave first. As he said this, he flew up and rushed in that direction. Little friend, please wait. The old man in linen robes who had been bickering with the bald man before changed his expression and quickly tried to stop him, but it was too late as the young man was already 1,000 meters away. That little brat is finished. The old man in linen robes shook his head slightly, a look of pity on his face. He could see that this young man was quite young and his cultivation was not weak, but now that he had dared to rush into the mountain defending array, he would definitely be killed on the spot. Not necessarily, he might be able to pass. The bald man's eyes lit up as he finally remembered where he had seen this young man just now. Last time, someone had caused a ruckus in Heavenly Fate City. At that time, the bald man had been shopping in Heavenly Fate City and had seen this young man once. It was only later that he learned that this young man was actually the master of Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Kai. After causing a ruckus in Heavenly Fate City, not only was this young man unscathed, he was even free and unfettered. Now, this young man was High Heaven Sect Master, a character who had entered Lu Yen Sand Land. What do you mean? The old man in linen robes looked at the bald man suspiciously. Before, some people tried to break in and fish in troubled waters, but everyone who dared to do so died. Their corpses were even placed there as a warning to others. Why do you think this young man can pass safely? Heh, just watch. If he can pass, old man, you'll have to apologize to this old man, the bald man said confidently. And if he is killed? The old man in linen robes narrowed his eyes. This old man will kneel down and lick your shoes. The bald man shouted. As soon as these words came out, everyone nearby turned to look at him with a playful expression. Even the old man in linen robes was stunned. This bet is really amazing. As the saying goes, a person's face is like a tree's bark. If he really lost, the consequences would be worse than death, so why was this young man so confident? Good, this old master accepts your bet. The old man in linen robes was a decisive person and immediately agreed after a moment of hesitation. He did not believe that in this situation, the great forces attacking the spirit array would be so lenient as to let a young man pass. For a time, all the cultivators' eyes were focused on Yang Kai, wondering if he could safely pass through this team of masters from various great sects. Yang Kai also quickly realized that something was wrong. Although he had contacted Qian Tong through his communication artifact and knew the general situation here, he did not expect it to be like this. Not long after he arrived, before he even reached the sect defending array, a group of 7 or 8 origin returning realm masters flew towards him. These people all wore different robes and were obviously from different great forces. Yang Kai recognized 3 of these forces. Heaven Battling Union, Thunder Typhoon Sect, and Floating Mist Palace. Needless to say, Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect were the 2 giants of Shadowed Star. Floating Mist Palace's strength was also not to be underestimated, comparable in status to Shadow Moon Hall and Colored Glass Sect. As for the others, although Yang Kai could not see their origins, each of them was a 2nd or 3rd order origin returning realm master. These people stood 1,000 meters away, hovering in the air, staring at Yang Kai indifferently. Among them, an old man in gray robes stepped out of the group and without saying a word, pointed his finger towards Yang Kai from afar. Following this movement, a long sword suddenly appeared and, with a slight tremble, transformed into a fiery red light that shot straight towards Yang Kai. The speed of this attack was like a meteor. Yang Kai's face changed as he felt the murderous intent in this attack and immediately summoned his purple shield to protect himself. Kong, the sword wave collided with the purple shield and a violent energy wave swept out. The fiery red light completely enveloped Yang Kai, making it impossible to see him again. The gray-robed old man sneered and stretched out his hand, causing the fiery red sword wave to immediately fly back to him, transforming back into a long sword that he held in his hand as he stared in the direction of Yang Kai indifferently. He thought that Yang Kai would die. After all, in his perception, Yang Kai was just a first-order origin returning realm cultivator, so it was impossible for him to resist this fatal blow. But soon, the gray-robed old man frowned and was surprised. Over there, the light dissipated and Yang Kai's figure reappeared. With the purple shield in front of him, he had not suffered any injuries, but his expression was extremely cold. Anyone who had just arrived and was attacked by a stranger, and an attack filled with killing intent, would not be in a good mood. "What is the meaning of this, Your Excellency?" Yang Kai stared at the gray-robed old man coldly. "Meaning?" The gray-robed old man snorted, "Trespassers will be killed without mercy, what do you think?" Yang Kai frowned as he glanced down at the mutilated corpses below, vaguely understanding the situation. After the gray-robed old man's attack failed, he felt greatly humiliated and was about to attack again to prove his strength when a shout came from behind, "Wait!" Hearing this voice, the gray-robed old man did not attack again and instead turned around to look at an old man with white hair, asking with a flattering smile on his face, "What advice does Brother Liang have for me?" The other party did not answer and instead looked at Yang Kai with interest, a strange smile appearing on his face as he asked loudly, "Dare I ask if this little brother is High Heaven Sect's master, Yang Kai?" Yang Kai looked up at him and nodded, "Yes, I am Yang Kai." "What, this person is High Heaven sect master?" The gray-robed old man who had attacked Yang Kai before exclaimed in shock. For a moment, regret filled his heart. Regardless of Yang Kai's cultivation, the High Heaven sect he now controlled could not be underestimated. Not to mention the sect-hallowed treasure, the Origin King grade starship, just the rumored combat power of Yang Kai alone was enough to make the gray-robed old man's scalp tingle. It was rumored that Yang Kai had killed an Origin returning realm master when he was just a third-order Saint King, and now that he had reached the Origin returning realm, his strength was likely not inferior to any third-order Origin returning realm master. The gray-robed old man was just a second-order cultivator, so if he really fought with Yang Kai, he would likely be killed. The gray-robed old man was naturally frightened as a chill ran down his spine, secretly rejoicing that Elder Liang had stopped him in time, otherwise, he might have made a big mistake. What's more, with the various resources controlled by High Heaven Sect today, many sects on Shadowed Star wanted to befriend it, but unfortunately, no one had been able to contact High Heaven Sect. The gray-robed old man's sect also had such plans, but this time, he had tried to kill Yang Kai as soon as they met, so the gray-robed old man did not know if Yang Kai would blame him. Considering all this, the gray-robed old man's heart became extremely uneasy. Chapter 1493. It really is Sect Master Yang. The old man smiled lightly and cupped his fists, "Forgive my rudeness, this old man is Heaven Battling Union's third elder, Liang Yong." Heaven Battling Union? Yang Kai frowned. Although his impression of this force was not very good and there had been some friction between them, Yang Kai did not lack etiquette and returned the greeting, "Yang Kai greets Elder Liang." Of course, of course. The smile on Liang Yong's face became even more amiable, but Yang Kai couldn't help feeling that there was something strange about it. Before he could figure it out though, Liang Yong pointed to the person next to him and introduced, "This is Thunder Typhoon Sect's Vice Sect Master, Situ Hong. I believe Sect Master Yang should have heard of him." "I have long since heard of your great name." Yang Kai nodded lightly. He had indeed heard the names of Situ Hong and Liang Yong before. Both of them were third-order Origin returning realm masters on Shadowed Star, but today was the first time he had met them. Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect had many conflicts between them, and although they weren't completely incompatible, they were close to each other. But now, they had actually joined forces? Yang Kai wore a strange look, but when he glanced over at the sect defending array, he couldn't help understanding. There were no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. The scene in front of him was the best explanation. Please forgive us, Sect Master Yang, we did not intend to intercept you, but as you can see, several dozen sects on Shadowed Star have joined forces to break this sect defending array and enter, so the security around this area has been tightened. No one is allowed to enter without permission. I hope Sect Master Yang can forgive Brother Yu's disrespect. Brother Yu was only following orders, Liang Yong said again, trying to exonerate the man who attacked Yang Kai just now. Yang Kai smiled faintly and said, "It's fine, I didn't suffer any harm, so let's just forget about it." Liang Yong laughed. Sect Master Yang is truly magnanimous. This Liang offers his sincere thanks. The old man surnamed Yu also hurriedly apologized. Elder Liang, does that mean no one is allowed to enter this place now? Yang Kai asked with some dissatisfaction. After all, Fallen Emperor Mountain was an ownerless land and the ancient sect ruins inside should have been accessible to anyone, but now, these sects had designated it as their own territory, killing all trespassers without mercy. Of course, this was a bit overbearing. However, since it was an alliance between dozens of forces, Yang Kai couldn't say anything. He didn't want to offend the public. That's right. Half a month ago, this was what our friends here had discussed. Liang Yong nodded lightly. The 7 of us are the law enforcers of this place. I see. Yang Kai nodded, indicating that he understood. Liang Yong suddenly smiled lightly and said, however, it's not that no one is allowed to enter. As long as you can obtain the permission of the 7 of us, you can participate in this grand event. Oh? What should I do to get your permission? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. That's a bit difficult. Liang Yong wore an awkward expression as he rubbed his temples. It stands to reason that this mountain defending array is about to be broken, so anyone who wants to participate in this grand event must first pay a price. Otherwise, wouldn't all the friends who attacked the spirit array be making wedding clothes for others? There was some truth to what he said. The hundreds of Origin returning realm masters had been bombarding the mountain defending array for half a month now, all of them wanting to quickly enter and take a look. Now that they were on the verge of success, naturally no one was willing to let others in and take advantage of the situation. If they were allowed to do so, these people wouldn't be able to accept it. What kind of price will they have to pay? Yang Kai pondered for a moment before asking, Elder Liang might as well tell me, I'll see if I can afford it. Liang Yong grinned meaningfully. Sect Master Yang is too polite. If it were someone else, they would definitely have to pay a price, but since Sect Master Yang is High Heaven Sect Master, then, there's no need to. High Heaven Sect is now a well-known great force on Shadowed Star, so it is qualified to participate in this grand event. What's more, Sect Master Yang has come alone, so this old master will do him a favor and agree to let Sect Master Yang pass. Yang Kai looked surprised as he tilted his head and asked, won't this embarrass Elder Liang? Yang Kai was confused, not understanding why the other party was showing such goodwill. He didn't have the slightest friendship with Heaven Battling Union and even had some grievances with them, so there was no reason for the other party to be so kind. Liang Yong chuckled and said, of course, this old master definitely doesn't have this right. This is just a suggestion, whether Sect Master Yang is allowed to pass or not will depend on the opinions of the others. Saying so, Liang Yong turned his eyes to the other 6 people. For a moment, the Origin returning realm masters all looked at each other, but Thunder Typhoon Sect's Vice Sect Master Situ Hong was the first to speak, nodding without hesitation, if only Sect Master Yang is allowed to pass, this old master has no objection. Since the leaders of Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect had agreed, how could the others say anything? They all followed Liang Yong and Situ Hong's lead, so all of them immediately nodded in agreement without any objections. If that's the case, thank you, everyone. Yang Kai cupped his fists slightly before transforming into a stream of light and flying past the crowd towards a certain part of the mountain defending array. Sect Master Yang, since you've come, you should help us break this spirit array as soon as possible so we can see the various opportunities inside. Liang Yong shouted from behind, but Yang Kai was already a few thousand meters away, so it was impossible to tell if he heard him. After shouting, Liang Yong turned his head and exchanged a glance with Situ Hong before smiling knowingly. It was truly a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it by chance. When they had inquired about the news before, they thought that Yang Kai had gone to Heavenly Fate City, but after tracking him down, they discovered that he had come to Fallen Emperor Mountain. Later, when they heard about the changes in Fallen Emperor Mountain, the masters of the two great forces also gathered here. Just as they were worrying about not being able to find any trace of Yang Kai, he had unexpectedly delivered himself to their doorstep. There was a path to heaven, but no gate to hell. If he wanted to court death, he could only blame others. In any case, this was not a good place to act. There were too many eyes here, so Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect had to take into account their reputation. First, they would let this little brat in. As long as he entered and found a secluded place, wouldn't they have the final say? So even if Yang Kai had no intention of breaking through the spirit array, Liang Yong would have taken the initiative to let him pass. Situ Hong was jackals of the same tribe, so of course, he wouldn't object and simply found an excuse to let Yang Kai pass safely. Yang Kai naturally understood the principle of being unaccountably solicitous. He didn't know what kind of wicked ideas Liang Yong and the others had in mind, but since he was a master of skill and daring, he wasn't afraid of anything. In an instant, Yang Kai arrived in front of the mountain defending array and rushed towards a certain position. Over there, Qian Tong and Fei Ji too were desperately controlling their artifacts to bombard the mountain defending array, causing countless ripples to appear on its surface. Elder Qian, City Lord Fei. Yang Kai landed and called out. The two turned around and after seeing Yang Kai, Qian Tong couldn't help grinning. Yang Kai, you also heard the news and came here? It was a coincidence. I was going to Heavenly Fate City to look for you, but I didn't expect you to not be in the city. Looking for us? What's the matter? It's not a big deal, let's talk about it after we're done here, Yang Kai chuckled. Very well. But why did Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect let you in? That's a bit strange, those who dared to break in these days were all killed. I don't know why, Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. Since you're here, let's put in some effort. This mountain defending array is many times stronger than the one you used to protect Dragon Cave Mountain, Fei Ji too interjected. Good. The three of them no longer spoke and instead focused on attacking the spirit array in front of them. The artifact Fei Ji too used was still the blue jade bowl he relied on the most, transforming it into a blue light curtain several dozen meters in diameter and bombarding the spirit array like a torrent of mercury. Qian Tong, on the other hand, used a short blade-like artifact. After pouring his Saint Qi into it, this short blade emitted a faint dragon roar and transformed into a several dozen meter long dark green dragon that shook its head and wagged its tail, each of its attacks carrying great momentum. Yang Kai watched from the sidelines with a strange look. Whether it was Fei Ji too or Qian Tong, both of them were worthy of being famous masters. Their Saint Qi was pure and vigorous to the extreme, and in terms of Saint Qi alone, both of them obviously had the qualifications to break through to the Origin King realm. However, in order to break through to the Origin King realm, one must first cultivate their Shi to the grand accomplishment stage. This requirement was enough to make 90% of Origin returning realm masters sigh. Yang Kai didn't know whether Fei Ji too and Qian Tong Shi had reached this level. Yang Kai didn't just stand there and watch, raising his hand and shooting out a dozen golden threads. Right now, he only had two offensive artifacts in his possession, one was the verdant dragon bone sword and the other was the feather spirit arrow he had obtained a few days ago. He hadn't had time to test their power yet, but no matter which one he used, he couldn't easily show them to others. Needless to say, the dragon bone sword contained a wisp of the remnant dragon soul, so if he used it now, it would definitely attract attention. As for the feather spirit arrow, it was a consumption-type artifact and only had enough energy sealed inside it for 2 attacks. Once it was used, it would need to be recharged, so it wasn't suitable for this place. As such, Yang Kai could only use his golden blood thread secret technique. Fortunately, while on the road some time ago, Yang Kai had studied the second half of his golden blood thread secret technique, and now he could use it to practice on the mountain defending array in front of him. Every single one of the golden threads shone with a golden light and contained a terrifying amount of vitality and vital energy. As soon as they shot out, Qian Tong and Fei Ji too raised their brows, slowed down their movements, and turned to look at Yang Kai. "Old Fei, why do I feel like Yang Kai's move is somewhat similar to Demon Blood Temple's Demon Blood Thread secret technique?" Qian Tong asked suspiciously. He had dealt with the elders of Demon Blood Temple and was well aware of the strangeness and power of Demon Blood Threads, so when Yang Kai used this move, he was able to see some clues. More than similar, it's as if they were carved from the same mold. Fei Ji too was also shocked, but their temple master has only produced 2 demon blood threads in his entire life, while the other elders, including Jin Shi, only have 1 each. Yang Kai's number, isn't it a bit too much? Chapter 1494. A dozen, what kind of concept was that? Although Qian Tong and Fei Ji too had not cultivated the demon blood thread before, they still had some understanding of this secret technique. They knew that it was the result of condensing one's vitality using the essence of one's physique. It was something between an artifact and a secret technique, so no matter how strong Demon Blood Temple's people were, it was impossible for them to cultivate too many. When Demon Blood Temple's temple master cultivated the demon blood thread, she had used an evil secret technique to harvest yang to supplement her yin, collecting the blood essence of strong men, yet she was only able to condense 2 demon blood threads. How much vitality did Yang Kai possess to be able to condense more than a dozen at once? Moreover, looking at his appearance, there was no sign of his vitality being depleted. Instead, his vitality was far stronger than anyone else's here. This was somewhat inconceivable. Could it be that this wasn't the demon blood thread secret technique, but rather its appearance? Qian Tong and Fei Ji too couldn't figure it out. What the 2 of them didn't know was that a dozen golden blood threads wasn't Yang Kai's limit. He now had several dozen golden blood threads in his body, each one transformed from a single drop of pure golden blood. With the life-revitalizing jade cream, Yang Kai no longer had to worry about the lack of golden blood in his body, so he spared no effort in condensing more golden blood threads. After the dozen or so golden blood threads shot out, they did not immediately attack the mountain defending array but instead intertwined with each other, as if they had a mind of their own, gradually twisting together and transforming into a 10-meter-long golden spear. Shining with a brilliant golden light, this golden spear suddenly shot towards the sect defending array. Hong, a loud bang rang out as the tip of the golden spear struck the light curtain of the sect defending array. The light curtain immediately caved in like a rubber ball, causing Qian Tong and Fei Ji too, who were watching from the side, to feel their eyelids twitch as they gasped in amazement. The 2 of them had participated in attacking the sect defending array for half a month now, so they were naturally familiar with the strength of this spirit array. At this moment, seeing the power of this golden spear, they could already infer how powerful it was. This was a violent attack that caused even them to tremble in fear. However, the sect defending array was truly amazing. No matter how Yang Kai urged the golden spear, he was still unable to break it. Instead, after the light curtain caved in, a strong rebound force appeared. Not only did the light curtain of the sect defending array restore itself, but even the dozen or so golden blood thread spear was bounced back. Yang Kai's expression remained calm as he controlled this spear of his divine sense of divine of course, as he controlled this spear once of his divine sense of his divine of golden blood of his divine chi of heaven was, with a single thought of Yang Kai of his divine soul was, of course. This was the essence of the second half of the demon blood thread secret technique, the golden blood thread secret technique. Yang Kai looked excited, not paying attention to his surroundings at all as he concentrated on controlling the golden blood threads, transforming them into various forms and testing the sect-defending array again and again. The transformation of 1 or 2 golden blood threads could not be completed by themselves. Only when a certain number of them reached a certain level could such a magical transformation occur. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of cultivation the senior who created the demon blood thread secret technique had reached, but since Shadowed Star was restricted by world principles, no one in Demon Blood Temple had been able to carry forward this Tao of divine transformation. Even the beautiful temple master could only barely cultivate 2 demon blood threads, so what kind of transformation was there to speak of? However, it wasn't as if she hadn't gained anything. At the very least, on the ice road, Yang Kai had seen her 2 demon blood threads transform into 2 blood snakes, as if they were alive. This was also a kind of Tao of divine transformation. Although Yang Kai knew how to cultivate it, he couldn't meet the requirements for now. Because it required the soul and monster core of a powerful monster beast to cultivate. What Yang Kai was using now was a different kind of transformation. At first, he wasn't very proficient in using it, but as time passed and he displayed various transformations, his mastery of the golden blood thread secret technique became more and more proficient. His golden blood thread secret technique was also able to take on many forms at will. Qian Tong and Fei Ji too watched from the side in amazement, not daring to disturb him because they could tell from Yang Kai's focused expression that he was immersed in practicing some kind of secret technique. This was a good thing, so how could the two of them interfere? The mountain-defending array of the ancient sect ruins in Fallen Emperor Mountain had been bombarded by hundreds of origin-returning realm masters for half a month and was on the verge of collapse, but 2 days after Yang Kai joined, it finally made some progress. Suddenly, a cracking sound rang out from a certain place. Although this sound was soft, it clearly reached the ears of every cultivator. Looking in the direction of the source of the sound, everyone saw a small crack appear in the light curtain of the mountain-defending array. For a time, the crowd was excited and everyone was overjoyed. Although this was only a small crack that was almost negligible, it showed that the mountain-defending array here had reached its limit. As long as they put in a little more effort, they might be able to break it in the next moment. There was no need for anyone to tell them. After a moment of silence, everyone increased the output of their attacks. Kacha, the sound continued to ring out from all directions, as if a single spark could set a prairie ablaze. With the crack that first appeared as the center, soon, countless cracks began to appear on the light curtain of the mountain-defending array, crisscrossing and crisscrossing like a spider's web. A violent spiritual pressure suddenly spread out from a certain place, and all the cultivator who noticed this could not help showing a look of shock as they turned their heads to look in that direction. What they saw was a cultivator in a blue robe slowly rising into the air, like an ancient god descending from the heavens. His hands were raised high, and in the palm of his hand was a dazzling ball of light. The shocking energy fluctuations were coming from this ball of light. For a time, the blue-robed cultivator became the focus of everyone's attention. Chu Zheng's great son's wish seal really lives up to its reputation. Fei Ji too looked over and muttered, seemingly a little wary. This is Heaven Battling Union's Union Master Chu Zheng? Yang Kai asked in surprise. Indeed. Qian Tong gently nodded, a look of dread appearing on his face. He is also one of the top masters on Shadowed Star. Although this old master is also a third-order origin returning realm cultivator like him, if we really fought, my chances of winning were less than 20%. Even if a cultivator had the same cultivation, there would still be differences in strength. These differences came from the secret arts and secret techniques they cultivated and the power of the artifacts they controlled. As such, even if both of them were third-order origin returning realm cultivators, Qian Tong did not dare to claim that his strength was equal to Chu Zheng's. Take Yang Kai for example. Although he was only a first-order cultivator, an ordinary first-order cultivator would not be able to put up any resistance in front of him. This was a very common phenomenon. While speaking, Chu Zheng had already flown several thousand meters into the air, his expression extremely dignified as he gently tossed down the ball of light in his hand. As if it was weightless, the ball of light began falling at a very slow speed. So slow? Yang Kai frowned. If the so-called Great Sun's wish seal was really what he saw, it was not enough to warrant such a conclusion. After all, its speed was too slow, so who would be stupid enough to stand in place and not try to avoid it? However, since both Qian Tong and Fei Zhi too were so wary of it, it was definitely not what he thought it was. Considering this, Yang Kai became even more focused on observing the situation. At that moment though, a sudden change occurred. The Great Sun's wish seal, which had been slowly falling, suddenly disappeared from everyone's sight, and when it reappeared, it was already above the sect defending array. It seemed to have crossed 1,000 meters in an instant. Yang Kai paled as he exclaimed, "Space Force?" But soon, he shook his head and denied his judgment. If it really was Space Force, it would have been impossible for him not to feel the strange fluctuations it gave off. After all, in terms of attainments in the Tao of space, Yang Kai was not inferior to anyone. Even Heaven Battling Union's great elder Mo Xiaosheng, who was proficient in the Tao of space, could not compare. It was not Space Force though, but the Great Sun's wish seal's speed was simply too fast. The previous slowness was just an illusion. With such great power and incredible speed, the secret technique Chu Zheng had mastered was really extraordinary. If Yang Kai had really been hit by it, even if he didn't die, he would have at least lost a layer of skin. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. The Great Sun wishing seal had already made contact with the light screen. Without a sound, the energy ball of light that could be seen with the naked eye exploded, turning into a dazzling halo of light. In an instant, almost everyone could not open their eyes. Although there was no movement, the energy fluctuations that erupted at this time were extremely terrifying. A gust of wind mixed with the surrounding world energy, with the point of contact as the center, spread out in all directions, sending sand and stones flying and uprooting trees as thick as several people. Even the spectating cultivator more than 10 kilometers away who was watching from a safe distance, some of the weaker ones were unable to maintain their balance and were almost blown away by the strong wind. Kacha, a series of crackling sounds rang out for a while before everything calmed down. When the light dissipated and everyone opened their eyes again, they were surprised to find that the light screen of the Great Protective Mountain Array had disappeared. In the mountains and forests, the ruins of the ancient sect were faintly discernible. Chu Zheng stood mid-air with a proud expression on his face. Although everyone present had contributed greatly to the destruction of the protective mountain array, he was still the one who delivered the final blow. He enjoyed the feeling of being the center of everyone's attention and admiration. Countless flattering voices came from all directions, praising Chu Zheng's unparalleled strength. Good, good, now that the sect defending array has been broken, it's time to go in and take a look. Everyone, this old master will take his leave first. Chu Zheng cupped his fists and immediately flew forward, the many masters from Heaven Battling Union naturally following closely behind. Immediately, the group from Thunder Typhoon sect also hurried in. After the masters of the two giants left, the many origin returning realm masters present all rushed in, each of them searching for a different location to explore the ancient sect ruins, hoping to gain some benefits. Fortunately, they had all contributed for more than half a month, so now that it was time to check the results, naturally no one was willing to fall behind. Yang Kai, Fei Zhi Tu, and Qian Tong were also mixed in with the crowd. Sweeping the area with his divine sense, Qian Tong pointed in a certain direction and said, "Let's go there." If Great Elder Mo Xiaosheng hadn't had a fortuitous encounter in the past, he wouldn't have been able to touch upon this territory, but even after so many years, his attainments in the Tao of space were still extremely shallow and he was unable to advance any further. Great Elder, in your opinion, what do you think of his mastery of the Tao of Space? He only used his Tao of Space once in front of this old master. It is difficult to judge exactly, but it should be on par with this old master's. Mo Shaoxing's mouth twitched slightly. Mo Shaoxing's mouth twitched slightly. Although he was very unwilling to admit that Yang Kai's attainments in this field were almost the same as his own, Mo Shaoxing had no choice but to admit it. When Yang Kai suddenly disappeared in front of him that day, it was clearly the result of Yang Kai's comprehension of the Tao of Space. Even Mo Shaoxing himself could only accomplish such a feat. It was precisely because he understood the Tao of Space that he was able to occupy the position of Great Elder of Heaven battling Union. Otherwise, with the purity of his Saint Qi and the density of his Shi, there were several people in the Union who were more powerful than him, so how could he have possibly become Great Elder? From this, it could be seen just how mysterious and rare the Tao of Space was. If that's the case, then things will be a bit difficult. Chu Zheng frowned deeply. Chu Zheng frowned deeply. With Great Elder as the benchmark, it would not be easy to capture a cultivator who understood the Tao of Space alive. Yang Kai was just a trivial first-order origin returning realm cultivator, so no one present placed him in their eyes, but at this time, no one was confident they could capture him. A cultivator who understood the Tao of Space would have extremely strange movement skills and top-notch speed. This kind of person was extremely talented in escaping. If that's the case, we really have to target Qian Tong and Fei Zhi too to make him hesitate, Fang Peng muttered. Elder Liang, keep an eye on Qian Tong and Fei Zhi Tuesday. If there is a chance, capture these two first, Chu Zheng ordered lightly. I will deal with Shadow Moon Hall. Yes. The elder named Liang Yong, who had let Yang Kai pass before, immediately accepted the order and left. Father, your son has a presumptuous request. Chu Changfeng closed his folding fan and cupped his fists respectfully. Let's hear it. Chu Zheng doted on his son very much, so in front of everyone, he naturally would not embarrass him. If we really block Yang Kai's path of retreat, please allow your son to fight him. Chu Changfeng quickly said. After the battle on Dragon Cave Mountain, that little brat made a name for himself and has now become the strongest master of his generation. Now, there are rumors on Shadowed Star that his strength is not inferior to a third-order origin returning realm master. In your son's opinion, this is nothing more than a rumor. Who is the real leader of this generation? Your son wants to personally prove it. Chu Changfeng said proudly before turning his head to another young man wearing simple hemp robes and asking with a smile, Brother Tianzhong, what do you think? This young man was Fang Tianzhong, who was as famous as Chu Changfeng. This time, Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sects joint operation had brought these two young talents together. With his hands behind his back, Fang Tianzhong had been standing silently, but when he heard Chu Changfeng's question, he simply raised his eyes and replied faintly, it's just a false reputation, what outsiders think of it has nothing to do with this Fang. Is that so? Then why did you come along? Don't you want to see Yang Kai's strength with your own eyes and see if there is any gap between him and you? Chu Changfeng grinned meaningfully, this Chu is an honest man, the reason he came along was to fight him. Since Brother Tianzhong has no such intention, this Chu will take the lead. As you wish. Fang Tianzhong said indifferently. Good, this matter is settled. Have everyone pay attention to Yang Kai's position at all times and find a secluded place where we can take action. This is a task assigned to us by Star Emperor Mountain, there is no room for error. Chu Zheng was also a decisive person, so seeing that the discussion was settled, he waved his hand and shouted. Everyone nodded in agreement. As for his son wanting to challenge Yang Kai, of course, he would not stop him. It was a good thing that his son had such a competitive heart. Yang Kai didn't know anything about what was happening here, nor did he expect that he would be watched by so many people, all of whom were plotting against him. Although this ancient sect ruin was vast, the number of cultivators who had explored it was not small. Yang Kai didn't want to get into conflict with others, so he chose to explore some remote locations. His Saint Chi became more and more vigorous, and his realm also rose little by little, soon reaching the peak of the First Order. By this time, Yang Kai had vaguely felt a layer of constraint, like a thin membrane hindering the improvement of his strength. This was a bottleneck. If it were any other cultivator, they would have to first sharpen their state of mind and comprehend the heavenly way and martial Tao, spending a lot of time to break through this bottleneck. But Yang Kai was different. He had absorbed a lot of soul essences from cultivators who had surpassed his own realm, so his comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Tao had far surpassed his own level. The only thing he lacked was tempering his state of mind. However, as long as he was willing, there was still a chance for him to break through and reach the second-order origin returning realm. Yang Kai was not so eager for quick success and instant benefits. He had only broken through to the first-order origin returning realm not long ago, and although he had successfully condensed his Shi with the help of the Emperor pressure emanating from the Emperor Garden, if he continued to break through so quickly, it was very likely that it would cause some hidden dangers. So, after pondering for a while, Yang Kai did not absorb the remaining pure spiritual qi, but it would be too wasteful to just leave. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Kai took out his communication artifact and poured his divine sense into it, wanting to contact Qian Tong and Fei Ji Tuesday. He would let the two of them absorb the remaining pure spiritual qi. However, to Yang Kai's disappointment, Qian Tong did not respond. This was strange. Although this ancient sect ruin was not small, it was definitely not beyond the range of this communication artifact. Could Qian Tong have encountered something? Could it be that Qian Tong could not respond? There was a possibility though. Since this was a sect ruin, there must be some isolated places. Perhaps Qian Tong had broken into some kind of barrier. Unable to contact Qian Tong and Fei Ji too, and not wanting to give up on the remaining pure spiritual qi, Yang Kai scratched his head for a while, at a loss for what to do. But a moment later, his eyes lit up, as if he had thought of something. With a single thought, a fiery red light flew out from his body and spread out its wings, transforming into the shape of a strange bird. Firebird Artifact Spirit. Although it did not have a physical body, it was still a sentient creature, so it should have no problem absorbing the pure spiritual qi. After all, it could even refine Sun's true fire. Sure enough, after the firebird flew out, it immediately chirped happily, then opened its big mouth, and its abdomen expanded and contracted. Accompanied by a suction force, the pure spirit qi in the secret room was sucked into its body like a whale sucking water. The pure white thread-like pure spiritual qi began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. Starship, right? Yang Kai coldly snorted. What could make Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect dispatch so many people to deal with him was nothing more than a matter of interest, and the only thing that could affect the interests of these two forces was the Origin King grade starship. This was not just a starship, but also the hope of all masters on Shadowed Star to break through to the Origin King realm. Yang Kai frowned slightly, secretly blaming himself for underestimating the power of this starship. He had not considered how much of a turmoil the appearance of this Origin King grade starship would bring to Shadowed Star, but after seeing this scene, he finally understood. It's good you know. Chu Changfeng did not deny it. Although Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect had joined forces at the behest of Star Emperor Mountain, in the end, it was all because of this starship. If you hadn't provoked me, I wouldn't have bothered to deal with you, but since you insist on seeking death, I'll fulfill your wish. Yang Kai's expression became fierce as he glared at Chu Changfeng aggressively. Everyone was stunned. They had seen bold people before, but none of them had ever seen someone so bold. Nearly 30 origin returning realm masters were gathered here, yet this young man named Yang Kai not only did not show the slightest fear, he even threatened Chu Changfeng in front of everyone, saying he would take his life. Was this guy's head damaged? Did he not see what kind of situation he was in? Even Chu Zheng and Fang Peng, who were the calmest among them, wore confused looks on their faces, secretly wondering if Yang Kai had become so frightened that he had lost his mind. But in the next moment, the expressions of the two men became stupefied because in Yang Kai's left eye, a golden light bloomed, and from this golden light, a budding lotus flower appeared and flickered slightly before disappearing. Even Chu Zheng and Fang Peng, under the influence of this golden light, couldn't help feeling a little dazed. By the time they recovered, cold sweat was dripping down their backs. At that moment, a scream reached their ears. Turning towards the source of this sound, they saw Chu Changfeng, who had been acting arrogant just now, holding his head and screaming, as if he was suffering from some kind of unbearable torture, red blood seeping out of his ears, nose, and mouth. Changfeng. Chu Zheng's complexion changed drastically as he hurriedly shouted, his figure flickering as he rushed over to his son. But before he could do anything, a loud thud came from the other side. A brilliant blood-red flower bloomed and Chu Changfeng's entire head burst open. From where his head was severed, blood spurted out like a fountain, dyeing the ground red. Impossible! Fang Peng was shocked and exclaimed in a low voice. The other origin returning realm masters were also dumbfounded and horrified. Yang Kai hadn't shown any signs of taking action at all, yet Chu Changfeng had died inexplicably, and in such a miserable manner. Spiritual energy. Being able to kill others without even making a move was something that could only be explained by spiritual energy. In that instant just now, as long as one was looking at Yang Kai, they would feel a brief moment of absent-mindedness, as if they had lost themselves in the golden light. They vaguely saw the bud of a lotus flower. Just how strong was his spiritual energy? It was actually able to kill a cultivator in the same realm in an instant. This kind of spiritual energy cultivation and secret technique was something that neither Chu Zheng nor Fang Peng possessed. If that secret technique had been used on them just now, many people couldn't help feeling a chill run down their spines when they thought of this possibility. Father! Fang Tianzhong also went pale as he grit his teeth and shouted to Fang Peng. Both he and Chu Changfeng were famous figures and were known as the leaders of Shadowed Star's younger generation. Although Chu Changfeng's style was somewhat vile, he had real skill. Fang Tianzhong had fought with him for many years and the two of them were evenly matched. The reason Fang Tianzhong had come here this time was, as Chu Changfeng had said before, to see who was stronger between him and Yang Kai. How could he have known that he would see such a scene just now? Since he could kill Chu Changfeng in an instant, it was likely he wouldn't need to waste any effort to deal with him. There was no need to verify who was stronger between the two of them. Such strength was something that even the two of them together couldn't match. Fang Tianzhong was shocked and filled with unwillingness. His background was extraordinary and his aptitude was even better. He had enjoyed the best resources and environment since he was a child and had already made a name for himself at such a young age. Among the younger generation, with the exception of a few, he didn't put anyone else in his eyes. He had the capital to be proud of. He couldn't imagine what kind of opportunity Yang Kai had encountered that allowed him to possess such terrifying combat power. The scene of Chu Changfeng's tragic death had torn his pride to shreds and left an indelible psychological shadow in his heart. Tianzhong, stand back, this isn't something you can intervene in. Fang Peng frowned deeply and quickly ordered. Chu Changfeng's death was already a warning, so he didn't want his son to die inexplicably. Yes. Fang Tianzhong grit his teeth and responded before his figure flickered and he retreated 1,000 meters away. Brother Chu. Fang Peng shouted to Chu Zheng again. Chu Zheng was completely dumbfounded. He still hadn't recovered from the tragic death of his son and stood there in a daze, a look of disbelief on his face. Not bad, none of you escaped. Yang Kai smiled lightly, the golden light in his left eye converging as he wore a casual expression on his face, as if killing Chu Changfeng just now was nothing more than a casual effort for him, worthy of masters from the two giants. Your mental fortitude and cultivation are truly extraordinary. Don't worry, one by one, none of you will be able to escape. Saying so, Yang Kai pointed to someone to his left and a cruel sneer appeared on his face. You're next. Me? The person Yang Kai pointed to was a middle-aged woman with mediocre looks and an impressive figure. Wearing a long blue dress, she gave off the charm of a middle-aged woman. Her strength wasn't low either, a second-order origin returning realm cultivator. Being pointed at by Yang Kai, this middle-aged woman's tender body couldn't help trembling, as if she had been sentenced to death. Her pretty face became extremely ugly as she glanced over at Chu Zheng in horror, seemingly wanting to seek protection. However, Chu Zheng still stood in place, not paying any attention to her. Unable to count on this middle-aged woman, she grit her teeth and shouted, "You want to take my life? Let's see if you have the ability." Yang Kai killing Chu Changfeng was suspected of a sneak attack, and this middle-aged woman was confident that her strength was higher than Chu Changfeng's, so even if she knew how tyrannical Yang Kai was, she wasn't willing to resign herself to death. Saying so, Saint Qi poured out of her body and a rich water attribute aura filled the air. Immediately, this Saint Qi transformed into a thin film visible to the naked eye that formed a protective barrier around her body. From a distance, it was as if this middle-aged woman was surrounded by a bubble. However, this wasn't the end of it as she quickly summoned a gauze-like artifact. After pouring her Saint Qi into this gauze-like artifact, it immediately transformed into a blue light that blocked her front. Useless effort. Yang Kai sneered as a small, delicate arrow the size of a palm suddenly appeared in his palm. Feather Spirit Arrow. This was the strange artifact Yang Kai had just obtained. Yang Kai didn't know how much power it could display, but it shouldn't be low, so this was a good time to test it out. Facing the middle-aged woman, Yang Kai gently swung the Feather Spirit Arrow forward, his movements casual. However, a shocking energy fluctuation pulsed from this Feather Spirit Arrow as a series of rice-sized runes began to appear on the jade inlaid on its head. As these runes surged, a small arrow phantom suddenly shot out from the Feather Spirit Arrow and flew straight towards the middle-aged woman. This small arrow phantom was jet black and seemed to be burning with a faint flame. This Feather Spirit Arrow was charged with Yang Kai's own Saint Qi, so now that it was displaying its full power, it naturally displayed the characteristics of its demonic flame. This flame was so hot that even space itself seemed to distort. Even after suffering such an attack, Yang Kai's vitality had not been cut off, but his aura was somewhat chaotic. This was normal. If Yang Kai was still unscathed, Fang Peng would have to consider whether he should retreat immediately. When the light dissipated, Yang Kai's figure was exposed, and his disheveled appearance was imprinted in everyone's eyes, shocking them all. Just now, Yang Kai had been so powerful and domineering, not putting anyone in his eyes at all, instantly killing two origin returning realm masters, but now it seemed he was only a so-so. The masters present all showed joy, thinking that Yang Kai had run out of tricks. *D-da-D-da, a soft sound reached everyone's ears as blood dripped from Yang Kai's body. However, this blood was a strange golden color and was actually exuding an astonishing vitality. While these people were frantically attacking the spirit array on the outside, inside the spirit array world created by the array plate, the dozen or so origin returning realm masters who had been dragged in by Yang Kai were all looking at each other in confusion. A moment ago, they had been attacking Yang Kai, but the next moment, they had suddenly arrived here, causing them to be at a loss. What's more, when they looked around, they found that they were not in the same place. The distance between them was not close, but not far either. Brother Situ, what is this place? Liang Yong, third elder of Heaven Battling Union, turned his head and asked someone not far away. This person was none other than Vice Sect Master Situ Hong of Thunder Typhoon Sect. Previously, it was the two of them who had allowed Yang Kai to pass through, allowing Yang Kai to meet up with Qian Tong in Feiji Tuesday. I don't know, but it seems that we have fallen into a spirit array. A spirit array. Liang Yong's face changed slightly. What about Yang Kai? What do you think? Situ Hong asked instead of answering. Liang Yong's heart clenched and sank to the bottom. A dozen or so origin returning realm masters was a decent lineup, but after being separated by the cloud beasts, they were unable to help each other and could only defend themselves. Naturally, they were no match for the cloud beasts. As long as there was enough time, the cloud beasts would be able to kill them all. However, Yang Kai suddenly frowned and turned his head to look in a certain direction. As the owner of the spectral cloud array token, he could naturally perceive that the people outside were fiercely attacking this place at this moment, and their attacks were extremely powerful. It wouldn't be long before the spirit array was broken. This was not what Yang Kai wanted to see. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Kai waved his hand and the Firebird artifact spirit flew out again, spreading its wings and releasing a monstrous wave of heat. Go! Yang Kai ordered faintly and the Firebird immediately flew out, waiting for an opportunity to kill the enemy. Yang Kai wasn't finished though. Waving his hand again, a long green sword appeared in his hand. This long sword had no edge and looked extremely strange. There was a longan-sized green bead on its hilt and a small snake-like thing swimming inside the sword. Verdant Dragon Bone Sword. Yang Kai madly poured his Saint Chi into the Dragon Bone Sword, causing it to exude a shocking majesty. In the next moment, a giant dark green dragon appeared in front of Yang Kai and let out a loud dragon roar. Without needing Yang Kai to carefully control it, this dragon flew towards the nearest enemy. The golden spear quickly arrived in front of Situ Hong and easily pierced through his protective barrier, creating a large hole in his body. Fortunately, at the last moment, Situ Hong twisted his body and avoided being hit in a vital position, so although this blow was powerful, it wasn't enough to take his life. However, this was as far as he could go. The cloud beasts that had been besieging him all this time rushed forward and drowned him in an instant. A shrill scream rang out, causing the few people who were still struggling to breathe to sweat profusely. After only 3 breaths of time, Thunder Typhoon Sect's Vice Sect Master's voice came to an abrupt end and his life aura was completely extinguished. You can speak now. Yang Kai's voice called out from somewhere. Liang Yong turned his head and saw that Yang Kai had appeared and was standing not far away, staring at him with a cold expression. The cloud beasts that had been besieging him also seemed to have received some kind of order and no longer put pressure on him, instead retreating to the side and glaring at him menacingly. 2 more screams rang out as the last 2 remaining companions also fell at this time. Liang Yong looked around and saw that in this strange world, only he and Yang Kai were still alive. Every one of his companions who had died looked extremely miserable. Not only had they lost their physical bodies, it was as if their blood essence had been swallowed up by something and not even the slightest trace of their spiritual energy had escaped. In the truest sense, their souls had been completely extinguished. One had to know that a cultivator who had reached the origin returning realm would release a powerful divine sense from their knowledge sea and dissipate into the world after their death. This kind of leakage was very fast and could be easily detected, but at this moment, Liang Yong couldn't detect anything. He didn't know what was going on. However, the strange scene in front of him obviously made his blood run cold. Gulping down a mouthful of saliva, Liang Yong felt a sense of dread that he hadn't felt in nearly 100 years. "Are you going to speak or not?" Yang Kai pressed, his expression becoming impatient. With things as they are, this old master naturally has nothing to hide. If Sect Master Yang wants to know, this old master will tell you everything he knows. Liang Yong took a deep breath, his expression remaining calm, but in fact, only he knew the torment he was feeling in his heart. "Then tell me, what did you mean just now?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes at him. Liang Yong smiled bitterly. "If this old master speaks, can Sect Master Yang spare this old master's life? What do you think?" Yang Kai grinned. Liang Yong shook his head. "Whether I live or die is entirely up to Sect Master Yang. Since Sect Master Yang wants to know some secrets, this old master can tell you, but if there is no benefit to it, who would do such a thing?" As he said just now, there was no grudge between him and Liang Yong, so it didn't matter whether he killed him or not. Releasing his divine sense, the surrounding cloud beasts once again transformed into white clouds and flew up into the sky. The strange array world began to distort and blur, and soon, it began to shatter. By the time Liang Yong regained his senses, he discovered that he had already reappeared outside the palace. The remaining dozen or so companions around him were all looking at him in astonishment. However, in the next moment, their eyes filled with shock. The ground was littered with skeletons, without the slightest trace of flesh or blood, as if these skeletons had been exposed to the elements for countless years, leaving behind only pale white bones. This was the result of having their flesh and blood devoured by the dragon bone sword. Surrounded by these skeletons, Yang Kai was completely unscathed, a sarcastic smile on his face. Besides him, only Liang Yong was still alive. The rest of them had all fallen, with no survivors. Chapter 1502. Everyone could hardly believe their eyes. How long had it been? From the time Yang Kai took out the array plate until now, it had only been an incense stick worth of time, yet more than a dozen origin returning realm masters had died at Yang Kai's hands. What exactly happened inside that spirit array? No one knew, but no one dared to underestimate Yang Kai anymore. "Good, very good, very good." Chu Zheng stared at Yang Kai with bloodshot eyes. He had always remembered the grudge of his son's death in his heart, so seeing Yang Kai at this moment, he was naturally unwilling to give up. "You really did not disappoint this old master. Your life, this old master will take it himself." As soon as these words fell, Chu Zheng transformed into a streak of light and pounced towards Yang Kai like a tiger descending a mountain. "Union Master, you can't." Cries of alarm rang out from all directions. Half of the people here had already died at Yang Kai's hands, so it was obvious that his strength was not trivial. Chu Zheng was now so angry that he no longer cared about the consequences. No matter who was stronger between him and Yang Kai, rushing forward like this would only result in him suffering. If he couldn't win, he would definitely be injured. If he killed Yang Kai, Star Emperor Mountain would definitely pursue the matter. As such, the moment Chu Zheng took action, many people tried to stop him. However, it was of no use. Chu Zheng only wanted to kill Yang Kai and avenge Chu Changfeng, so how could he listen to anyone else's dissuasion? Halfway through his attack, Chu Zheng crossed his palms and condensed a majestic Saint Chi towards Yang Kai's head. Yang Kai looked at him with a sneer, not showing any fear as he pushed out his palm. A huge palm print appeared out of thin air and completely covered the space in front of Chu Zheng, even temporarily obscuring the light in front of him. heaven-covering hand. Chu Zheng's face became solemn. Although he was extremely angry, as a third-order origin returning realm master, he had experienced countless battles throughout his life and had accumulated a wealth of combat experience, so he immediately realized how powerful this palm print was. Showing no intention of dodging, Chu Zheng simply pushed his Saint Qi even harder. The energy of the two collided in the middle, causing a thunderous rumble to ring out as the raging energy fluctuation spread out in all directions. Chu Zheng was sent flying while Yang Kai was forced back a dozen steps. In this exchange, they were actually evenly matched. Fang Peng's expression suddenly changed. Being able to withstand Chu Zheng's attack to this extent meant that Yang Kai's strength was in no way inferior to his opponent's. In other words, he was on par with him. This kid was indeed a freak. "Brother Chu, calm down." Fang Peng shouted, "Dead people can't be brought back to life. It's useless to be angry now. If you want your enemy to suffer, killing him is not the only way." Hearing this, the crimson light in Chu Zheng's eyes dissipated slightly as he seemed to regain his composure. Glaring at Yang Kai coldly, he took a deep breath, nodded, and quickly said, "What Brother Fang said is right, this Chu was too reckless." He finally understood that this time's mission was not as simple as killing Kai Yang, but rather capturing him alive. While the two of them were talking, Yang Kai's expression was indifferent. However, intentionally or unintentionally, he glanced at a gray-haired old man in a brown robe in the crowd. This person should be the old man Liang Yong had warned him about before. At first glance, this person was inconspicuous, standing casually in the crowd, but when Yang Kai carefully examined him, he found that this old man was not simple. There was an aura coming from this old man that made Yang Kai somewhat wary. Yang Kai didn't dare to observe him too carefully, lest he inadvertently alert the enemy. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of ability this old man possessed that made him so wary. However, if his guess was correct, this old man should be from Star Emperor Mountain. This time, the reason why Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect had joined forces to deal with him was because they had received orders from Star Emperor Mountain. As the one who gave the order, Star Emperor Mountain would naturally send people to follow them. This old man's concealment was perfect, and if not for Liang Yong's reminder, Yang Kai would not have noticed him. Chu Zheng and Fang Peng's limelight had completely overshadowed this old man. Sect Master Yang is truly a young hero. This old master admires you greatly. Fang Peng cupped his fists from afar, a trace of regret and anger flashing across the depths of his eyes. Of the people Yang Kai had just dragged into the spirit array and killed, half of them belonged to his Thunder Typhoon sect, many of them third-order origin returning realm masters. Seeing them die for no reason, Fang Peng was naturally distressed. After this battle, although it wouldn't cause any serious damage, Thunder Typhoon sect's strength would definitely be damaged. Moreover, if news of what had happened here were to spread, Thunder Typhoon sect's prestige would plummet. "Does Sect Master Fang think the rest of you can capture me?" Yang Kai smiled and looked at him faintly. This Fang thought this plan was foolproof before, but after seeing Sect Master Yang's methods, this Fang no longer dares to think so. Fang Peng slowly shook his head, a helpless look on his face. Since Sect Master Fang can say so, naturally that's for the best, Yang Kai coldly snorted. However, although this Fang has no intention of becoming enemies with Sect Master Yang, you've killed so many people, I can't just let you walk away like this. Sect Master Yang, please don't be impatient and meet these two friends first. Two friends? Yang Kai frowned and suddenly realized something was wrong. Bring them up. Fang Peng clapped his hands and looked at Yang Kai with a smug expression. Following his order, two streaks of light suddenly appeared not far away and quickly flew over. After the streaks of light dissipated and the figures inside were revealed, Yang Kai's eyes couldn't help narrowing as his expression became gloomy. The two figures in the streaks of light were actually Qian Tong and Fei Ji Tu, who had come in with him. The two of them had obviously experienced a difficult battle and were covered in blood, looking quite distressed. At this moment, both of them looked very dispirited. Xian Tong's left arm was twisted and obviously broken, while Fei Zhitu's chest and abdomen had several small holes that seemed to have been inflicted by some kind of sword-like weapon and were currently bleeding profusely. Being escorted here, both of them could only smile helplessly at Yang Kai. They hadn't expected to be schemed against here, and for the sake of dealing with Yang Kai at that. Chapter 1504. Kacha, the sandstorm protecting the outermost perimeter collapsed upon contact and the purple shield reappeared, its radiance dim and its spirituality greatly diminished. On the other hand, the lightning arcs remained unabated and once again struck the great barrier woven by the golden blood threads. The golden light was dazzling and the lightning arcs danced in the air. The golden blood threads also dimmed and Yang Kai coughed up a mouthful of blood as his face turned pale. The golden blood threads were an existence that existed between a secret technique and an artifact. They were connected to the cultivator's soul, so if the golden blood threads were damaged, Yang Kai would also suffer. This was the only drawback of the golden blood thread secret technique. Yang Kai had suffered a small loss at this moment. Fortunately, the golden blood thread was extremely powerful, and through the great barrier it weaved, the lightning arcs that had been sweeping through everything in their path were greatly reduced, and the power of the remaining lightning arcs was greatly reduced. Immediately after, they hit the barrier formed by the Firebird artifact spirit. Crisp bird cries rang out as flames soared into the sky, the scorching temperature causing the surrounding space to distort. The monstrous flames and the lightning arcs formed a difficult tug-of-war outside Yang Kai's body, one retreating while the other advanced, the other striking back and forth, creating an extremely anxious scene. However, Yang Kai's face was extremely gloomy. As the owner of the artifact spirit, he could naturally feel the pressure it was under. It couldn't stop it. If it continued to act willfully and allowed the Firebird artifact spirit to continue, it was very likely that its soul would be destroyed and it would disappear from this world. What kind of artifact was that bead? It possessed such great power, and why was there still emperor pressure radiating from it? In just a short time, the barrier formed by the artifact spirit was on the verge of being broken and the monstrous flame seemed to have been splashed with cold water, gradually being extinguished while its cries were obviously not as loud as before. Yang Kai grit his teeth and took back the Firebird artifact spirit. He didn't want the artifact spirit to fall here. A red light shot into Yang Kai's body, and without the protection of the Firebird, Yang Kai's body was immediately exposed to the countless lightning arcs. The lightning arcs were like the sharpest blades as they shot towards him. Yang Kai's face went pale. At this point, he could only push his Saint Qi to protect himself. Yang Kai, this old man will help you. Fei Zhitu's voice suddenly came from the side. He grinned, and used some kind of secret technique. The power that was originally sealed actually returned, and then he took out the blue jade bowl. A faint blue light gushed out from the alms bowl like moonlight pouring down in torrents. It turned into a mass of dense and solid existence, blocking the front. Sizzling sounds could be heard as the throbbing lightning arcs shot into the blue light. The blue light quickly dimmed. In less than 3 breaths of time, Fei Zhitu spat out a mouthful of dark red blood. His face was as pale as paper, and his aura was extremely weak. The blue jade bowl that he relied on the most also emitted a clear sound as numerous tiny cracks appeared on it. Immediately, it collapsed and scattered all over the ground. This powerful origin-grade high-rank artifact was destroyed by the lightning arcs in a single confrontation. This made things worse for Fei Ji too. Old Fei. Xian Tong's face changed drastically as he turned to look at him nervously. Fei Ji too slowly shook his head, not even having the strength to speak. He had already suffered heavy injuries when he was captured, and then his body was pierced through by Chu Zheng's short spear. Brother Chu, I advise you to go back and make some arrangements as well. Tell your disciples not to go out for the time being, lest they be defeated one by that little brat. Wait until the limelight has passed. Is that all Brother Fang has? After being threatened, you're going to cower like a turtle? Chu Zheng said contemptuously. What are you saying? Fang Peng spat disdainfully. This Fang is simply playing to his strengths and avoiding his weaknesses. He has his own Star Emperor mountain to deal with. I don't want to waste my time on him. Humph, if I don't take revenge for my son's death, this old master vows not to be called human. If Brother Fang wants to be a coward, then do so. This old master and that little brat are absolutely irreconcilable. If he really dares to bully my headquarters, this old master will make sure he never leaves. Chu Zheng snorted, his expression fierce. Then I wish Brother Chu all the best. Fang Peng cupped his fist slightly before waving his hand and leading the rest of Thunder Typhoon sect's disciples away. Scoundrel! Chu Zheng looked in the direction Fang Peng disappeared and spat contemptuously, but soon, his expression became sorrowful again as he turned to a certain place and said bitterly, "Take the young Union Master's body, we're going back." Yes. Immediately, someone walked over, picked up the headless body of Chu Changfeng, turned into a streak of light, and followed behind Chu Zheng, gradually disappearing into the distance. Chapter 1505. Tens of thousands of kilometers away from the ancient sect ruins, there was a barren mountain. The world energy aura here was thin, and there wasn't even much vegetation, making it look extremely desolate. Very few cultivators would set foot in such a place because there were no precious treasures or anything of value here, so it was natural that no one would come here to explore. This mountain range wasn't big, only a dozen kilometers in length. It was similar to Dragon Cave Mountain in the past, but in terms of scenery and world energy, it was even worse. A streak of light rushed over from the distance, and as it passed by this barren mountain, it turned a corner and rushed directly into a natural cave halfway up the mountain. When the light dissipated, 3 figures were revealed. Each of them looked extremely distressed, covered in blood, as if they had just experienced an extremely difficult battle and narrowly escaped death. These 3 were naturally Yang Kai, Qian Tong, and Fei Ji Tuesday. A distance of tens of thousands of kilometers should be safe enough. It wasn't that Yang Kai didn't want to run further, but Fei Ji Tu's current state wasn't optimistic, so he didn't dare to delay any longer. This barren mountain provided them with a place to rest. After rushing into the cave, Yang Kai immediately put Fei Ji Tu down and let him lean against the cave wall. Reaching out, he placed his fingers on Fei Ji Tu's wrist and released his Saint Chi to check his injuries. Now, among the 3 of them, Fei Ji Tu's injuries were the most serious, his aura extremely chaotic, as if he was an oil lamp that had run out of oil. After a while, Yang Kai's brow furrowed, his face gloomy. Yang Kai, old Fei. Qian Tong was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, not caring about his own injuries as he asked Yang Kai anxiously. His situation isn't good. Yang Kai replied in a deep voice, then immediately looked at Fei Ji Tu and asked, "City Lord Fei, what secret technique did you use to cause such harm?" Huh. Fei Ji Tu laughed miserably, his face as pale as paper, slowly shaking his head. "It's not a secret technique, this old master has never cultivated such a heaven-defying secret technique." If it's not a secret technique, could it be? Qian Tong's expression changed, as if he had thought of something. That's right. When I was captured, this old man took advantage of the fact that they weren't paying attention and placed the explosive Yuan pill under the tip of my tongue. Yuan burst pill? Yang Kai's face also changed. As an alchemist, he had naturally heard of this spirit pill. This was a kind of medicinal pill with great consequences. Although after taking it, it could temporarily increase the cultivator's strength by a large margin, once the medicinal effect passed, it would inevitably cause unimaginable damage to the cultivator. What it overdrew was the cultivator's life force. Very few people would refine this kind of spirit pill, and very few people would consume it. This was because consuming it required one to have the courage to face death and fight for survival. It was no wonder that Fei Ji too was able to instantly break through the restrictions placed on him and recover his strength. It turned out that he had taken this pill in his mouth in advance. Yang Kai understood. While they were talking, the medicinal effect of the Yuan burst pill seemed to have completely disappeared, and the side effects soon followed. Fei Ji Tu's hair turned white at a speed visible to the naked eye, and even his skin began to wrinkle and dry. Many deep wrinkles appeared on his face. The flowing time great emperor seemed to have passed hundreds of years in an instant. Fei Ji Tu originally looked to be in his 40s, in the prime of his life, but at this moment, he had become an old man, one that looked like he had one foot in the grave. Worthy of one of Yang Kai's followers, such courage. Wu Yi's pretty face blushed after hearing this praise and she quickly said, Junior was just speaking casually, how to act will depend on sect master's opinion. Senior shouldn't make fun of this junior. Naturally, we'll teach them a lesson, Yang Kai coldly snorted, if there's enmity, there's nothing to be said. Wu Yi's expression shook. An hour later, the battle shuttle docked in the square of High Heaven sect and a group of people walked out. Yang Kai asked Wu Yi to arrange for Qian Tong and Fei Ji Tu to rest while he walked towards 100 Flowers Peak alone. He was going to find Yi Shiyun as there was something he wanted to ask her about. Inside 100 Flowers Peak, Yi Shiyun was tending to the flowers and plants. At her current level of cultivation, it was impossible for her to continue cultivating. The suppression of Shadowed Star's world principles prevented her from breaking through to the Origin King realm, but she had already reached the limit of the Origin returning realm, so no matter how hard she cultivated, it would be useless. As such, she spent most of her time doing trivial things to hone her heart, hoping that one day she could find another way to break through to the Origin King realm. Her temperament had always been indifferent. Is Sect Master back? Before Yang Kai could walk over, Yi Shiyun's voice reached his ears, apparently having noticed him. Yang Kai gently nodded and walked straight over to her side, where he saw her trimming a plant. Did your trip go smoothly? Not very well. Oh? Yi Shiyun turned her head, what happened? We were set up. Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he briefly recounted what happened in Fallen Emperor Mountain. You mean to say that Star Emperor Mountain was behind this incident? Yi Shiyun's pretty face went cold. But it doesn't matter. No matter who the enemy is, if they dare provoke me, I won't let them off easily. Sect Master is a man, so naturally he distinguishes between gratitude and grudges. I came here this time to ask if there is a bead-like artifact in Star Emperor Mountain. It can split into countless fragments and possesses the lightning attribute. Sect Master is talking about the Annihilation Thunder Bead? Yi Shiyun frowned slightly, were you attacked by that artifact? Yes, I almost died. Yang Kai still had some lingering fear. When he thought about the power of that artifact, he couldn't help feeling a little nervous. He had never seen such a powerful artifact before. Was it called the Annihilation Thunder Bead? Was it an Origin King grade artifact? It wasn't Origin King grade. To Yang Kai's surprise, Yi Shiyun slowly shook her head, put down the scissors in her hand, and straightened up, as if she was immersed in her memories. After a while, she walked towards the stone pavilion and said, "Sect Master, please come with me." Yang Kai followed closely. Inside the stone pavilion, the two sat down and Yi Shiyun personally poured a cup of tea and pushed it in front of Yang Kai before gently stroking her hair and saying, "Sect Master, being able to escape from the Annihilation Thunder Bead is truly extraordinary. This queen seems to have underestimated you before. It was just luck. That Annihilation Thunder Bead was so powerful, could it not be an Origin King grade artifact?" Yang Kai took a sip of tea and looked at her suspiciously. "It is Star Emperor Mountain's guardian artifact, one that has surpassed the Origin King grade. It is an Emperor artifact." "An Emperor artifact?" Yang Kai raised his brow. "An artifact of the Great Emperors?" Yi Shiyun gently nodded. "Impossible." Yang Kai paled in shock. He had seen Emperor artifacts before. The 3 blazing flame rings were one such Emperor artifact. Unfortunately, Yang Yen had only managed to collect one of the 3 blazing flame rings while the remaining 2 were still scattered across Shadowed Star, forming the Lu Yen Sand Field, High Heaven Sect's strongest defense. The Annihilation Thunder Bead is an Emperor artifact, but with the strength of those from Star Emperor Mountain, they were unable to display its full power. Even if I personally used it, I could only display 10% of its power. Is it really that terrifying? Yang Kai paled in amazement. The power of an Emperor artifact is not something you or I can imagine. Moreover, with such a low cultivation, forcibly urging an Emperor artifact requires one to pay a great price. After that person attacked you with the Annihilation Thunder Bead, was his aura very weak? Indeed. That's right, if he could fully stimulate the power of the Annihilation Thunder Bead, even an Origin King could easily be killed, let alone Sect Master. Yang Kai wore a look of amazement. This time, if it weren't for Fei Ji Tu using the Blue Jade Bowl to block the attack for him at the critical moment, he would have been seriously injured. He might have been able to escape this time, but what about next time? After leaving the Emperor Garden last time, Yang Kai had fused the Blood Essence Stone with the Stone Embryo in hopes of giving birth to a second Stone Mongoose, so he had given the task of guarding it to Xiao Xiao. Now that Yang Kai had returned to the sect, Xiao Xiao sensed something and immediately came to First Heavenly Palace. Yang Kai did not know whether the second Stone Mongoose had been successfully born or not, so he was looking forward to it. However, when he saw Xiao Xiao, the Stone Mongoose, he could not help but frown and hurriedly asked, "What's wrong?" Its originally clear and bright eyes were now filled with panic. As soon as it popped up from the ground, it immediately crawled over to Yang Kai on all fours, then bent its waist and grabbed Yang Kai's trousers, uttering some strange words as it anxiously dragged Yang Kai outside. What's going on? As the master of the Stone Mongoose, Yang Kai could naturally feel its anxiety and uneasiness, but the Stone Mongoose was also a living creature with low sentience. Yang Kai had only given it a drop of golden blood when it was born, so he could not clearly understand its thoughts. "You want me to go with you?" Yang Kai asked again. The Stone Mongoose nodded vigorously. "Lead the way." Yang Kai gently nodded, allowing the Stone Mongoose to drag him out. Soon, one person and one Stone Mongoose left High Heaven Sect's headquarters and headed towards the depths of the mountain range. High Heaven Sect's headquarters was now located on the site of the ancient Supreme Profound Sect. This site was extremely vast, and High Heaven Sect was small, so it only occupied a small part of it. Now, the place where the Stone Mongoose was leading Yang Kai could also be considered the headquarters of Supreme Profound Sect, but it was located atop a mountain peak. This mountain peak was tall and straight, towering into the clouds. It was a picturesque scene. An hour later, the stone mongoose led Yang Kai to the top of this mountain. At the top, there was a spacious platform that resembled a public square and a magnificent palace. This was probably the palace built by Supreme Profound sect in the past, but it was now empty. In front of the palace, there was a strange blood-red round stone about the size of a washbasin on the ground. Faintly, the rich world energy in the surroundings was being drawn into the round stone. He could even hear a series of thumping sounds that sounded like a heartbeat coming from the round stone. It was strong, powerful, and had a clear rhythm. The second stone mongoose's stone embryo. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. The stone embryo had been well taken care of by Xiao Xiao. After fusing with the blood essence stone, it almost had its own life, but the strange thing was that the life inside it had yet to break out of its shell. Logically speaking, after such a long time, it should have been born. Kai Yang's brow wrinkled. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that there was something wrong with the stone embryo. No wonder Xiao Xiao was so anxious. The blood-red light on the stone embryo suddenly became extremely dazzling, and at the same time, a shocking energy fluctuation erupted from the stone embryo. Yang Kai's eyes widened as he stared at the movement in front of him. Slowly, the light dimmed, and the intense vibrations disappeared at the same time. The terrifying energy fluctuations contained in the stone embryo also disappeared without a trace. Yang Kai's heart sank as he released his divine sense to probe the stone embryo, his expression becoming dim. Even the vitality the stone embryo originally possessed had disappeared, as if it really was just a piece of stone that could be found anywhere. Xiao Xiao also noticed this and quickly rushed over to the stone embryo, patted it lightly with both hands, and muttered some incomprehensible words before picking it up and sending it to Yang Kai, stuffing it into his arms, obviously wanting him to think of a solution. Yang Kai opened his mouth, but in the end, he was speechless and could only sigh deeply. Chapter 1508. As Xiao Xiao's master, Yang Kai could naturally feel the impatience and uneasiness in his heart. If he could, he would not refuse Xiao Xiao's request. However, Yang Kai knew little about the stone mongoose, so he had no idea what had gone wrong that caused the second stone mongoose to not only fail to break out of its shell, but also die. Even if he wanted to, there was nothing he could do. Master and servant were connected, so sensing Yang Kai's helplessness, the light of hope in Xiao Xiao's eyes gradually dimmed. He sniffed lightly, like a child who had been wronged. After a long time, he gently placed the stone embryo in front of Yang Kai and carefully touched it, as if he was afraid that his movements would cause any harm to the stone embryo. Immediately, Xiao Xiao rushed to the edge of the cliff and beat his chest with his hands, producing a sonorous sound like a drum. His small body rapidly grew, and in the blink of an eye, he became a stone giant more than 100 meters tall. Like a giant gorilla, he stood at the top of the mountain, his back stooped and his hands hanging on the ground as he stared at the clouds. A long roar, like the roar of a rolling dragon, came from his mouth. The howl resounded through the sky, and it contained an unimaginable destructive force that caused the sea of clouds to be turned upside down. The howl was filled with grief and sorrow that could not be wiped away. A drop of something that looked like crystal jade slid down from Xiao Xiao's eyes and fell to the ground with a crisp sound. The stone mongoose was crying. Yang Kai had never thought that the stone mongoose would cry one day. He could not imagine what the second stone mongoose's stone embryo meant to Xiao Xiao, causing him to be so sad. But at this moment, Xiao Xiao's back was bleak and lonely. It was as if Xiao Xiao was the only one left in the world, and he would be alone for the rest of his life. Yang Kai suddenly got up and hurried to the stone embryo, stretched out his hand, and flicked a golden blood thread around his wrist. A wound that was a few inches long and deep to the bone immediately appeared. Golden blood seeped out of the wound and dripped onto the stone embryo drop by drop. It shouldn't be like this. Xiao Xiao's birth was so smooth, and Yang Kai was also confused at the time. Xiao Xiao had integrated with the blood essence stone in the black book space on his own and easily broke out of his shell. Why was the second one so difficult? At this moment, even its life aura was completely gone. No matter what the reason was, it was still Xiao Xiao's kind, and Xiao Xiao's expectations for its birth were 1,000,000 times higher than his own. Yang Kai did not believe that such a powerful creature would die just like that. He had done his best and left to the heavens. The sound of golden blood drip, 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 drip. Golden blood contained an unimaginable amount of vitality and vitality. When Xiao Xiao was born, Yang Kai had done the same thing, but he had only used a single drop of golden blood. But now, he no longer cared about the cost. Perceiving Yang Kai's actions, Xiao Xiao immediately turned around and ran over, squatting in front of Yang Kai, looking at him gratefully before glancing at the stone embryo from time to time, a worried look on his face. Time passed by little, and the stone embryo was completely dyed gold, but to Yang Kai's disappointment, his golden blood did not have any effect and the stone embryo showed no signs of absorbing it. This made his expression dim. Xiao Xiao was also like an ant on a hot pan, twisting restlessly. Suddenly, a very weak fluctuation spread from the stone embryo. Yang Kai's brow furrowed, thinking he had been expecting too much and was hallucinating, but when he carefully released his divine sense to investigate, he couldn't help smiling. There really was a fluctuation coming from the stone embryo. At that time, although Yang Kai had also cultivated this technique, he hadn't been able to find a suitable host, so he could only keep his soul clone in his knowledge sea. Later, after entering Tongxian realm's territory and wandering to the floating continent, Yang Kai was forced by Gui Zhu to test the operation of the space array. At that time, Yang Kai didn't dare to take the risk himself and could only release his soul clone into the space array. Although his soul clone suffered great damage and was almost destroyed, after so many years of cultivation, it had been restored to its original state. Not only that, but it was also many times stronger than before. This soul clone was a very special existence because Yang Kai cultivated it alone, so it didn't have much involvement with his knowledge sea. Even if it disappeared, it wouldn't affect him. Now that the situation had changed, many people couldn't help looking forward to it. Many people wondered if Heaven Battling Union had actually offended Star Emperor Mountain. Could it be that it was about to follow in the footsteps of the ancient Yang sect? If this was the case, it would be great news. In any case, the atmosphere in the city today was indeed different from before. Everywhere one could see Heaven Battling Union disciples hurrying about. These people were actually purchasing all kinds of materials wantonly, as if they were preparing in advance for some important event. At this moment, there were 2 First-Order Origin returning realm cultivators flying slowly over the city. Both of them were wearing Heaven Battling Union robes, but unlike ordinary disciples, their robes were embroidered with swords and sabers, giving them a murderous look. Law Enforcers. Heaven Battling City was a large city, so naturally, there were law enforcers patrolling the city. Once someone was found to be not abiding by the rules and causing trouble, they would be punished by the law enforcers. Serious offenses would result in death, while less serious offenses would result in a fine of Saint crystals. As such, all the cultivators in Heaven Battling City were very afraid of the cultivators who wore these robes, as if they were not careful, they would be targeted. At this moment, these 2 law enforcers both wore worried looks. Brother Huang, what do you think is going on? Since the Union Master and Great Elder returned last time, they have issued some inexplicable orders one after another, and now they are ordering the disciples to purchase supplies like crazy. Is our heaven-battling union going to war again? The short-haired man on the left asked suspiciously. Chapter 15:10. Brother Chu, you're asking the wrong person. This Huang is just like you, a law enforcer with low status. If Brother Chu doesn't know, how could this Huang possibly know? Another elderly man on the right slowly shook his head and replied with a smile. The short-haired man chuckled, Brother Huang is too modest. Although we are all law enforcers, Brother Huang is different from this Chu. You didn't join the union halfway. I have long heard that Brother Huang has some kind of relationship with Great Elder Mo. Could it be that Brother Huang hasn't heard about this matter? The elderly man heard this and smiled proudly. Although this Huang and Great Elder Mo have some kind of relationship, it's nothing more than a blood relative. If we were really close, this Huang would have already taken up a position as a deacon in the inner city instead of coming to the outer city to be a law enforcer and deal with these unscrupulous merchants, dealing with trivial matters all day long. That being said, Brother Huang may have a chance to stay in the inner city. With Brother Huang's aptitude, as long as you stay in the inner city, you will definitely be able to break through to the second order within 3 to 5 years. This Chu is truly envious. If such a day really comes, this Chu hopes Brother Huang will not forget this Chu and give him a few pointers. Of course, the two of us have been friends for several dozen years. Do you think I won't give you any benefits? The elderly man laughed heartily, seemingly in a good mood. Looking around, he found that no one was paying attention to him, so he couldn't help lowering his voice and saying, Brother Chu, although this Huang doesn't know what happened in the union, when I went to ask Great Elder about something a few days ago, I inadvertently heard him discussing something with the union master. It seems to be related to that little brat named Yang Kai. Yang Kai? The short-haired man frowned, faintly feeling that this name was familiar. After thinking about it carefully, he asked in surprise, could it be that High Heaven sect master? High Heaven sect master. The elderly man nodded lightly. He's just a child, why would the Union Master and Great Elder be talking about him? Could it be this matter is related to him? It seems that the last time the Union Master and Great Elder went out, it was to deal with him. Unfortunately, that little brat is as cunning as a fox and managed to escape. Before he left, that little brat said he would retaliate against my heaven-battling union. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The short-haired man sneered, that brat is just a junior, yet he dares to say such words. He really doesn't know his place. This Huang thinks so too. But, even if he wants to retaliate, why are Union Master and Great Elder acting in such panic? Do you think my heaven-battling union is afraid of him? Don't let your guard down, Brother Chu. The elderly man's expression turned solemn. That kid really doesn't have much ability. He's just a first-order origin returning realm, which is about the same strength as the two of us. For him to have this level of cultivation at such a young age, it can be seen that his aptitude isn't bad, but if we were to really fight him, either one of us would be able to kill him. But Brother Chu, don't forget, High Heaven sect has an origin king-grade starship. Hearing this, the short-haired man's expression became solemn as he nodded, I have also heard about this. It is said that High Heaven sect does indeed have such a starship, but whether this is true or not, no one has been able to confirm. But even if they do have an origin king-grade starship, so what? My heaven-battling city is not to be trifled with. If he dares to drive that starship here, it will be the same as striking a stone with an egg. Chapter 15:11. Among the dozen or so people, the one leading them had a ruddy face, a big nose, cross-eyed eyes, and messy hair, giving him a rather comical appearance, but the powerful aura he exuded was not to be underestimated. A third-order origin returning realm master. It's Heaven Battling Union's second elder, Lu Feng. Even he was alarmed. The people around him are all elites of Heaven Battling Union, so there's going to be a good show to watch. What kind of background does this High Heaven sect have? Their tone is so arrogant. Who cares what background they have? Lu Feng has a bad temper, so he definitely won't let them off easily. Heh, let's just watch. Discussions broke out all around as everyone stared up at the sky, waiting for the show to begin. In Heaven Battling Union, there were countless masters, and there were no less than 10 third-order origin returning realm masters, but among these people, Lu Feng, who could become the second-ranked elder, was also famous. Yang Kai had met Great Elder Mo Xiaosheng and Third Elder Liang Yong before, and both of them were naturally strong, but compared with Lu Feng, they lacked ruthlessness. As such, Lu Feng held the position of Enforcement Elder in Heaven Battling Union. He was responsible for punishing disciples who made mistakes. Basically, no one who fell into his hands was unscathed. The disciple of Heaven Battling Union was most afraid of this person. Just now, Lu Feng had been leading some people to deal with some trivial matters in the outer city, but he had not expected to encounter such a scene, so he had immediately rushed over. At a glance, Lu Feng saw that the other party had used crystal cannons to clear a several thousand-meter-long passage through Heaven Battling City. In the vicinity of this passage, all the houses had collapsed and everything had been reduced to nothingness. Heaven Battling Union had been in power for so many years, but they had never encountered such a thing. Staring coldly at the several dozen-meter-long, dark starship, Lu Feng shouted, "Which scoundrel dares act so atrociously in Heaven Battling City? Quickly come out and face your death." His voice was like a deafening clap of thunder, echoing throughout Heaven Battling City. Anyone could feel Lu Feng's anger at this moment. Inside the starship, there was no response, no refutation, not even the slightest movement, just quietly floating mid-air, as if there were no living people inside. However, an inexplicable pressure was like a boulder weighing down on everyone's hearts. Good. You dare to not put me in your eyes? Do you think that I can't do anything to you just because you're hiding inside? It's just a battleship. Watch how this elder smashes it into pieces. Saying so, Saint Chi madly surged from Lu Feng's body, and with a flick of his wrist, a giant axe appeared in his hand. This giant axe was as tall as a person, white in color, and had an extremely sharp edge. Pouring his Saint Chi into it, the giant axe artifact suddenly burst with a dazzling light. Immediately, Lu Feng raised the giant axe high and condensed a huge axe phantom composed of pure energy. The axe shadow was more than 100 feet long, as if it had been enlarged by 100 times. From the axe shadow, there was a frightening energy fluctuation. Everyone's expression changed. Lu Feng, as the third elder of Heaven Battling Union, was naturally not an ordinary third-order origin returning realm master. As soon as they saw the third elder take action, the others who had followed him here naturally wouldn't just sit back and watch, summoning their artifacts and secret techniques one after another. For a time, a multicolored light bloomed. Under Lu Feng's control, the huge axe shadow fell like a guillotine and slashed towards the starship with unstoppable momentum. The other attacks followed closely behind. Chapter 15:12. As the starship displayed its might, the cultivators in Heaven Battling City rushed out like a tide. Naturally, Heaven Battling Union was aware of such a big matter. At this moment, in the inner city, inside a palace, Chu Zheng slammed the table after hearing the report from his subordinates and shouted, "Going too far. Relying on a single starship, he dares not put my heaven-battling union in his eyes? I'd like to see how that little brat will raise my heaven-battling city to the ground. Saying so, he hurriedly walked out, seemingly wanting to meet the enemy. Chu Changfeng had died tragically at the hands of Yang Kai, causing Chu Zheng to be unable to sleep these days. Now that he learned that his enemy had arrived at his doorstep, of course he was anxious to avenge his son. Mo Xiaosheng frowned slightly to the side, but he did not stop them. After all, Heaven-battling Union had been humiliated. If they did not meet the enemy head-on, it would only make the world look down on Heaven-battling Union even more. But before Chu Zheng and Mo Xiaosheng could walk out of the palace, a disciple ran in from outside in a panic and immediately knelt down before reporting in alarm, "Union Master, Great Elder, bad news. What's all the fuss about? Did High Heaven Sect do something again?" Chu Zheng shouted. "Union Master is wise, Second Elder has fallen." "What?" Chu Zheng and Mo Xiaosheng were taken aback. From the time they received the news that High Heaven Sect had sent a starship to attack the city until now, less than 10 breaths had passed, yet Second Elder Lu Feng had actually fallen? Wasn't this speed a little bit too fast? Lu Feng being able to hold the position of Second Elder of Heaven-battling Union was a testament to his strength. If Mo Xiaosheng had not cultivated the Tao of space, he would not have been Lu Feng's opponent. In such a short time, Lu Feng had actually fallen. What kind of conspiracy had the other party used? How did Second Elder fall? Give us a detailed report. Mo Xiaosheng did not dare neglect and quickly asked. The disciple naturally did not dare to conceal anything and told them everything he knew. After listening, Chu Zheng and Mo Xiaosheng looked at each other and saw the horror in each other's eyes. With just a single blow from the starship, Lu Feng and a dozen Heaven-battling Union elites had been obliterated. Just how terrifying was this attack? Was an Origin King-grade starship really so powerful? This news completely overturned Chu Zheng and Mo Xiaosheng's understanding of starships. They had always felt that starships were too large, difficult to move, and extremely fragile. Besides being used to transport materials and mine ores in the asteroid sea near Shadowed Star, they had no other use. Not only that, but the cost was also very high. If one was not careful, the warship could be destroyed. As such, even though Heaven-battling Union was one of the 2 giants of Shadowed Star, it had no more than 5 starships. Over the years, these 5 starships had only been used to mine ores in the asteroid seas and dead stars, but had never been used in combat. But today, High Heaven Sect starship had arrived in Heaven-battling City and was demonstrating its might. Was the gap between an Origin-grade low-rank starship and an Origin King-grade starship really so big? Even Lu Feng couldn't block that attack, so the 2 of them definitely couldn't. "Union Master, if what this disciple said is true, I'm afraid we can't go out to meet the enemy and can only defend the inner city." Mo Xiaosheng frowned worriedly. "How could I not understand Great Elder's meaning, but if we don't fight head-on now, I'm afraid we will become a laughingstock on Shadowed Star. They will think my Heaven-battling Union is a coward." Chu Zheng said with a stern expression. "No, Union Master, we can't care what outsiders say for the time being." A cultivator close to Heaven-battling Union immediately retorted, and the 2 sides quickly quarreled until a great battle broke out. At first, the battle was just a small-scale one, but as time passed, more and more cultivators were involved. Hatred and resentment were both repaid. The battle between High Heaven Sect and Heaven-battling Union had not yet begun, but the cultivators who had been driven out of the outer city were already fighting fiercely. From time to time, someone would scream and fall as blood flowed. At least 1 million cultivators were involved in this dispute, and the number of casualties was innumerable. At this moment, the starship had already arrived outside the inner city. The entire journey was extremely smooth, and Yang Kai did not attack the outer city of Heaven-battling City, after all, there was no point in venting his anger on those buildings. Sect Master, they seem to have activated a spirit array. Yi Shiyun used her divine sense to investigate for a moment before reporting. I see it. Yang Kai grinned. I heard that Heaven Battling City's inner city has a powerful myriad ice spirit sealing array, so this is probably it. What should we do now? Please advise us, Sect Master. Don't worry, charge through the spirit array. Yang Kai coldly snorted. The starship only paused for a moment before rushing straight into the inner city. Inside the inner city, there was a cloud of mist, but if one observed carefully, they would be able to see that this cloud-like mist was actually nothing more than an extremely cold aura. The myriad ice spirit sealing array had the frozen jade ice spring in the inner city as its array core, and there was more than one frozen jade ice spring. In fact, there were a total of 3 springs. These 3 springs had accumulated a massive amount of cold yin qi over thousands of years, enough so that even an origin-returning realm master would be frozen into an ice sculpture if they were caught off guard. At this moment, the cold yin qi from the 3 springs was being released at a crazy rate, enveloping the entire inner city, making it appear as if one was looking at a flower through a fog. Even the starship soon disappeared from sight after entering this fog. This isn't good. This cold yin qi can actually freeze one's divine sense. The myriad ice spirit sealing array truly lives up to its reputation. Qian Tong frowned. Just now, he had wanted to investigate the situation around him, but as soon as he released his divine sense, he couldn't help shivering. If he hadn't withdrawn it quickly, his divine sense would have been frozen solid. Inside the starship, without the detection of one's divine sense, everyone was essentially blind. However, how could a starship refined by Yang Yen not have a way to fix this? At this moment, inside the starship's hold, a monitoring array was in operation, and a High Heaven sect disciple was paying close attention to the reaction of this array and reporting back. Soon, there was a reaction from the surveillance formation. Sect Master, there is a team of more than 20 people approaching from the left, about 10 kilometers away. After 10 breaths of time, fire 3 crystal cannons in that direction. Yang Kai grinned. Qian Tong and the others took a deep breath as they secretly mourned for those who attempted to launch a sneak attack. 10 breaths later, 3 beams of pure white light shot toward the left. Silently, all the enemies discovered by the surveillance array disappeared. Overconfident. Yi Shiyun slowly shook her head. The cultivator on Shadowed Star really underestimated the terror of an Origin King-grade starship. Even she, if not for her understanding of the mysteries of this starship, would likely have underestimated it. After all, on Shadowed Star, no one had ever used a starship in battle. Sect Master, someone else is coming, the disciple reported again. Yang Kai walked through the void as several dozen golden blood threads flew back and forth, wrapping around him like an extension of his arm. Anyone who approached him would be cut into pieces by the golden light. Yang Kai did not show any signs of fighting, but wherever he passed, the Saint King Realm cultivator would cry out miserably, as if they were suffering from some kind of torture, their souls obliterated in a very short time. These tiny insects, invisible to the naked eye and undetectable even by divine sense, viciously pounced on these Saint King Realm cultivators, causing them to die inexplicably. Soul-devouring insects. Now that Yang Kai's strength had improved, the enemies he encountered were also getting stronger. These soul-devouring insects, which had been nourished in his knowledge sea, could not play much of a role in battle, but at this moment, they were the best choice for mass slaughter. Soul-devouring insects specialized in devouring spiritual energy, so once a cultivator's knowledge sea dried up, they would definitely die. Yang Kai was like a god of death descending from ancient times, slaughtering all the enemies he encountered. The many cultivators of Heaven Battling Union became living targets, unable to resist at all. Even Changqi and the others were slaughtered to their heart's content. Inside the palace, Chu Zheng and the others' faces were ashen as their bodies trembled violently. None of them could have imagined that High Heaven Sect starship could display such terrifying power and was equipped with so many unimaginable means. Their own sect's disciples were actually as vulnerable as 3-year-old children in front of all these means. Chapter 15:15. Chu Zheng felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart. Heaven Battling Union's 10,000-year foundation was about to be destroyed by his own hands. At this moment, Chu Zheng faintly regretted provoking Yang Kai. Even if he had disobeyed Star Emperor Mountain's orders, perhaps the result would not have been so bad. The situation was hopeless. Chu Zheng knew better than anyone that the moment the myriad ice spirit sealing array was destroyed, they had already lost this battle. It was the trump card he was most proud of in his heart, but now, it had been broken by the other party in a matter of seconds. The speed was simply incredible. Even if he killed Yang Kai now, he would not be able to recover the huge losses Heaven Battling Union had suffered. But was Yang Kai so easy to kill? Chu Zheng was not confident he could kill a cultivator who was proficient in space force and could even tear space to escape. Union Master. Mo Xiaosheng called out softly from the side, his old face seeming to have aged even more at this moment as he said with a heavy expression, "It's time to go." Go? Chu Zheng turned his head to look at him and slowly shook his head. This Chu is the Union Master of Heaven Battling Union. If the Union exists, I will. If the Union is destroyed, I will not leave. Union Master, where there is life, there is hope. This time, we underestimated the strength of High Heaven Sect and the losses we suffered are immeasurable, but as long as Union Master is here, there will be a chance to avenge the disciples who died, but if you die here, who will avenge them? Mo Xiaosheng tried his best to persuade him. Chu Zheng glanced at him and snapped, "Be that as it may, the world is so big, where can this Chu go? This Chu can still fight. Even if this old master dies, he will drag that little brat down with him. Alliance Master, have you forgotten who was the one who caused all of this? We can go there, I'm sure they won't just sit back and watch," Mo Xiaosheng quickly said. Chu Zheng frowned and pondered carefully. Liang Yong, who had been standing to the side, also hurriedly said, "Yes, Union Master, High Heaven Sect's momentum is at its peak now, we really should avoid them for the time being. We can't do anything to that starship, but Star Emperor Mountain may have a way." Inside the hall, Heaven Battling Union's Great Elder and Third Elder tried their best to persuade Chu Zheng while the others echoed. After all, who would be willing to die if they could live? The enemy's battleship was simply too terrifying. It was not an existence that human strength could contend against. Everyone was afraid that Chu Zheng would order them to go out and meet the attack, so they naturally wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. For a moment, everyone was talking at once, and it was extremely chaotic. Chu Zheng also seemed to recover from his shock and swept his eyes over everyone before gently nodding, "Good, this one will withdraw for the time being and head to Star Emperor Mountain. Alliance Master is wise." Everyone's anxious hearts immediately relaxed, and they couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. In the inner city, the screams had not stopped since the beginning. One after another, the cultivator affected by the colored glass divine light and dragged into an illusion by the mirage stone died at the hands of High Heaven Sect's disciples. Of the thousands of cultivators, less than 1 in 10 were left. As time passed, the influence of the mirage stone gradually weakened. After the illusion in front of them disappeared and they saw the situation clearly, the heaven-battling Union cultivator who was still alive were all horrified. How could they have the courage to stay and fight? All of them used their movement skills and summoned defensive artifacts to escape. The army was routed like a landslide. The entire inner city seemed to be dyed red with blood, and the ground was covered with broken limbs and minced meat. The strong smell of blood permeated the huge city, making anyone who smelled it want to vomit. Golden light filled the sky as dozens of golden blood threads formed sharp blades that cut through the enemies in front of them. Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged. Although he had rampaged through the enemy crowd and killed many of them, his clothes were still clean, not stained with a single drop of blood. Suddenly, Yang Kai raised his head and looked in a certain direction, his brow furrowing slightly. There was a strange fluctuation of space force coming from that direction. In an instant, Yang Kai understood what this fluctuation of space force was, and a cold smile appeared on his face as he stretched out his hand and gently drew a line in the air in front of him. A dark void crack appeared and Yang Kai dove into it, disappearing in the blink of an eye. In Heaven Battling Union's inner city, in a secret underground room, more than a dozen elders and protectors of Heaven Battling Union were gathered here. At this moment, all of them were staring at a huge space array in front of them with anticipation and trepidation. Heaven Battling Union was one of the two giants of Shadowed Star, one that had stood tall for thousands of years and flourished, so naturally, they knew to leave themselves a way out. The space array in this secret underground room was one such way out. For thousands of years, this space array had never been used because no one had been able to force Heaven Battling Union to the point of using it. But today, this dust-covered forbidden zone was finally being opened. Chu Zheng wanted to use it to leave Heaven Battling City and travel to a place 1 million kilometers away. Although it had never been used before, this space array was still in perfect condition, so after a slight adjustment and embedding of Saint crystals, the space array began operating. This king and great elder will go ahead, third elder, you stay behind and bring up the rear, Chu Zheng ordered casually before walking towards the space array with Mo Xiaosheng. Liang Yong opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but just as the words reached his lips, he swallowed them back down and cupped his fists instead. Yes. He was really afraid of Yang Kai. Last time in Fallen Emperor Mountain, he had escaped from Yang Kai's hands. Although Yang Kai had kept his word and did not kill him, these days, Yang Kai had become his nightmare. Of course, he wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. But the Union Master had already given his orders, so Liang Yong had no choice but to follow and bring up the rear. This space array could only transport a maximum of 5 people at a time, so everyone had to evacuate in batches. After Chu Zheng and the others took their positions, the space array immediately burst into light and enveloped the 5 of them. Seeing the figures of these 5 people fading away and about to leave, a sudden change occurred. The principle of beating a snake to death was one that Yang Kai understood better than anyone else. Looking at the people in the secret room with an indifferent expression, Yang Kai didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. With a wave of his hand, the stone mongoose Xiao Xiao suddenly appeared in front of him, the massive heaven-shaking pillar resting on his shoulder as his eyes darted around, seemingly waiting for an opportunity to strike. The massive heaven-shaking pillar formed a huge contrast with Xiao Xiao's small body, making him look quite comical. However, no one dared to underestimate Xiao Xiao in the slightest. Even Chu Zheng frowned as he felt an unimaginable pressure from Xiao Xiao, one that he had never felt even when facing Yang Kai. Chapter 15-18. Since the establishment of Thunder Typhoon Sect, Thunder Typhoon Canyon had always been its territory. When Thunder Typhoon Sect's reputation was still unknown, many sects had fancied this treasure land and tried to capture it, but none of them succeeded, all of them becoming stepping stones for Thunder Typhoon Sect. During this process, Thunder Typhoon Sect grew at a snowball speed and eventually became one of the two giants of Shadowed Star. The periphery of Thunder Typhoon Canyon was wrapped in a poisonous miasma all year round, making it difficult for outsiders to approach. Disciples needed to take special detoxification pills in advance or use space arrays to enter and exit this place. Otherwise, even Saint Kings would not be able to resist the power of this poisonous miasma, causing them to lose strength and unable to circulate their Saint Chi. In serious cases, they would fall to the ground and die instantly. This was the biggest reason why Thunder Typhoon Sect was able to defend this place. In addition to this natural barrier, it was rumored that Thunder Typhoon Canyon was filled with countless large and small spirit arrays. Anyone who dared to intrude would die without a complete corpse. Although Yang Kai had the starship to rely on, he did not dare take this place lightly. Thunder Typhoon Canyon was different from Heaven Battling City. After entering, it would be difficult to leave. So, after the starship passed through the range of this natural poisonous miasma, Yang Kai ordered his people to slow down significantly while scanning their surroundings and advancing vigilantly. However, to his surprise, along the way, he did not touch any spirit arrays or even see a single living person. Using his divine sense, Yang Kai was able to see everything within a 100-kilometer radius. The huge Thunder Typhoon Sect was now empty, as if everyone had evacuated in advance. Yang Kai frowned. Yixiyun also wore a look of disbelief. Although a few days ago, she and her group had captured Heaven Battling City and destroyed Heaven Battling Union, demonstrating the strength of High Heaven Sect's combat prowess, she had never seen such a scene before. However, Thunder Typhoon Sect was still a famous sect, so there was no reason for them to retreat without a fight. How much courage did it take to give up the foundation of their sect that had been established for over 10,000 years? What kind of prestige did he have to be able to make all the disciples in the sect listen to him? Fang Peng seemed to be more difficult to deal with than Chu Zheng. Yang Kai thought to himself. Yang Kai, Thunder Typhoon Sect actually withdrew ahead of time, what should we do? Qian Tong was speechless. He thought that it would be the same as last time and that they would have to go through a tough battle. He didn't expect this to happen. Interesting. Yang Kai sneered. The foundation of a sect lay in its people, not its foundation. As long as the disciples didn't die, there would always be a chance for them to make a comeback. Fang Peng clearly understood this principle. High Heaven Sect's ferocious punch had hit nothing but cotton, making everyone feel aggrieved. Since we're here, there's no reason for us to return empty-handed. Destroy the Thunder Wind Canyon for me, Yang Kai coldly snorted, since Fang Peng doesn't want this 10,000-year foundation, we don't need to keep it for him. Ruthless. Qian Tong's mouth twitched. Once the order was passed down, the crystal cannons fired continuously. As the battleship moved forward, everything in its path was razed to the ground. The violent rumbling sounds never stopped as many of Thunder Typhoon Sect's buildings were reduced to dust under the bombardment of the crystal cannons. Suddenly, Yang Kai's expression changed as a look of surprise appeared on his face, sending his divine sense in a certain direction. Unless Yang Kai forced Star Emperor Mountain to use up the power of the Annihilation Thunder Bead, the starship would not be able to reach Star Emperor Mountain. Since you can't defend against it, does Sect Master Yang think you can defeat our sect with the strength of your group? Our sect has stood on Shadowed Star for tens of thousands of years and is not so easy to deal with. Isn't Sect Master Yang looking down on our sect too much? Yang Xiaozhu coldly snorted, obviously not optimistic about Yang Kai's ability. Huh. Yang Kai didn't take this insult seriously and instead chuckled, since Senior is so straightforward, let's not beat around the bush. This sect master just heard Senior refer to Great Elder as sect master, but as far as I know, the current sect master of Star Emperor Mountain is someone else. It seems that in the minds of several seniors, our sect's Great Elder is the one everyone supports. Yang Xiaozhu nodded readily, indeed. Ever since that bastard took over the position of sect master 100 years ago, he has been wantonly suppressing those who disobeyed him. Those who disobeyed him were all targeted. These past few years, the three of us have not been happy. We even have to go out and search for our own supplies, wasting a lot of time. Before, we thought Sect Master had already fallen, but now that we know Sect Master is still alive, we naturally have to follow Sect Master's lead. Your sincerity is commendable, this junior deeply admires the three seniors. Yang Kai said solemnly. There's no need for pompous words. The reason why these three old men came here is because of Sect Master, it has nothing to do with you. I'll say the ugly words first, even if you manage to convince these three old men, we won't help you directly. After all, no matter what their character is, they are all fellow Sect Masters. These three old men have not fought for a long time and are unwilling to be stained with blood, especially the blood of fellow Sect Masters. Lin Yu Rao and Chu Han Yi also nodded in agreement. Then why did you come here? Yang Kai was stunned and his expression became unhappy. If Sect Master Yang can convince the three of us, out of respect for the Sect Master's face, we can help you to the best of our ability. Best of our ability? Yang Kai frowned. For example, convince some of our fellow Sect Masters not to become enemies with you. How many? Yang Kai raised his brow. About half. That's not bad. Yang Kai pondered. If half of these people didn't become enemies with him, the situation would be much more optimistic. Moreover, with half of them acting as a deterrent, the rest of them wouldn't dare act rashly. All of you grew up on Star Emperor Mountain since childhood and are as close as brothers and sisters. Most of you adhere to the same ideals as Sect Master, but only a few of you are truly disloyal. So, with the help of this old master and others, coupled with Sect Master's former prestige, Sect Master Yang may not necessarily have no hope of success this time, Yang Xiaozhu said. What you say makes sense. Chapter 1524. No great force would ever have such a disparity in numbers. Although low-end cultivators were not strong, they were the future hope of every sect, so whether it was Heaven Battling Union, Thunder Typhoon Sect, or Shadow Moon Hall's Colored Glass Sect, they had always had a large number of low-level cultivators and few high-level cultivators. But here on Star Emperor Mountain, the situation was reversed. The reason for this was because of the strict recruitment requirements. The threshold to enter the Star King Mountain was so high that it was hard to imagine. One had to have the most outstanding aptitude, and there was also a limit to one's age. The majority of people were brought to the Star King Mountain when they were under the age of 10. This age was the most suitable for instilling some ideas, which was why the people of the Star King Mountain respected the great emperors. Because in the process of growing up, they were taught this concept by the older generation. But once they joined Star Emperor Mountain, they would enjoy the best cultivation environment and the most abundant cultivation resources. Star Emperor Mountain would use all the resources of the sect to pave the way for their disciples' cultivation. They had to break through to the origin returning realm before the age of 40. If they failed to do so, their cultivation would be abolished and they would be expelled from Star Emperor Mountain. The rules were cruel, but the effect was remarkable. As a result, the cultivation speed of the cultivator who entered Star Emperor Mountain was extremely fast, which was why so many origin returning realm masters had emerged. Chu Changfeng, Feng Tianzhong, Wei Guchang, these rising stars of Shadowed Star, which one of them did not break through at around this age? Even Yang Kai was the same. However, after a cultivator reached a certain level of strength, their appearance would age extremely slowly, so everyone looked younger. Yang Kai joined High Heaven Pavilion at the age of 13, and looking back now, it had been 20 or 30 years. Today, he was only a first-order origin returning realm cultivator. It could be said that any cultivator on Star Emperor Mountain was an existence comparable to Chu Changfeng, Feng Tianzhong, and the others. Moreover, because Star Emperor Mountain had existed since ancient times, it had countless top-grade secret arts and secret techniques, so among cultivators in the same realm, the combat power of Star Emperor Mountain's disciples was generally higher. Once a disciple broke through to the origin returning realm before the age of 40, they would be able to leave the mountain to temper their mental state. Of course, they would also have to remain incognito. The reason why the ancient Yang sect was destroyed by Star Emperor Mountain 1,000 years ago was because the disciples who had left the sect for life experience were killed by the ancient Yang sect. Due to various reasons, the number of middle and high-level cultivators in Star King Mountain was unusually high. On the contrary, the number of lower-level disciples was low. Among these low-level disciples, their cultivations were uneven, but each one of them looked young and immature. The youngest one had just joined Star King Mountain 2 years ago and was only about 11 years old, but he was already a separation and reunion boundary cultivator, just one step away from Yuan Qi boundary. This was unimaginable in any other sect. Perhaps Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect could cultivate such a talent, but in the end, such a talent was extremely rare. Star Emperor Mountain, on the other hand, was a common occurrence. When Yang Kai was at this age, he hadn't even started martial arts. Now, these 200 people had gathered at Caching Cloud's peak. Although there were many of them, it was completely silent. Everyone seemed to be waiting for something quietly, their expressions solemn. Chapter 1528. Although the Thunder Fire Seven Birds whip was of high grade, it was still inferior to the Dragon Bone Sword. The Dragon Bone Sword was refined from a piece of true dragon bone supplemented with a dragon bead and a wisp of true dragon soul. It could be said that it was the highest grade of material. No matter how good the Thunder Fire Seven Birds whip was, it could not compare to the Dragon Bone Sword. However, due to the limitations of Yang Kai's cultivation, the Dragon Bone Sword could not display its full power. However, this long sword could devour the essence of flesh and blood and grow on its own, so it would only become stronger and stronger in the future. Yang Kai had great expectations for it, so if it couldn't even resist the Thunder Fire Seven Birds whip, it would be a real joke. Even though his artifact had been suppressed, Fang Peng wasn't discouraged. In a battle between cultivators, although artifacts were a major factor in their victory, the secret techniques they had mastered and their cultivation base also played a large part in their victory. Fang Peng's cultivation was 2 minor realms higher than Yang Kai's, and he had cultivated for so many years, so even if he was at a disadvantage in this artifact battle, he did not show the slightest intention of retreating. The long whip continued to swing back and forth, the angles it chose were extremely tricky, and the timing of its attacks were also very delicate, making it impossible for the Firebird and the giant dark green dragon to get close. Even Yang Kai's space blades were easily deflected by the long whip. For a time, on Sky-Severing Peak, the 2 battlefields were in full swing, each one a life or death battle, each one a thrilling battle. Only Ling Qing stood in the distance, observing with divine light shining in his eyes. He did not watch the battle between Yi Shiyun and Qi Tianche. Such a battle was a bit too high level for him, so even if he watched, he would not be able to comprehend much. Instead, he was watching the confrontation between Yang Kai and Fang Peng. As an elite of Star Emperor Mountain's younger generation, Ling Qing had his own pride, which could be seen from how he did not put Chu Chang Feng in his eyes back in the Lu Yen sand field. However, he did not dare to underestimate Yang Kai. Since he encountered Yang Kai by chance at the 4th level of the Lu Yen Desert all those years ago, he'd taken Yang Kai to be an opponent of the same level as himself, and he looked forward to the day when he would be able to exchange blows with such a person and kill or be killed by such a person. But now, Ling Qing discovered that this potential opponent was actually more than just a little bit stronger than him. He wasn't at a disadvantage when fighting against someone like Fang Peng. He even relied on various external forces to completely suppress Fang Peng's aura. Ling Qing was shocked. He had never thought that someone would be able to do this with the cultivation base of a first-order origin returning realm. He admitted that he didn't have the ability to do so. He was a genius, but wasn't Fang Peng the same? Being able to become the sect master of Thunder Typhoon Sect, standing out from the tens of thousands of cultivator in the sect, and commanding Thunder Typhoon Sect, his aptitude was definitely not bad. However, such a person was unable to gain any advantage over Yang Kai at this moment. He used all kinds of methods, but all of them were dispelled. If it was him, he probably wouldn't even be able to last half an incense stick of time against Fang Peng. At this moment, Ling Qing felt a little depressed, a little lost, but even more excited. He saw a target he could pursue, which inexplicably made his blood boil. Clenching his fists, Ling Qing stared at Yang Kai's movements without blinking, secretly cheering for his every counterattack. At the same time, as if receiving some kind of order, the Firebird artifact spirit hovering above Yang Kai's head let out a loud cry, transformed into a ball of flames, and rushed towards Qi Tianche. Ha! Qi Tianche sighed deeply. If Sect Master Yang insists, then this old master can only use force. If I offend you in any way, I hope Sect Master Yang will forgive me. As soon as his voice fell, he stretched out his hand and pointed towards the Firebird artifact spirit that was rushing towards him. A bizarre scene appeared. A vortex suddenly appeared in the sky, and as it rotated, it seemed to produce an infinite suction force that sucked in the Firebird. No matter how the artifact spirit struggled, it was unable to escape. In just 3 breaths of time, the Firebird plunged into the vortex and disappeared. The mental connection between Yang Kai and the Firebird was also severed at the same time, causing his face to pale. Sect Master Yang need not worry, this old master simply banished it outside so as not to interfere with our battle. Qi Tianche smiled faintly. Qi Tianche smiled faintly, but after he finished speaking, his face suddenly became extremely solemn. With a loud shout, he stomped the ground with 1 foot. The earth seemed to tremble slightly and the sound of cloth tearing rang out as Qi Tianche's clothes instantly burst apart, revealing his upper body. Yang Kai looked at him with a look of amazement. This old man didn't look young and had a thin figure, but in fact, he was extremely well built. The layers of muscles were clearly defined, and they stood tall, filled with explosive power. It wasn't surprising for such a physique to appear on a young man, but for it to appear on an old man with white hair and 3 strands of long beard was somewhat inconceivable. His fleshly body was actually this strong. The explosive power contained in each of those muscles made people raise their eyebrows. Saint Qi surged as Qi Tianche's momentum surged and his exposed skin glowed faintly. Both Yang Kai and Fang Peng were dumbfounded. Sect Master Yang, this old master will give you one last chance. It's not too late to turn back now, otherwise, this old master won't hold back. If Sect Master Yang is injured, this old master will feel very apologetic. Qi Tianche stared at Yang Kai with a dignified expression and shouted. Enough nonsense, you brought me to this cramped place just to highlight the advantages of your physique, right? Yang Kai smiled strangely. If you have the ability, why don't you give it a try and see if you can succeed? Seeing Yang Kai refuse his good intentions again and again, Qi Tianche's expression became gloomy as he nodded. Good, since that's the case, don't blame this old master for being impolite. As soon as his voice fell, Qi Tianche's figure flickered and disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already above Yang Kai's head, but he did not use any secret technique or summon any artifact. He simply waved his fist and smashed it towards Yang Kai. In such a cramped place, any artifact or secret technique would be greatly limited, so those with powerful physiques would undoubtedly have an advantage. It was silent, but the power contained in that fist was enough to shatter a mountain. Kai Yang stood in place, not knowing if he was dead or alive, seemingly unaware of the imminent danger. Qi Tianche frowned, not knowing what kind of trick he was playing. It wasn't until the fist wind hit his face that Yang Kai suddenly shouted, "Come out!" A small figure suddenly and strangely appeared in front of Yang Kai. As soon as it appeared, it rapidly grew and in the blink of an eye, transformed into a stone giant several meters tall. The stone mongoose, Xiao Xiao. The dragon bone sword had been left outside and the Firebird artifact spirit had been banished by Qi Tianche, but Yang Kai still had the stone mongoose. The stone puppet carried the heaven-shaking pillar on its shoulder, and the stick-like artifact also grew in size as it did so. Clenching the heaven-shaking pillar tightly, Yang Kai swung it forward. Qi Tianche's eyes shrank as a look of horror filled his face as he hurriedly retreated. He felt a fatal threat from this stick and it seemed that even with the strength of his physique, he would not be able to withstand such a blow. Hong, even space seemed to be smashed apart and Qi Tianche felt his abdomen go numb. He had not been hit by the black stick and had only been swept away by the wind, but even so, the blood in his chest was roiling and his breathing was somewhat labored. It was easy to imagine what would have happened if he had been hit by this stick. Qi Tianche's face changed dramatically as he retreated quickly and without hesitation, reached out and pointed towards the stone mongoose. He wanted to banish the stone mongoose from this space. You're tuning in to the Unparalleled SwordWill YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.